10. History of the Israeli Society for 1992-024. Keywords. During the 1990s, there were a small number of MRI machines in Israel, limited to large medical centers. The main focus was based on CT, fluoroscopy, and diagnostic angiography. MRI exams were performed for specific indications. During these years, the Israeli Society joined as a recognized group within the Israeli Radiological Association, ISRA, with Dr. as the first chairperson. At the beginning of the new millennium, the Society's activities included internal meetings every few months. 2 international conferences were held in cooperation with the ESNR. At the same time, more radiologists traveled for fellowships in accredited programs abroad, and a community began to develop, accompanied by broad education. During the second decade of the 2000s, coinciding with an increase in the number of MRI machines and institutes, Prof. ISNR Chair and Prof. ISRA Chair acted to open a fellowship program with the support of the Ministry of Health. The first fellow was Dr. from Zion Hospital, who trained at hospital in Haifa. Since the commencement of the program, which is partially supported by the Ministry of Health, dozens of doctors have trained in the program. Before the outbreak of COVID, Prof. was appointed chairman of ISNR. During the years of the pandemic, online meetings were held every few months, and they continue to this day. Today, the chairperson and secretary of the society are Dr. and Dr. Eli Ben David, respectively. Dozens of Israeli society members are also members of different societies in Europe and North America. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution 4 International License (org) licenses by 4.0, which permits use, sharing, adaptation, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if changes were made. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. 11. History of Italian 1992-023. Keywords. Before 1990, a short summary of the past. The strength of today's Italian has its roots and foundations in the vision, determination, intelligence, and knowledge of the pioneers who promoted its birth and growth in the 20th century. The names of Nari, and just to mention a few, will remain forever as pioneers and leaders of the first generation who built the solid foundations of our discipline. After this first wave, which characterized the modern development of the discipline from 1945 to 1970, a second wave appeared from the 1970s and beyond. The list is very long, but to mention a few: Mario, Marco, Dal. The names of the third wave of brilliant and determined leaders of the present generation, those representing Italian in 2023 and beyond, will be found in the following paragraphs dealing with academic careers, hospital departments, organization of meetings, congresses, refresher courses, research projects, and scientific papers. 1. Contribution, Law of Paris, 1989. Contribution, Law of Paris, 1989. 2. Contribution to the History of European, IA and MT, Paris, 1994. Contribution to the History of European, IA and MT, Paris, 1994. 3. A History of 1895, 2002 Europa editions, Toulouse, 2002. A History of 1895, 2002 Europa editions, Toulouse, 2002. Marco is the author of the last extensive history of Italian. Since his work is, in a way, preliminary to ours, it is worth reporting how Marco had subdivided our history in the past century and envisaged its development in the 21st century. The history of Italy falls into 4 periods. The first period was the dawning interest of different neurologists and radiologists at the turn of the century, until the early years of the First World War. It soon became apparent that not only did radiologists require neurological training, but above all, neurologists required training in radiology. The radiology-neurology binomial symbolizes the meeting point between two complementary disciplines. The third discipline, neurosurgery, was still missing at this time, and its subsequent development was to become the driving force behind. The second period, a relatively short one, covered the 40s and 50s and was characterized by the training of Italian abroad, first in Sweden and later in France. In Sweden, they learned to appreciate the role of the as a separate figure, fully responsible for the risks entailed in invasive investigation, and thus responsible for the indications for examination. Cairo and are the leading exponents of the period. This period of growing awareness and pinpointing targets ended in 1969, when new legislation reforming public hospitals included, among the list of hospital specialties, entitled to independent departments. The third period lasted from 1969 to date and was characterized by the growth of newly established hospital departments. Unfortunately, this period also saw the development of a major conflict with radiology. Over the past 30 years, the divide between professional approach of and radiologists has widened in Italy. While our organ radiologists in the true sense, radiologists bear the imprint of their technical specialty and include computed, etc. While radiologists believed they were defending the integrity of the great mother figure of radiology, they provoked a serious split with only recently has radiology begun to change its attitude. System specialists now work alongside organ specialists, pediatricians, gastroenterologists, etc. Within this framework, the chances of reaching an understanding with are much greater. There is a plan to set up a joint specialization school. There is hope for future cooperation. The fourth period is that of university of the discipline. It was only at the end of the 80s that Italian universities finally recognized the importance of including the discipline in the degree course in medicine. Initially confined to postgraduate specialization, teaching has now been extended to general medicine undergraduates. This important step forward should mark an increase in the number of teaching posts. In 1995, an agreement was reached with the radiologists to amend the specialization in radiology to offer two specialty courses: 1. Diagnostic and Therapeutic Radiology, and 2. The courses started in 1996, 1997. Some have considered the specialty in the School of Radiology as limiting, mainly due to the relatively scant clinical curriculum compared with the large number of radiology topics. However, this achievement does signify a clear cut, crowning the efforts of 3 generations of a point of arrival, but also a point of departure. Future improvements will then be possible and will depend on our future work and on the work of our successors. In the following chapters, we will see the progress of in Italy from 1990 up to now. We will first have an overview of the growth of the number and of the quality of physicians practicing, spread of hospital departments, academic positions, and society membership. We will then approach the risks and the opportunities for the next decades that will require a clear vision and a strong determination not only to grow further, but also not to lose the positions and recognitions acquired up to now. AINR. In 2023, the members of the Italian Association of AINR, founded in 1961, were 722, of whom 290 were females and 432 males. The growth has been impressive. In 1990, the members of the society were less than 200. The AINR is structured on a regional basis, with 12 representatives for the 20 regions. Some regions are associated and have a single representative. The members pay a regular annual fee. The board meets on a regular basis, and the minutes of the meetings may be found by the members on the web page at the following address. The AINR organizes a national congress every 2 years, a pediatric national congress every 2 years, and educational courses, pediatric and interventional meetings that will be outlined in the following chapter. The association has a strict relationship and cooperation with the composed of the university professors of Italian may also be members of the Association of Radiologists, SIRM Medica, which has a specific section of. The current president of the section is professor of at the University of L'Aquila. Is also associated with neurologists and neurosurgeons in SNO. Congresses, meetings, and courses. Until 2009, the AINR organized a national congress on a yearly basis. Subsequently, the national congress has taken place every other year. There is no fixed location, and the congress is assigned by the executive committee on the basis of proposed candidatures by the members. During the COVID-19 pandemic, the annual meeting was postponed by a few months but not discontinued. Besides the National Congress, AINR organizes a Congress of Pediatric every other year. This takes place during the year when the National Congress does not take place. The General Assembly of Members takes place every year, either during the National Congress or the Congress. Also, a yearly interventional meeting, as well as a range of other courses and meetings, are organized. Furthermore, since 2019, educational courses that lead to a Master in Interventional are promoted by in cooperation with several Italian universities, as well as, since 2021, a similar initiative that leads to a Master in Diagnostic. The registered participants just for the Diagnostic Masters 2024 are 120. The pediatric section has about 100 members. Since 1992, the section organizes a national congress every 2 years. Itinerant courses are organized every 6 months, one for Northern Italy, one for Southern Italy, with the aim of basic training. This report would not be complete without mentioning an original periodic event, a gathering of that goes under the name of Club Primavera. Starting in March 1990, Professor promoted an original formula, a mixture of scientific meeting, social and literary entertainment for 1 week, usually in a location in the mountains with skiing breaks or at the seaside. From 1990 to 2010, when the club was discontinued, a total of 19 reunions have contributed to strengthening friendly and professional relationships among Italian, somewhat selected and invited by the founder of the club, Professor, 1922-2009. Hospital departments. The number of hospital departments has significantly increased since 1990. Is practiced in hospital structures of different complexity, denominated according to the internal organization of Italian hospitals as complex or simple operative units. The complex units have complete autonomy and are chaired by a director, who is fully responsible. The simple units may be part of a larger radiological department whose director, usually a radiologist, is ultimately responsible for the department and that has a less complete responsibility for the unit. The last official survey done by the AINR concerning the number and distribution of services sections in Italy dates back to 1991, law in 1991. Omicron IDEL N31992. North, Center, South, Total, Autonomous NRD Service. 17, 13, 13, 43. B. Aggregated NRD Service. 5, 2, 4, 11. Total, 22, 15, 17, 54. A personal updated non-official survey allows us to witness a significant growth of the hospital departments and can be summarized as such. Departments 2023. North, Center, South, Total, 37, 30, 30, 97. Notably, the size, workload, and number of doctors and technicians of the departments has significantly changed with the development of complex modern technical equipment and growth of the interventional activity. Is practiced not only in hospital departments or university hospitals, but also in private clinics or diagnostic centers. There is a large network of such facilities, usually well-equipped and highly qualified. In these clinics is practiced both by retired full-time staff members and by part-time consultant working also in public hospitals. The private centers usually receive both private patients and patients covered by private insurances, as well as patients covered by the National Health Service. Academic positions, teaching, and research. The academic career is regulated by national rules, and that is, first evaluation and promotion on the basis of scientific productivity, clinical involvement, and teaching activity, and then appointment to the chair. 1R. R. 2 Associate Professor, PA. Associate Professor, PA. 3 Full Professor, PO. Full Professor, PO. The number of academic positions has grown significantly since the early first chairs, in line with the growth and expansion of the discipline. 15 in 1990, 4 PO, 11 PA to reach. 15 in 1990, 4 PO, 11 PA to reach. 39 in 2020, 11 PO, 22 PA, 6R up to the number of. 39 in 2020, 11 PO, 22 PA, 6R up to the number of. 54 in 2023, 20 PO, 18 PA, 16R, of whom 25% are female. 54 in 2023, 20 PO, 18 PA, 16R, of whom 25% are female. All the university professors are committed to teaching and research activities of their universities. Scientific research, however, is performed not only in university departments, but also in the majority of hospital centers. The quality of Italian research is demonstrated by numerous prizes received by Italian, national, and European grants obtained, and the high impact factor of papers published in Italian and international journals. The university professors have their official organization and representation in the whose current president is. International relationships. From 1990 until now, Italy has hosted and organized, besides national congresses and courses, a significant number of international meetings. The presence of international guests as speakers has contributed to the strengthening of relationships with the most relevant and outstanding international colleagues in the field of, both in Europe and in the rest of the world. Some of them were or have become good personal friends of many Italian. Just to mention a few, these include the late Nash and Tom, the late Michael, the late Picard, the late Pierre, Claude, Paya, Rolf Jaeger, Olaf, and Turner. Italian abroad. The names of Cairo and as of Italian origin and European culture and professional formation, who have become prominent figures of North American in the last century, are well known. The role of in promoting French in the 1960s is also notable. More recently, we must mention Guido, who moved from Italy to Los Angeles, where he developed his world-renowned detachable coils method to treat intracranial aneurysms. Professor of Radiology, lead of the section of at Queen's University, Kingston, Canada. Professor of Radiology, lead of the section of at Queen's University, Kingston, Canada. Professor of Radiology and Director of the Department of and Vascular Radiology. University Hospital, France. Professor of Radiology and Director of the Department of and Vascular Radiology. University Hospital, France. Head of della Svizzera, Lugano. Head of della Svizzera, Lugano. Consultant at Great Street Hospital for Children in London. Consultant at Great Street Hospital for Children in London. Full-time consultant in diagnostic at the National Hospital, Queen Square, London. Full-time consultant in diagnostic at the National Hospital, Queen Square, London. Moreover, a large number of young Italian have trained for periods of varying duration, from months to years, in the most important European or North American centers of diagnostic and interventional, in the period from 1990 to 2023. Lost colleagues 1992-023. From 1990 to 2023, we have lost, among others, the following outstanding colleagues and leaders in 1925-2004, 1924-2009, 1957-2010, 1942-011, Mario, 1939-2014, 1932-015, 1962-015, 1921-2016, Marco, 1944-2017, Maria, 1932-018, 1942-2022, and 1929-2022. The future. The task for of this decade, those who are now the actors and directors of this story, is to complete the long march toward the specialty board certification and also to be leaders in the practice and teaching of diagnostic and interventional and in research in the field of neurosciences. The scenario in which they are asked to act, however, is changing at a spectacular and unexpected speed. From 1895, the year of the discovery of X-rays by Röntgen, the major steps of our disciplines in the past century have been in the 1920s, the introduction of contrast studies, followed by the advent of CT in 1972 and of MRI in the early 80s. We are now, almost 40 years later, probably facing a new revolution or significant step forward with the pervasive advent of AI and the explosion of artificial intelligence, AI, and its generative side will dramatically change not only the medical practice, especially in its diagnostic aspect, but also the modality of training future doctors and in particular specialists in neuroimaging, that is, the Nobody has a crystal ball to look into the future, so we cannot know whether the prophecy of that envisages that medicine in 2050 will mainly be auto-diagnosis will come true. We definitely know that the gloomy prediction of who back in 2016 stated that artificial intelligence will do better than radiologists, and for this reason we should stop forming radiologists now, was wrong. We prefer to quote Professor of Radiology and Biomedical Informatics, who has said, "Will AI ever replace radiologists?" No, but radiologists who use AI will replace radiologists who don't. The role of the will, however, definitely change, and we must be ready to be leaders in the field and continue to value our role as physicians who not only do not lose contact with the patient, but also increase our role of being an inevitable interface between diagnostic data, their interpretation and use to give the best advice and help to the patients. We must also be in a strict relationship with biomedical engineers, neuroscientists, and clinicians. The inevitable progress and increase in complexity of the interactions in the field of neurosciences will probably lead and determine the relationship with the radiological family and be a further factor, together with the growth of intervention, to push toward the definitive recognition of as a medical specialty. I thank the following people for their help in revising and completing this report. Sandra Colombo Marcello. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution 4 International License (ORG) licenses by 4.0, which permits use, sharing, adaptation, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if changes were made. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. National Congresses before 1990. I Florence 1980 President, A. Nari. I Florence 1980 President, A. Nari. II Milan 1982 P. A. II Milan 1982 P. A. III Bari 1983 P. A. III Bari 1983 P. A. IV 1985 P. P. IV 1985 P. P. V Milan 1986 P. G. V Milan 1986 P. G. VI Bologna 1987 P. G. VI Bologna 1987 P. G. VII's 1988 P. R. VII's 1988 P. R. VII Padova 1989 P. K. VII Padova 1989 P. K. National Congresses after 1990. 9-12-14 June 1991 Geneva P. Marco L. Rosa. 9-12-14 June 1991 Geneva P. Marco L. Rosa. 10-7-10 October 1992 P. G. 10-7-10 October 1992 P. G. 11-10-12 June 1993 Ancona P. U. 11-10-12 June 1993 Ancona P. U. 12-19-21 October 1994 Taormina P. G. 12-19-21 October 1994 Taormina P. G. 13-19-21 October 1995 Roma P. L. 13-19-21 October 1995 Roma P. L. 14-16-18 October 1997 P. G. 14-16-18 October 1997 P. G. 15-9-12 December 1998 Forenza P. G. Dahl. 15-9-12 December 1998 Forenza P. G. Dahl. 16-12-15 December 1999 Napoli P. R. 16-12-15 December 1999 Napoli P. R. 17-14-17 December 2000 Genova P. P. 17-14-17 December 2000 Genova P. P. 18-13-16 December 2001 Bologna P. M. 18-13-16 December 2001 Bologna P. M. 19-15-18 May 2003 Verona P. A. 19-15-18 May 2003 Verona P. A. 2022-25 September 2004 P. G. 2022-25 September 2004 P. G. 21-22-25 June 2005 Salerno P. G. 21-22-25 June 2005 Salerno P. G. 22-46 October 2006 P. F. 22-46 October 2006 P. F. 23-2023 June 2007 Bergamo P. G. 23-2023 June 2007 Bergamo P. G. 24-13 October 2008 Rome P. LM. 24-13 October 2008 Rome P. LM. 25-9-12 December 2009 Forenza P. G. 25-9-12 December 2009 Forenza P. G. 26-19-22 October 2011 Padova P. C. 26-19-22 October 2011 Padova P. C. 27-18-21 September 2013 AQP M. 27-18-21 September 2013 AQP M. 28-16-18 September 2015 Napoli P. M. 28-16-18 September 2015 Napoli P. M. 29-27-30 September 2017 P. MGE. 29-27-30 September 2017 P. MGE. 32-5 October 2019 Siracusa P. CMMP. 32-5 October 2019 Siracusa P. CMMP. 31-8-11 June 2022 Roma P. A. 31-8-11 June 2022 Roma P. A. 32-18-21 October 2023 Bergamo P. S. 32-18-21 October 2023 Bergamo P. S. 33-2025 Calabria P. A. 33-2025 Calabria P. A. Pediatric Section. I-1992 Padova President. I-1992 Padova President. II-1994 79 April P. II-1994 79 April P. III-1996 Geneva P. III-1996 Geneva P. IV-1998 L'Aquila P. IV-1998 L'Aquila P. V-2000 Florence 11-12 May P. Fonda. V-2000 Florence 11-12 May P. Fonda. VI-2002 Bologna 22-24 November P. VI-2002 Bologna 22-24 November P. VII-2004 Padova -15-17 April P. VII-2004 Padova -15-17 April P. VII-2006 Ferrara 4-6 May P. VII-2006 Ferrara 4-6 May P. IX-2008 Catania 12-14 June P. IX-2008 Catania 12-14 June P. X-2010 Geneva 10-12 December P. X-2010 Geneva 10-12 December P. Xi-2012 Ancona 28-30 June P. Xi-2012 Ancona 28-30 June P. XII-2014 24 October P. XII 2014-24 October P. XII 2016 Rome 6-8 October, and XII 2016 Rome 6-8 October, and XIV 2018 Brescia 11-13 October P. R. XIV 2018 Brescia 11-13 October P. R. XV 2020 Online 34 December, in conjunction with the Functional Section Pres. XV 2020 Online 34 December, in conjunction with the Functional Section Pres. XVI 2023 Salerno 26-28 January P. XVI 2023 Salerno 26-28 January P. 1961 Rome 18-22 September. VI SNR Symposium. President G. 1961 Rome 18-22 September. VI SNR Symposium. President G. 1990 4-8 September European course in 3rd cycle 1st course. Intracranial nervous system. Organizer G. 1990 4-8 September European course in 3rd cycle 1st course. Intracranial nervous system. Organizer G. 1996 1721 September XXII Congress of the European Society of ESNR. President G. 1996 1721 September XXII Congress of the European Society of ESNR. President G. 1996 September 18th 6th Advanced Course of the ESNR Functional Neuroanatomy of Motion and Vision Course Directors and Dennies. 1996 September 18th 6th Advanced Course of the ESNR Functional Neuroanatomy of Motion and Vision Course Directors and Dennies. 1998 Bologna 22-27 May 5th Cycle 3rd Course European Course in Spine and Spinal Cord President Marco Course Director. 1998 Bologna 22-27 May 5th Cycle 3rd Course European Course in Spine and Spinal Cord President Marco Course Director. 2001 Ancona 13-16 September 2001. 11th Advanced Course and XXVII Congress of the European Society of President. 2001 Ancona 13-16 September 2001. 11th Advanced Course and XXVII Congress of the European Society of President. 2010 Bologna 4-9 October. XIX-SNR. Symposium Praise. M. 2010 Bologna 4-9 October. XIX-SNR. Symposium Praise. M. 2019 Naples 21-24 October. 15th Congress of the World Federation of Interventional and Therapeutic, WFITN President Mario, and 2019 Naples 21-24 October, 15th Congress of the World Federation of Interventional and Therapeutic, WFITN President Mario, and Honorary Members and Gold Medal Awards. ESNR European Society of 1995 1995 Guido 2006 Guido 2006 2012 2012 2015 2015 Marco 2016 Marco 2016 Mario 2023 Mario 2023 ASNR American Society of Marco 2000 Marco 2000 Mario 2021 Mario 2021 ASBNR American Society of Pediatric 2016 2016 2023 2023 ESPR European Society of Pediatric Radiology 1998 1998 2024 2024 Presidents or Board Members of the International Societies of European Society for ESNR Marco President 2008-2010 ESNR Marco, President 2008-2010. ESNR Vice President 2022, former Secretary General 2014-2022. ESNR Vice President 2022, former Secretary General 2014-2022. Secretary General 2023, in office. Secretary General 2023, in office. And Director of First Level Course of ESNR. And Director of First Level Course of ESNR. WFNRS. Has been a member at large of the Board of the WFNRS. Has been a member at large of the Board of the WFNRS. 12. Japanese Society of JSNR, 1990 to the present. Keywords. The Japanese Society of JSNR boasts a history spanning over 60 years. Its origins trace back to the establishment of the Radiological Association of Japan in 1960 by Dr. and his colleagues. Although this association was briefly dissolved in 1969, it was reconstituted in 1971 as the Japanese Society, later renamed to its current name. The first conference of the re-established society took place in 1972. The JSNR meeting held in 2024 marked the 53rd in the Society's history. This chapter will focus on the Society's history since 1990. Membership composition. In 2024, the Society had 816 active members distributed across various specialties: 539 radiologists, 66%, 217 neurosurgeons, 27%, 38 neurologists, 5%, 7 pediatricians, 1%, and 15 other specialties, 2%. The JSNR's diverse membership is probably one of the very unique features of Japan, but we believe this facilitates robust interdisciplinary exchange. Leadership. The JSNR presidents typically serve terms of 5-8 years, ensuring continuity and long-term strategic development. These are the presidents since 1990: Kuru 1979-1994, 1994-1999, 2000-2007, 2007-2013, 2013-2020, and 2020-present. Legal status. In the past, the JSNR operated as an unincorporated association. However, in February 2022, the Society transitioned into a general incorporated association. This shift provided the organization with a firm legal foundation, implementing the Articles of Incorporation and the Code of Ethics. The current board of directors consists of 9 directors, 2 auditors, and 5 specially appointed directors, committee chairs. Standing committees. Prior to 2017, the JSNR relied on its presidents and the president's faculty members and secretaries for its operations. However, with the Society's growth, it established standing committees in 2018, as suggested by Prof. Then President. The initial committees included the Strategic Vision Committee, Social Media and Website Committee, Research and Education Committee, International Exchange Committee, and Public Relations Committee. Since then, additional committees, Diversity and Inclusion Committee, Finance Committee, Conflict of Interest Committee, Ethics Committee, Editorial Committee, and Rules and Regulations Committee and Guideline Committee, have been added, resulting in 12 standing committees currently overseeing Society operations. 50th Anniversary Commemorative Events. In 2021, the JSNR celebrated its 50th annual meeting at Osaka City Central Public Hall. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the event adopted a hybrid format, accommodating both in-person and online attendance. In celebration of its 50th anniversary, the Society hosted special commemorative lectures and exhibitions. A commemorative publication was also released the following year to honor the milestone. Prize. The prize, established in 1979, honors Dr. one of the Society's founders. It recognizes the JSNR member who produces the most outstanding paper in the field of each year. The award is the highest accolade in the field within Japan and serves as a benchmark for researchers. Award-winning papers historically focused on CT, but since around 1990, MRI research has become predominant. Among the awarded papers since 1990, the majority have been published in Radiology 11 papers, followed by the American Journal of AJNR 9 papers, European Radiology 5 papers, and 2 papers. Past winners and award-winning papers are listed on the website, English Page Prize website. The JSNR's website offers enhanced content, including information on board and committee members, rules, past and future conferences, research grants, prize submissions, and related news. Webcasting of educational lectures from annual meetings began in 2023. An English version of the website was launched in 2023. English page Foreign Honorary Members. The JSNR recently reinstated the appointment of foreign honorary members in 2023. The new selection criteria include not only achievements in the field of, but also significant contributions to society and in Japan, such as accepting significant numbers of Japanese visiting researchers. 4 were selected as foreign honorary members in 2023 and 2024, respectively. English Page Organization honorary members hosting the symposium, SNR. In 1994, SNR XV was hosted in Kumamoto, Japan, under the presidency of Prof. In 2030, the JSNR will host SNR XXIV in Sapporo, marking its second time hosting the event. Prof. and Prof. will serve as presidents for the conference. Sapporo is an attractive place that is popular among tourists, and we are aiming to make the conference a fulfilling one. Official Journal. The JSNR's official journal, published by Springer, has published abstracts from the JSNR's annual meetings since 1981. English Page Annual Meetings logo. In 2021, the JSNR held a design contest among its members to select a new logo. The winning design features stylized Chinese characters for morphing into the brain and spinal cord. Future prospects. Its progress aligns with advancements in diagnostic imaging technologies, such as MRI and CT. The additional application of artificial intelligence shows promise. The JSNR aspires to foster global advancement through strengthened international cooperation and collaboration. The Society anticipates welcoming many to SNR XXIV in Sapporo in 2030. Readers are suggested to contact the corresponding author for figures if needed. DeepL and ChatGPT were used for Japanese-English translation and English editing. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution 4 International License (ORG) licenses by 4.0, which permits use, sharing, adaptation, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if changes were made. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. 13. A brief history of in South Korea, from a small beginning to an ever-growing leading role. Keywords. Introduction. The history of began to evolve with the invention of X-ray, as did the history of radiology. Therefore, the history of itself reflects the developmental history of radiology. Radiology was born on November 8, 1895, when discovered X-rays, a new type of radiation with high penetrating capacity, and his achievement led to revolutionary development in the field of medicine. 1-2. Then unveiled his discovery on a new kind of rays by presenting it at a session of the Medical Society, and it was subsequently published in the journal Science 3. Owing to this pioneering discovery, X-rays promptly became a new tool in physics research, providing diverse opportunities to visualize and analyze the internal structures of the human body more systematically in medicine. 1-2. Since then, discovery has been applied to imaging the skull and nervous system using a fast clip, and has established academic independence in radiology. Was further expanded by the subsequent launch of head and neck radiology as in the early 1900s. 4-5. Additional innovations related to the widespread use of contrast agents, CT scanning, and MR imaging have become cornerstones in the development of. In addition, the adoption of cerebral angiography enabled to expand its field from diagnosis to as interventional 269. In South Korea, began to evolve as of radiology when the first CT scanner was installed at the University Hospital in 1977. Since then, in South Korea has continued to develop in line with these changes and development trends by providing scientific evidence in daily clinical practice, advancing research, and establishing more systematic training programs. Over the decades, the efforts and passion of the early pioneers and all our members have been the basis for the remarkable development of the Korean Society of KSNR. Sometimes the time filled with our history flows faster than the wind. However, we believe the eyes that were never extinguished within them were passed on to the next generation of Korean. In this regard, we would like to begin this article by considering it an infinite honor to be able to perform meaningful work of looking back at and organizing the history of the KSNR. History of in South Korea, centered on the Korean Society of KSNR. KSNR, the period of birth, 1981-990. In the early stages, Korean also passed through a similar series of steps as the world's, with the need for clinical practice in the field of radiology based on radiological science and technical advances, and being stimulated by the trends of specialization in the departments of neurology and neurosurgery. This worldwide shift has steered the emergence of, as one of the in radiology in South Korea. The roster of KSNR presidents, 1983 present and founders. KSNR presidents, 1980-1995. Hosa MD University, 2011-2013. Sang MD Ulsan University, 1995-1999. MD Seoul National University, 2013-2015. Ho MD National University, 1999-2001. Ho MD Catholic University of Korea, 2015-2017. Jin MD University, 2001-2003. MD University, 2017-2019. Kukjin MD Catholic University of Korea, 2003-2005. Dong MD University, 2019-2021. Sanghoon MD National University, 2005-2007. Sun MD, 2021-2023. Ho MD Seoul National University, 2007-2009. Wu MD University, 2023-2025. Hoon MD Seoul National University, 2009-2011. Sub MD University, 2025 present. Wu Ryu MD University. KSNR founders. Hosa MD University, MD Seoul National University. Ham MD University, Sa MD University, MD University. 10 years after the first CT scanner was installed in South Korea, the first domestically constructed clinical MR scanner was successfully developed by D in collaboration with many scientists, radiologists, and industrialists. This 2 Tesla superconducting unit Gold Star Electronics, South Korea, was installed at Seoul National University Hospital and University Hospital in. The impact of MRI on Korean is enormous, as it was in other countries, owing to its groundbreaking in clinical practice by promising higher soft tissue contrast and high resolution of anatomic detail in the body without radiation hazards compared to CT images. Based on these technical advances, including the adoption of cross-sectional imaging such as CT and MRI, clinical practice and research became more active, and the area of interest in Korean began to expand further by performing procedures with highly motivated at the center. In 1984, Dr. Hosa of University Severance Hospital and Dr. of Seoul National University Hospital first treated carotid cavernous fistulas with a detachable balloon in South Korea. In 1987, Dr. Dong of the University Severance Hospital first treated a brain arteriovenous malformation with glue embolization. In 1990, the first official annual meeting of KSNR was held at Seoul National University Hospital. KSNR, the period of growth, 1991-2000. Case discussion commemorating the invitation of Professor Robert I., an editor-in-chief in AJNR and a section chief of at the University of Pennsylvania, in 1993. As the KSNR increased, standards for membership were required. However, there was a practical problem in discussing detailed regulations on fellowship training during this period. Only 30% of the members were fully dedicated to, and the others practiced as part of their work. Therefore, to be accepted as a member of the KSNR applied more relaxed regulations as follows. 1. The individual must be a physician certified or eligible for certification by the Korean Board of Radiology. The Korean board certification system has been adopted in North America. To become board eligible, one must complete 5 years of postgraduate training, 1 year of internship, and 4 years of radiology residency. The actual board certificate in radiology is given to those who pass a state-authorized test conducted after the radiology residency. 2. The individual must be interested in, but no other specific requirement is asked of the candidate. In addition, interventional was considered an area of, until the early 1990s, because radiologists with neuroimaging backgrounds initiated and performed all procedures. During this period, most of these took 1 year or 2 year training fellowships in interventional at leading overseas centers outside of South Korea, mainly in the United States or France. In 1994, 8 interested in interventional created an informal study group and began to hold a monthly meeting for clinical case discussions. Dr. Dong University Severance Hospital, Dr. Sun University Hospital, Dr. Samsung Medical Center, Dr. Sum Medical Center, Dr. Haeyoung Korea University Hospital, Dr. Woolley University Sacred Heart Hospital, Dr. Namli Korea University Hospital, and Dr. Moon-han Seoul National University Hospital. In 1996, the Korean Society of Interventional KSIN was formally organized into 25 members as of. Dr. Haeyoung of Korea University Hospital was elected as the first president of KSIN, and Dr. of the Medical Center was the membership secretary of KSIN. In the same year, Dr. Dong University Severance Hospital and Dr. Moon-han Seoul National University Hospital respectively treated cerebral aneurysms with GDC coil embolization. After that, treatment for cerebrovascular disease began to take its place in South Korea. KSNR, the period of 2001-2010. A changing history of the KSNR's logo. The second logo was applied to the name of the English Literature Society, which changed from KSNHNR to KSNR in 2015. The KSNR uses a new logo that has changed with design and symbol in 2019. Additionally, the KSNR has actively participated in international societies in Asia and elsewhere over the last 20 years. In particular, the KSNR has initiated international interchanges with societies in Asian countries such as Japan and Taiwan since the 2000s. In September 2001, the 4th Asian and Oceanian Congress of and Head and Neck Radiology (AOCNHNR) was successfully held in Seoul, South Korea, hosted by the KSNR through the efforts of Dr. Hosa University Severance Hospital and Dr. Seoul National University Hospital, who led the organization committee. At that time, the number of registered participants was 385, including 160 international participants from 23 countries. The meeting was praised by participants as the most significant and highest-ranking conference ever held in the Asia-Pacific region. In parallel with the AOC and HNR, the KSIN hosted the 6th Congress of the World Federation of Interventional and Therapeutic WFITN, and completed a meeting with 426 registered participants from 31 countries. KSNR, the Period of Diversity, 2011-present. KSNR's Annual Academic Conference and General Assembly in 2017. Since 2011, the KSNR has held a Neuroimaging Day to exchange and discuss the latest knowledge at the expert level, separate from the education for radiology residents. Also in 2015, the KSNR published another textbook, Head and Neck Imaging, to strengthen education for radiology residents, board-certified radiologists, and medical students. In 2017, an additional research committee was established as an Aging and Neurodegenerative Imaging Group, Dr. Wonjin Moon, University Medical Center. Through changes over the past few years, the KSNR has become an ever-developing scientific society in South Korea that is academically progressive, fair, and open to all members and leads globally. For example, the KSNR is continuously making efforts to improve Korea's national healthcare system as an academic and professional community. For example, the KSNR produced guidelines for the legitimacy of diagnostic imaging studies jointly with the Korean Centers for Disease Control and Prevention and the KSR from 2015 to 2020, and also compiled guidelines for head and neck imaging in 2019. In addition, the KSNR carried out the tasks regarding clinical practice guidelines conducted by KSR, including expert opinions and recommendations for the clinical use of quantitative analysis software for MRI-based brain in 2017, and recommendations for the appropriateness of the clinical use of diagnostic imaging modalities in patients with tinnitus in 2020. The 13th Asian Oceanian Congress of AOCNR as virtual meeting, Seoul, South Korea in 2021. Recently, artificial intelligence, AI, has been considered a key technology in medical advancement. As shown by a wide range of AI-based applications, such as machine learning algorithms and expert systems, AI's technological advancements and capabilities in radiology are expected to continuously transform various aspects of healthcare, such as diagnostics and personalized treatment planning. 10. Combined with this rapidly changing trend and Korea's strength as an IT powerhouse, our members' research results on AI and began to be published at the KSNR's annual academic conference in 2017. Since then, AI has gradually expanded into a new research area in Korean, and the active collaboration between and industry has opened new horizons for research. To date, Korean, led by the KSNR, has continued to develop with technological advances. However, the KSNR has now faced difficulties with radiologist burnout, which is increasing globally owing to the increasing work burden. This phenomenon has caused a shortage in academic faculties. In this regard, the KSNR is constantly striving to find solutions to maintain the quality of education, research, and advancement in. Conclusion. Looking back at the history of in South Korea, the KSNR in 2024 has grown to nearly 360 from an intimate, small study meeting of only 5 in a metropolitan area in 1978. At present, the KSNR has continued to uphold its mission by playing a leading role in clinical practice and research for a systematic network of the KSNR and its subsocieties. This is achieved by holding an annual national meeting, providing clinical guidelines or standards for daily practice, conducting regular training education courses for radiology residents and young, supporting the research efforts of our members, and maintaining close relationships with national and international organizations. Within the history of radiology in South Korea, the KSNR has reached its current standing by leading the adoption and application of new imaging technologies to daily clinical practice, and by conducting a wide range of studies since the early period, including CT scanning in the late 1970s and MR in the 1980s and 1990s. Through decades of adversity and challenges experienced in making take root in South Korea, we look forward to continued growth domestically and playing a leading role in international societies while adapting to the rapid changes of the times with new values. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution 4 International License (ORG) licenses by 4.0, which permits use, sharing, adaptation, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if changes were made. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. References: 1 VNINs. History and New Research Technologies. In Diagnostic. Berlin Heidelberg, Springer Berlin Heidelberg, 2009. p. 127. Tulevem J.R. A Brief History of and the 60th Anniversary of the ASNR, Through the Decades with ASNR. I'm J. 2022 4312 E54, E9 PubMed. 3 W. Say. On a New Kind of Rays. Science. 1896 359 2 27 31 PubMed. 4 Leads NIE Essay. Evolution of Diagnostic from 1904 to 1999. Radiology. 2002 1723 09 18 PubMed. 5 JM. Diamond Jubilee Lecture. The Past, Present, Future. Radiology. 1991 75 3 593 602 PubMed. 6 Dandy Wee. Röntgenography of the brain after the injection of air into the spinal canal. SERG. 1974 397 PubMed. PubMed Central. 7 J. La Par. Rev. 1921 37 12646. 8 Cairo G. D. Computed tomography of spinal cord after lumbar intrathecal introduction of computer-assisted. Radiology. 1976 121 1 14 PubMed. 9 CJARG in the Age of MRI, Why We Do It and How We Do It. Rays. 2011 20 113290 17 PubMed. PubMed Central. 10 P. J. Artificial Intelligence in Medicine. Metabolism. 2017 69 S3640. 14. In Norway, the last 25 years. Keywords. Was already incorporated into the clinical workup of neurological and neurosurgical patients in Norway from 1947. The so-called Oslo School of Cerebral Angiography attracted several colleagues from Europe and the USA. CT 1975 and Mr. Technologies 1986 had spread rapidly around the country, contributing further to the development of. These technologies initiated a further need for departments, in addition to the departments established at Oslo University, the National Hospital, in 1962, and Oslo City Hospital in 1964. These two university hospitals were merged in 2009 and called Oslo University Hospital, OUS. During the last 30 years, sections were established at University Hospital, Bergen, University Hospital of North Norway, and Hospital Trondheim University Hospital. Due to the keen interest in interventional procedure at OUS, embolization of cerebral and arteriovenous malformations was started in 1988 and became a daily routine from 1992. The help from our American colleague, Professor Charles M. Struther, Madison, USA, was important. In addition to being an experienced, he was a keen cross-country skier, combining interventional work with skiing in Oslo for 1 year in 1992-1993. At the same time, OUS was included as one of 12 European institutions in the international treatment strategy of using detachable coils in treating aneurysms. After that, interventional therapy slowly increased, despite a somewhat reluctant attitude of neurologists, but with important support from the neurosurgeons Norns and 1-3. The first embolization of an aneurysm was performed at OUS in 1992. Embolizations of aneurysms were for many years exclusively performed at Oslo University Hospital. It was our opinion then that a one-center practice in our small country with excellent patient transportation facilities by air and land, seemed justified for. Following the extensive development in techniques, equipment, and therefore the increased number of possible treatments, it seemed justified that other centers as well incorporated interventional treatment in their routine. In the beginning, Profs. PPN performed procedures for many years in the other university hospitals in Norway, as well as occasionally in Finland, University Hospital, Sweden, University Hospital University of Uppsala, and Iceland. The engagement in Iceland lasted from 2000 to 2009 and was particularly challenging, since all instruments had to be carried along on the acute flight to Iceland. During the last 10-15 years, interventional procedures were implemented in 4 other university hospitals in Norway: Bergen, Trondheim, and since the scientific activity connected to the development of contrast media during the 1970s and 1980s resulted in the worldwide success of non-ionic contrast media, AS, later, and General Electric, scientific work consequently continued with CT and MR with a special focus on contrast media. A D doctoral thesis has a high standing in Norway and may serve as a measure of scientific activity. The basis for the D thesis was, in addition to contrast media research, tumor diagnostic 5-6, stroke 7, and interventional procedures 8. MRI has had a great impact on the scientific work in Norway 9, and presently almost every hospital has installed MR as a routine acute service. The European Society of ESNR was founded in 1969, and the 5th ESNR Congress was arranged in Norway in 1975, President Per. The next ESNR Congress in Norway took place in Oslo in 2000, President Per, and then again in Oslo in 2020, President Dus. The Norwegian National Society of was established in 1985 during the ESNR Congress in Amsterdam. Today, the National Society has 115 members. The contribution in other important societies, such as the World Federation of Interventional and Therapeutic and World Federation of Societies WFNRS, was established from the beginning as a founding member and member of the board Per. The activity in these societies is kept up to date by the presidents of the National Society, DU and M. Has maintained its status as a separately organized professional, despite the attempts to incorporate it more tightly with general radiology. Are active at every university hospital and larger hospitals, and interventional is performed at all 5 university hospitals. The number of arteriovenous malformations and aneurysms in our population of merely 5 million inhabitants seemed earlier too low to maintain interventional treatment at 5 university hospitals 9. However, the considerable increase in patients treated for strokes by, in addition to other vascular diseases, has given them the quantity necessary to maintain their skills and necessary continuous training at all 5 locations. Most importantly, the health authorities have now given considerable economic support, enabling to prosper. Readers are suggested to contact the corresponding author for figures if needed. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution 4 International License (ORG) licenses by 4.0, which permits use, sharing, adaptation, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if changes were made. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. References: 1p S.J. Hal J.K. Embolization of intracranial arteriovenous malformations and fistulas with polyvinyl alcohol particles and platinum fiber coils. 1992 34-2 4851. 2p Norns H. Angiography and Surgery in Treatment of Cerebral Arteriovenous Malformations of the Brain. 1994 36 410 3 PubMed. 3p Interventional. Review article. Acto. 1999 43 44 9 PubMed. 4ph. vascular interventional in a country with a small and scattered population. 20 years of experience in Norway. 2008 1458 PubMed Central. 5 Server A Advanced Neuroimaging in Brain Tumors, Diffusion, Spectroscopy, Perfusion and Permeability for the Evaluation of Tumor Characterization and Surgical Treatment Planning. Doctoral Thesis, 1997. 6 Server A BJRTT CW PH. Quantitative Apparent Diffusion, Coefficients in the Characterization of Brain Tumors and Associated Edema. Acto. 2010 56 8029. 7T brain MRI findings associated with cognitive impairment before and after stroke. Doctoral Thesis, 2022. 8 Nom T SJ PH. Mr. Angiography in the follow-up of coiled cerebral aneurysms after treatment with detachable coils. Acto. 2002 22 10-4. 9M. Preoperative Planning and Functional. Doctoral Thesis, 2009. A World History of Daniel. 1. A Brief History of the Symposium. There is a tide in the affairs of men, which taken with the flood, leads on to fortune. We must take the current when it serves, or lose our ventures. Shakespeare, Julius Caesar IV. Keywords. Since their inception, SNR meetings have served as the rallying point for active researchers, innovators, and clinicians from across the entire world, providing them with an international stage to compare the results of their investigations and openly exchange ideas and opinions in a positive and friendly atmosphere that encourages scientific inquiry. The Latin-sounding name, symposium, was coined to indicate that this scientific meeting, to be held once every 4 years, should have a different character as compared with the annual meetings of national and super-regional societies. SNR meetings serve as an open-access platform for with diverse backgrounds and wide-ranging areas of interest to present their research, freely exchange ideas and concepts, and engage in fruitful discussions with colleagues from across the world. As Dr. wrote in a comment to the publication of the proceedings in Acta, 1953-40. 85-87, these meetings should be symposia and not congresses, that is, that every speaker must have the time he/she desires at his/her disposal. The word symposium may also be taken to imply that each lecture will be delivered with the aim of stimulating exchanges of views, and therefore be regarded as an introduction to a discussion. Almost 40 years later, in 1992, in Stockholm, the presidents reconfirmed the vision that the meeting should be wholly devoted to the presentation and full discussion of scientific matter. On the other hand, courses for trainees and didactic lectures do not form part of the essential central purpose of such a symposium. It should also be noted that good science is not confined to the more developed countries. Given the spectacular growth of, it has become increasingly difficult to comply with these noble goals. Progressively, SNR meetings have attracted greater numbers from all over the world. Despite the ambition to keep the SNR a scientific meeting of neuroscientists, favoring cutting-edge research, many younger are also interested in teaching and education. In recent times, SNR meetings have aspired to serve as a platform to innovation and research, while at the same time offering high-level medical education. Chronological overview of the SNR. 1939. Antwerp, BA. I-1949. Rotterdam, NL. II. 1952. Stockholm, SE. III. 1955. London, UK. IV. 1957. Brussels, BA. V1961. Rome, IT. VI. 1964. New York City, US. VII. 1967. Paris, FR. VIII. 1970. Gothenburg, SC. IX. 1974. Punta del UI. X1978. Wiesbaden DA. XI. 1982. Washington, D.C., U.S. XII. 1986. Stockholm, SE. XIII. 1990. London, JB. XIV. 1994. Kumamoto, JP. XV. 1998. Philadelphia, U.S. XVI. 2002. Paris, FR. XVII. 2006. Adelaide, AU. XVII. 2010. Bologna, IT. XIX. 2014. Turkey, TR. XX. 2018. Taipei, TW. XXI. 2022. New York City, US. XXII. 2026. London, UK. XXIII. 2030. Sapporo, JP. XXIV. Of bibliographic sources. In 1967, a short history of was published by Profs. Herman and James Bull, on occasion of the symposium which was held in Paris in September 1967. Unfortunately, I never had access to this original source, but it is referred to by other authors. In 1967, a short history of was published by Profs. Herman and James Bull, on occasion of the symposium which was held in Paris in September 1967. Unfortunately, I never had access to this original source, but it is referred to by other authors. In 1989, Prof. Emmanuel Elaine, together with Dr., edited a seminal book with the bilingual title Contribution, La Contribution to the History of European. In 1989, Emmanuel was the president of the Congress of the European Society of in Paris, 26 July 1989. A printed copy of the book was offered to all delegates as part of their registration. The book was published by Paris, France, 1989, and contained photocopies of many original documents, papers, articles, interviews, etc. In 1989, Prof. Emmanuel Elaine, together with Dr., edited a seminal book with the bilingual title Contribution, La Contribution to the History of European. In 1989, Emmanuel was the president of the Congress of the European Society of in Paris, 26 July 1989. A printed copy of the book was offered to all delegates as part of their registration. The book was published by Paris, France, 1989, and contained photocopies of many original documents, papers, articles, interviews, etc. In 1994, a second edition of the book was produced and published by Paris. The project was financially supported by the leading French manufacturer of contrast media. The subtitle of this book was ESNR 1969-1994, and it was published to celebrate the 25th anniversary of the European Society of ESNR. The second edition was presented to the participants of the ex-Congress of the European Society of in Nancy, France, 14-18 June 1994. As for the previous edition, the editors of the book were listed Emmanuel Elaine, and in 1994, a second edition of the book was produced and published by Paris. The project was financially supported by the leading French manufacturer of contrast media. The subtitle of this book was ESNR 1969-1994, and it was published to celebrate the 25th anniversary of the European Society of ESNR. The second edition was presented to the participants of the ex-Congress of the European Society of in Nancy, France, 14-18 June 1994. As for the previous edition, the editors of the book were listed Emmanuel Elaine, and in 2002, a history of 1895-2002 was published on the occasion of the symposium, which was held in Paris, France, August 1824, 2002. This was essentially a third edition of the previous works. The editors were Emmanuel Elaine and Picard, who was the president of the SNR, and the copyright belonged to the symposium. For this book, I could find the following information. ISBN 9782913628113, 2,913,628,117, OCLC number unique identifier 496,562,157, 368 pages, 30 format. In 2002, A History of 1895-2002 was published on the occasion of the symposium, which was held in Paris, France, August 1824, 2002. This was essentially a third edition of the previous works. The editors were Emmanuel Alain and Picard, who was the president of the SNR, and the copyright belonged to the symposium. For this book, I could find the following information. ISBN 9782913,628,113, 2,913,628,117, OCLC number unique identifier 496,562,157, 368 pages, 30 format. 1939, the IST SNR, Antwerp, Belgium. The first ever symposium was a 5-day meeting that took place in Antwerp, Belgium from Monday 24th to Friday 28th, July 1939. In fact, this first meeting was called Pratiques. It was only during the second symposium in Rotterdam in 1949 that the Antwerp meeting was retrospectively as the first SNR. This first meeting was by Dr. a Belgian rhinolaryngologist and ophthalmologist who had trained in Germany and England and who had started practicing in Antwerp in 1927. Dr. had established himself as an expert in radiology of the temporal bone. The co-chair of this first meeting was Dr. a famous from Paris who had invented the technique of stereoradiography of the temporal bone. Dr. could not arrange for the meeting to be held in Paris, so it was moved to Antwerp, Belgium. The event was announced in the journal La on 26 April 1939. The meeting took place in the Prince Institute of Tropical Medicine, ITM, in Antwerp, Belgium, which was founded in 1906 by King II as a school for tropical diseases. It quickly evolved into a global center for research and education in tropical medicine. In 1933, it moved into a newly commissioned building in Art Deco style in Antwerp. This architecturally beautiful and visually striking edifice was very much a state-of-the-art, modern venue at the time of the meeting in 1939. Now part of CGR, now part of GE Healthcare. CGR, now part of GE Healthcare. Ventriculography by Prof. From Stockholm, Sweden. Ventriculography by Prof. From Stockholm, Sweden. Cerebral arteriography by Prof. Dies from Germany. Cerebral arteriography by Prof. Dies from Germany. Prof. Plants discuss the principles of both tomography and subtraction. Many of the participants would not survive the Second World War, which started shortly after the meeting. 1949, the IND SNR, Rotterdam, Bernard George Plants. In 1949, under the presidency of Prof. Dr. Bernard George Plants, Rotterdam hosted the first SNR after the Second World War, WW2. Dutch-born Dr. Plants 1902-1993, trained in Utrecht, the Netherlands, as a specialist in nervous system diseases, but his lifelong passion was to improve X-ray imaging of living tissues. He was a pioneer in the practical implementation of plain film tomography, 1931, also known as planography, in which the X-ray tube and the film moved together around the plane of interest. In 1934, he designed a subtraction 1934 method to improve image quality after injection of contrast agents. Eventually, he essentially became a full-time radiologist. He had attended the 1939 meeting in Antwerp. At this point, it is useful to provide some background information regarding the historical setting of this second SNR, which took place 4 years later the end of WW2. The city of Rotterdam had been subjected to heavy aerial bombardment during the German invasion of the Netherlands, given its strategic location and the economic importance of its harbor. During the bombardment of 14 May 1940, the entire historic city center had been destroyed, and after the end of the hostilities, the city needed to be completely rebuilt. Amidst the difficult early post-WW2 years, the SNR served as a beacon of scientific collaboration and intellectual exchange, fostering advancements in diagnostic imaging techniques. The first post-war SNR provided a platform for the dissemination of new discoveries, thereby reshaping the future direction of. In a spirit of camaraderie among participants, lasting professional connections and friendships were crafted. As the curtains closed on the symposium, its legacy endured, leaving an indelible mark on the landscape of. At the Rotterdam meeting, Prof. was elected as honorary president of the second symposium. Prof. was a prolific writer and authored or co-authored more than 300 publications covering not only radiology of the skull, but also various aspects of neurology, surgery, and psychiatry. Because of his Jewish background, at the age of 65, he had been forced to leave the Vienna University School of Medicine in 1938 and would spend the later years of his life in Melbourne, Australia, where he continued to work at Vincent's Hospital. 1952, the SNR, Stockholm, Sweden. The 1952 SNR took place under the presidency of Prof. Dr. a pioneer in cerebral angiography, pneumoencephalography, and gas. Had been appointed as professor of Röntgen diagnostics at the Institute. In 1949, he had succeeded his famous predecessor, Professor, who was a pioneering in Sweden, serving as the head of the department at the hospital and the Institute during the 1930s and 1940s. Stockholm proved to be an excellent venue for an international meeting in the early 1950s. As one of very few countries in Europe, Sweden had remained neutral throughout the Second World War, and the city of Stockholm was untouched. The country was undergoing a period of social and economic transformation, and the capital Stockholm was at the forefront of these changes. It was a vibrant and dynamic city, with a reputation for its thriving cultural activities, with galleries and concert halls attracting both local and international talent. Under the dynamic leadership of Prof. became as a specialty. This heralded the beginning of a golden age for Swedish. Under his guidance, hospital became the Mecca of. The School of was a world-leading institution and attracted talent from around the globe. Prof. had a huge influence on, and he trained an entire generation of. No fewer than 6 of his pupils were to become presidents of the SNR in the ensuing decades. They were SNR president in 1961, SNR president in 1970, SNR president in 1974, Sigurd Wend SNR president in 1978, Cairo SNR president in 1982, and SNR president in 1986. The disciples of the Swedish school would go on to lead and define the specialty in the coming decades. 1955, the ISNR London, UK James William Bull. At the age of 44, Prof. Dr. James Bull became the president of the ISNR, which was held in London in 1955. It took place at the University of London, Street Campus, London, WC1 from 13th to 17th September 1955. A scientific exhibition, open throughout the week to all members of the symposium, was held in the Institute of Education at the University of London. Participants were informed that there was to be an exhibition of specialized X-ray apparatus and of surgical instruments, pharmaceutical preparations, photographic materials, and protective clothing. Prof. Dr. James Bull specialized in radiology. Thanks to a travel fellowship, he had traveled to Sweden in 1938 to study the new techniques of under Prof. At the hospital in Stockholm. Shortly after the Second World War broke out, he was posted to Singapore. With the fall of Singapore, he spent 3.5 difficult, starving years as a prisoner of war POW in the POW camp. Shortly after WW2, he returned to Stockholm where Prof. had meanwhile taken over as chair at the hospital, developing the techniques of percutaneous angiography and pneumoencephalography. After his return to the United Kingdom in 1946, James Bull was appointed at the hospital as a In 1947, he joined the National Hospital for Nervous Diseases, Queen Square. There Prof. James Bull introduced technique of percutaneous angiography, which he brought back with him from Sweden. His energy, determination, and ability in negotiation and persuasion were instrumental in the introduction of the advancement of. Prof. James Bull served for many years as the director of the Department of at the National Hospital for Neurology and Neurosurgery, Queen Square. The department was named in of Prof. his friend and Swedish mentor. Prof. James Bull trained many of the next generation. Many of those who had spent time at Queen Square would rise to positions of prominence in North America. 1957, the SNR Brussels B. Lane. The symposium in Brussels in 1957, SNR was under the presidency of Prof. L., a prominent Canadian from the Neurological Institute, who is considered the father of Canadian. This SNR in Brussels was most unusual for two reasons. Firstly, while all other symposium presidents before and ever since have chosen to hold the meeting in their country of origin, Prof. opted to have the meeting in Belgium, jointly with the World Congress of Neurology. Secondly, throughout the 1950s and 1960s, the symposia were always held at 3-year intervals. The 1957 symposium in Brussels, which followed that in London in 1955, was an exception to that rule. Prof. had served as a radiologist in the Royal Canadian Navy during WW2 from 1942 to 1945. After the war, he was appointed radiologist-in-chief at the Children's Memorial Hospital and the Neurological Institute. Towards the later part of his career, he served as professor of radiology at University of Toronto from 1967 to 1978. To this day is affectionately considered as the dean or the father of in Canada. He made great contributions in the study of pneumoencephalography, radionuclide brain scanning, as well in describing abnormalities of the cervical spine and junction. To this day, we teach our trainees that the line is a radiographic line drawn on a lateral view that connects the anterior and posterior margins of the foramen magnum. 2. It is used to detect the presence of basilar invagination, impaction, and to determine the position of the cerebellar tonsils relative to the foramen magnum. 1961, the VSNR Rome IT. In 1961, Professor received the 2 and chair the VSNR in Rome, Italy. The meeting was announced in the journal Radiology. The president, Prof. genuinely embraced the idea of a united Europe. After having worked for some time in Stockholm, Sweden, he moved to Paris, France, where he was and still is considered one of the founders of French. Eventually, he would return to Italy, where he was appointed director of the Department of Neurosurgical Diagnosis at the hospital in Bologna, which included an inpatient ward. Prof. was a visionary but demanding chief. He only accepted pupils with a documented neurological culture who were able to accept and treat their patients while working within a team framework. Prof. was a man of contrasts. He was a great enthusiast, supportive of new ideas, but he was also known to be highly critical, and he could be very tough with his trainees. He has been the driving force and guide for Italian AJNR 17-721-730, 1996-195-610, 896-170-40721. In retrospect, the VSNR in Rome may well be considered the first truly modern international meeting with participants from all over the world. Learned about the great progress in this specialty being made, especially in Europe, but also in North America. A plethora of papers were read by such illustrious giants as Chase, Leeds, May, Newton, and Cairo. For all those who attended the symposium, it was obvious that a quantum leap had been made. The VSNR made it clear that needed to be considered a separate science, at the crossroads between radiology and neurology. This meeting marked the birth of modern in Italy. 1964, the SNR, New York City, USA. The presidency of the symposium, to be held in New York City, was awarded to Prof. Dr. who had been appointed following the previous SNR meeting in Rome. Prof. was a leading figure in, and at the time, he was the director at the Neurological Institute of Columbia Presbyterian Medical Center in New York City. The SNR was held at the Astoria Hotel in New York City from 20 to 25 September 1964. This marked the first time the SNR was to be held in North America, a historic event, and a recognition of the rapidly growing role of the New World in Prof. M. 1919-2002 is widely regarded as the father of. His stellar international reputation was linked to his role as a founder of the American Society of ASNR, where he served for several years as president. He also founded the American Journal of AJNR, of which he was the founding editor for many years. Based on their work at the Neurological Institute of New York City's Columbia Presbyterian Medical Center in 1960, M. and Ernest Wood published a 2-volume textbook titled Diagnostic, which was to remain the go-to reference for the next decades. The book focused on the emerging techniques in such as pneumoencephalography and in the mid-1980s, when I served as a clinical fellow at the Massachusetts General Hospital and research fellow at Medical School, Boston, MA, I had the good fortune of getting to know Prof. personally. At that time, he was radiologist-in-chief at the Massachusetts General Hospital and professor at medical school. He took a very keen interest in the work of the fellows. Prof. and his wife invited me to his home, and I distinctly remember him asking me if I was aware that the very first SNR had been held in my Antwerp. I remember him as a great role model and an exemplary leader for 1967, the SNR Paris FR. The SNR was held in Paris at the UNESCO building from 25 to 30 September 1967. The president was Prof. Herman 1899-1982, who served as professor at the CHU from 1963 to 1969. Prof. was a prolific researcher and writer, and has been called the founder, thinker, and of French. He had received his early medical training in Bucharest, where he was awarded his medical degree in 1925. In the setting of a cultural exchange between France and Romania, he traveled to Paris. In 1946, he became Assistant Paris in 1947, and finally, Chief of the Department of EEG and at Law Hospital in 1956. In 1962, Prof. became Chairman of Radiology. He retired in 1970. His enthusiasm led him to courses, seminars, and congresses, to write books and monographs, and to serve as an editor of which is the of his knowledge in general radiology. He was also elected president of the International Symposium in Paris in 1967. His main scientific contributions to concern the base of the skull and the occipital region and their relationships with the cranial nerves, radioanatomy, direct magnification, subtraction, radio-ophthalmology and otology, forensic radiology, and on the occasion of the SNR, a medallion was coined, reproduced in Lev MH.JA.RH. A brief history of and the 60th anniversary of the ASNR, through the decades with ASNR. AJNR MJ. 2022 43 12 E54, E59. The obverse of the medallion shows individuals considered to be pivotal in the development of Dandy. The reverse lists the locations and dates of previous meetings: Anvers, Sick, 1939, Rotterdam, 1949, Stockholm, 1952, Sick, 1955, Brussels, 1957, Rome, 1961, New York, 1964, Paris, 1967. 1970, the ISNR-SC. Under the presidency of Prof. The ISNR returned to Sweden, in the city of from 24 to 29 August 1970. The announcement published in Radiology, June 1969, indicated that the SNR would deal mainly with the following subjects: hydrocephalus, brain atrophy, and cerebral spinal fluid circulation, the central nervous system in the perinatal period, normal and developmental disturbances, advances in ultrasound and diagnostic isotope methods, cerebral angiography, physiologic and anatomic aspects, radiobiology of the nervous system, use of the proton beam in therapy of the brain, and radiological examinations of the spinal canal. Round-table discussions would be arranged on the factors influencing the development of hydrocephalus and how to determine brain death. Papers dealing with other subjects would also be accepted. There were to be scientific as well as technical exhibits in connection with the meeting. Prof. served as the head of one of the two departments of general radiology at Hospital, Gothenburg, Sweden. He had been a student of Prof. in Stockholm, and he was well prepared to meet the needs of the newly opened Department of Neurology and Neurosurgery. Was a pioneer in the technique of electronic subtraction, most useful with angiography and now almost indispensable in interventional, which he developed in a collaboration with Henry, an American-born professor of medical electronics at Technical Institute in Gothenburg. Wallman and were the first to combine television technology with the image intensifier to allow Röntgen screening in daylight. Became professor of general radiology in 1968. He resigned in 1973 and moved to the USA. 1974, the SNR Punta del Uruguay. For the edition in 1974, the SNR moved to Uruguay. It was the first SNR meeting in the Southern Hemisphere and only the second on the American continent. The SNR in Punta del was and presided over by Dr. It was attended by 400 from all around the world. The presidency of the SNR had been awarded to Dr. Since he had been admitted in 1957 as a foreign resident at the hospital in Stockholm, under the direction of Prof. The choice of Punta del was an interesting albeit an audacious one. The 1970s were a politically turbulent period in Uruguay, by social unrest and by the rise of leftist guerrilla movements and subsequent government crackdowns. However, Punta del, where the SNR was held, was a haven of peace and prosperity. It was and still is an affluent resort on Uruguay's Atlantic coast with pristine beaches and a vibrant cultural life. Dr. had a background in neurosurgery and radiology. He was an alumnus of the Swedish School of. Upon his return to Uruguay, he worked as at the Neurology Institute in Montevideo and the Hospital, British Hospital, where the first table in Montevideo was installed. He was affiliated with the University of Montevideo, where he eventually held the chair of radiology. In Montevideo, created one of the most important schools in Latin America. He described central ventriculography as an important tool for the diagnosis of posterior fossa in the pre-CT era. He advocated the use of small quantities of air without removing CSF, a technique that became known as fractional pneumoencephalography. 1978, the ex-SNR Wiesbaden DI Sigurd Wend. The ex-SNR was in Wiesbaden by Prof. Sigurd Wend from 4 to 10 June 1978. The proceedings were published by Springer in 1978 as a 646-page document, ISBN 10-35400807826, ISBN 13-978-3540087823. Wiesbaden is a picturesque city nestled in the heart of Germany's Rhine-Main region, known for its stylish architecture, lush parks, and historic thermal baths. It has a reputation as an elegant spa town, attracting visitors seeking relaxation and rejuvenation. For international Congress delegates, Wiesbaden was very easy to reach, thanks to its proximity to the International Frankfurt am Main Airport. The president of the ex-SNR, Prof. Sigurd Wend, graduated in medicine in 1952 from the Free University of Berlin. He became medical assistant at the Neurological and Psychiatric Hospital of the Free University of Berlin and was certified as a specialist in neurology and psychiatry in 1958. In 1959, he worked under the guidance of Professor at the Hospital of Stockholm. In 1962, he was admitted as a university lecturer in Berlin and traveled as the recipient of a Henry Ford Foundation stipend to spend a year in the United States of America, where he worked with Prof. at the Neurological Institute of the Columbia Presbyterian University, New York, with Dr. Robbins at the Department of Radiology of the Massachusetts General Hospital, Boston, and with Dr. Morgan at the Department of Radiology of Johns Hospital, Baltimore. Between 1952 and 1989, Sigurd Wend published 192 papers on general radiological and neurological subjects and was the co-author of 12 books. His research on brain was exemplary, and he worked generally as a member of a multidisciplinary team: neurologist, neurosurgeon, and neuropathologist. When Prof. Sigurd Wend was elected to the presidency of the ex-SNR, the decision was made in recognition of his original research and abilities. The SNR in Wiesbaden in 1978 was an outstandingly good meeting, memorable for the method of blind selection of oral presentations, the beautiful opera house, the boat trip on the Rhine, and a nightingale that sang daily in the sunshine beside one of the busy roads. 1982, the SNR, Washington, D.C., U.S., Cairo. The SNR took place in Washington, D.C., the capital of the United States of America. Italian-born Professor Cairo, 1926-1997, served as president, and Hillier L. Baker as vice president of the SNR in Washington, D.C. It was the second of the symposia to be held in North America. The meeting occurred during the presidency, with the continuing arms race with the Soviet Union in the background in the waning years of the Cold War. The year 1982 was by the short but fierce war which had erupted between Argentina and the United Kingdom. Prof. Cairo had graduated as a medical doctor from the University of Naples, but spent most of his professional life living and working abroad, first in Sweden, afterwards in the United States of America. Between 1949 and 1953, he had trained in Stockholm in various hospitals such as which were affiliated with the university. In 1953, he moved to the United States, working at Boston City Hospital on a 6-month fellowship. He returned to Italy, where he established the radiology departments of the Neurological Institute of the University of Naples and the Mary's Hospital in October 1957, he returned to the United States of America, to Washington, D.C. He was offered a staff position at the National Institute of Neurological Disorders and Stroke, NINDS, which is a part of the U.S. National Institutes of Health, NIH. Very quickly after his appointment, he established what became known as the NINDS neuroimaging branch in 1958. In 1977, he founded the Journal of Computer-Assisted Tomography, JCAT, one of the major scientific publications in cross-sectional imaging. In 1982, the president, Cairo, and the vice president, Hillier L. Baker, of the symposium established an important innovation, the Fellowship Awards, which would first be presented at the symposium in Stockholm, for the best original work by a radiologist relating to the application of radiology and science to the study of the nervous system. The SNR marked the first time that the community had been exposed to magnetic resonance images, MRI, of the brain. This technique would come to dominate diagnostic in future years. A selection of the abstracts that were presented during the symposium, October 10-16, 1982, in Washington, D.C., was published in Radiology in September 1982. Abstracts for presentation at XII Symposium, October 10-16, 1982, Washington, D.C. Radiology 1982 144-4, 943-962. Prof. Cairo was one of the true giants of. He was a talented and inquisitive researcher, best known for his groundbreaking contributions to diagnostic, computed tomography, and magnetic resonance imaging. 1986, the SNR Stockholm SE. Under the presidency of Prof. The SNR returned to Sweden for the third time and to Stockholm for the second time after 1952. Prof. A graduate of the Stockholm School of at the hospital, quickly became a well-known. In 1956, he spent a year at Washington University in Louis II and teach at the famous Institute of Radiology. He returned to Sweden and would later become the chief of the department at the hospital. He was a leader in the development of clinical applications of computed tomography, CT, and positron emission tomography, PET. Isabelle Berry, University of Toulouse, France, and University of California, San Francisco. Isabelle Berry, University of Toulouse, France, and University of California, San Francisco. Robert R., Massachusetts General Hospital, Boston, Massachusetts. Robert R., Massachusetts General Hospital, Boston, Massachusetts. Beit Israel Hospital, Boston, Massachusetts. Beit Israel Hospital, Boston, Massachusetts. The award winners received a round-trip airfare to Stockholm, 3 days per, a cash prize, and a diploma. In addition, the contributions presented by Dr. T.L. and Doctors J.B. and Dr. were selected for a mention, receiving a cash award and a diploma. The proceedings of the symposium were published as a voluminous 774-page supplement to ACTA XIII Symposium. Stockholm, June 23-28, 1986. ACTA Supple. 1986, 369-1774. PMID, 2,908,789. This was in contradistinction to the previous SNR, for which only a small selection, 20 pages of abstracts, had been published in Radiology Abstracts for presentation at XII Symposium, October 10-16, 1982, Washington, D.C. Radiology 1982 144-4, 943-962. The SNR played an important role in shaping the future direction of research and clinical practice leaving a lasting impact on everyone who attended the meeting. 1990, the SNR, London, Edward Philip George. Professor George was by the prestigious invitation to be the president of the SNR, which took place in London from 17 to 23 June 1990. It was a testimony to the enormous personal respect in which he was held by the world's leading academic neuroscientists. It was the second time that the SNR visited London. The proceedings of the SNR were published in a hardcover volume, edited by Profs. George and Ivan. Prof. George was one of Britain's leading, and interestingly, he was also a world-famous veterinary radiologist. During the Second World War years, he had been a medical student at King's College, London, and chairing Cross Hospital Medical School, qualifying in 1945. George had a privileged professional relationship with Prof. James Bull, who was his senior, and who had served as for the ISNR in London in 1955. Despite their difference in age, they were close friends. When Prof. James Bull retired in 1975 from Queen Square, Prof. George succeeded him as director. A year later was awarded the first academic chair in Britain at the Institute of Neurology. He served as the director of the famous radiological department at the National Hospital for Neurology and Neurosurgery, Queen Square, London, until his retirement in 1985. His department was a veritable incubator for talent and ideas, the careers of an entire generation from all parts of the world. Prof. George also served as the editor-in-chief for. When the four-yearly SNR was to be held in London in 1990, he was the obvious choice as president, even though this event arrived at a relatively late stage of his illustrious career. 1994, the ex-SNR Kumamoto, J.P. Japanese received the Great International of hosting the ex-SNR in Kumamoto from 25 September to 1 October 1994 under the presidency of Prof. It was the first such event to be held in Asia. More than 1,200 delegates convened to discuss the most recent developments, including interventional functional imaging, MRI contrast media, new techniques in MRI, iodinated contrast media, and other topics. The proceedings were published in a hardcover volume, edited by Profs. And Ivan. The ex-SNR was held in Kumamoto, a city on the southern Japanese island of Kyushu, rich in culture and history. Kyushu is known for its natural beauty and offers spectacular vistas of Mount, one of the largest active volcanoes in the world. Though Kumamoto is a growing and modern city, it still retains its traditional charm and historical significance. The president of the ex-SNR was Prof. In 1960, he had graduated as a medical doctor from Kyushu University at Fukuoka. He became one of the founding board members of the Japanese Society of, which had been formed in 1972 at Memorial Hall in Tokyo. In 1980, he was appointed as professor and chairman of radiology at Kumamoto University School of Medicine. He held this position until 2001, when he became professor emeritus. Professor was a prolific author and served as an editor-in-chief of 1998, the SNR Philadelphia, PA, USA, Camel. In 1998, the SNR convened in Philadelphia. Prof. K served as president, while his colleague and good friend Prof. Stephen A. acted as vice president. The SNR was a special event for 3 reasons. To start with, it was the first SNR to be presented under the auspices of the recently established World Federation of Societies, WFNRS, which had been founded in 1994 at the ex-SNR in Kumamoto, Japan, thanks to the driving force of Prof. Nash. Secondly, it was conceived and as a conjoint back-to-back meeting between the SNR, Thursday 15th May to Sunday 17th May 1998, and the 36th Annual Meeting of the American Society of from Sunday 17th May to Thursday 21st May 1998, both held at the Pennsylvania Convention Center in Philadelphia, USA. Thirdly, it would be the third such event to be held in North America, after New York in 1964 and Washington, D.C. in 1982, and the community saw it as a recognition of the great advances that had been made on their continent. The host city, Philadelphia, is one of the oldest cities in North America, and has always enjoyed a special place in American history and culture. The Declaration of Independence was conceived, written, and signed in the city on 4th July 1776. The proceedings were published as a supplement to the Journal Volume 11 Issue 1 Supple, May 1998. The President, Prof. K, was born in Cairo, Egypt in 1930 and received his medical degree from the University of Cairo in 1955. He was an innovative thinker and developed many original research ideas. He was passionate about quantification of cerebral blood flow using diverse imaging techniques. In the early 1960s, he developed a technique for catheter cerebral angiography, which led to his becoming one of the early pioneers in interventional. During his most academically productive years, he served as the director at the Neurological Institute of Columbia Presbyterian Medical Center in New York. 2002, the SNR Paris Fr. Picard. The SNR was held in Paris from 1824 August 2002 under the presidency of Prof. Picard. The meeting took place in Paris at the Porte Maillot as a conjoint meeting with the European Society of ESNR. Several of the SNR's past presidents were united in Paris. Nestor, George. The proceedings of the SNR were published as a 2-volume supplement allowing indexing in the scientific literature. At the occasion of the SNR, a book entitled The History of World was published and distributed among the participants. The President, Prof. Picard, was a neurologist by training, a clinician at heart, and a pioneer of interventional. He had spent his entire professional career in Nancy, France, where he had created a strong school together with a closely knit team of loyal collaborators. Throughout his career, Prof. Picard tirelessly to further the development of French and increase its scientific, medical, and political influence. He was one of the founders of the French Society in 1970. He was the editor-in-chief of the Journal for 24 years, from 1977 to 2001. In 1990, he created the WFITN, World Federation of Interventional, and served as its president and vice president from 1991 to 1995. Picard was an exceptional person and a role model for his many students and collaborators. 2006, the SNR Adelaide AUS, Michael R. Sage. In 2006, the SNR moved to Adelaide, the capital of South Australia, under the presidency of Prof. Michael R. Sage. The meeting was held from 19 to 24 March 2006 under the auspices and with financial support from, the Australian and New Zealand Society of ANZSNR. The ANZSNR logo was incorporated into the SNR logo. The modern and versatile Adelaide Convention Centre was a perfect venue for the SNR, and the meeting was attended by 743 delegates and 81 partners from around the world. An excellent scientific was created by a large national and international faculty of experts and consisted of several symposia covering cerebrovascular disease, subarachnoid, cerebral arteriovenous malformations, epilepsy, dementia, brain, cerebrospinal fluid, spine and spinal cord, skull base, sinuses, and head and neck. However, the choice to the meeting in Adelaide had not been without risk. Though Adelaide is renowned for its elegant architecture, lush parklands, and vibrant cultural scene, the city is relatively remote and difficult to reach, with few direct flights from other parts of the world. Though Prof. Michael R. Sage had served as the first president of the Australian and New Zealand Society of ANZSNR, which had been founded in 1993, and which held its first meeting at the Sydney Convention Centre at Darling Harbour on Thursday, 21 October 1993, with 19 members in attendance. The next year at the ex-SNR in Kumamoto, ANZSNR was to become one of the founding members of the World Federation of Societies, WFNRS. In September 1994, Prof. Sage was elected the first Secretary-General of the WFNRS. Professionally and scientifically, Michael Sage had been well-known since many years. He was chairman of the Department of Radiology at Flinders Medical Centre and held an academic appointment at the College of Medicine and Public Health at Flinders University. Professor Sage and his colleagues at Flinders University focused their research to contribute significantly to the understanding of the blood-brain barrier. 2010, the SNR Bologna ITA Marco. The SNR took place in Bologna, Italy from 4 to 9 October 2010, under the presidency of Prof. Marco with Prof. Anton acting as vice president. However, it was not the original plan to the meeting in Bologna. When Marco pitched his project to the WFNRS, the plan had been to the meeting in Venice, and this proposal was approved. Approximately 1 year before the scheduled start of the meeting, Prof. Marco informed the community that, for important technical reasons, he had been obliged to move the symposium site venue from Venice to Bologna, which also implied the dates of the meeting were changed to 4-9 October 2010. Prof. stated that while Bologna is not well known and of course lacks the charm of Venice, it is a very nice and interesting city too, and he confirmed that all the participants would like it. The meeting was held in the Palazzo della E, Bologna, under the banner of the World Congress of Diagnostic and Therapeutic. At the time of the SNR, Prof. Marco held the chair at the University of Bologna and was the director of these in the. After he obtained his medical degree in medicine and surgery in 1967, he specialized in radiology in Padua. For a short term, he was a fellow of Prof. one of the founders of European, but he left to be nominated as the chief of IN at the University of. After 13 years, he moved to the University of Milan, where he was appointed as full professor of. Eventually, he would move back to Bologna to become chief at the hospital. I remember Prof. Marco as an innovator and an astute advocate of, in Italy and internationally. He held many positions of leadership in scientific, and he was the founder and editor of the Journal and Interventional. 2014, the ex-SNR Istanbul TR-e Talay. The ex-SNR was held in Istanbul from 7 to 12 September 2014 at the International Convention and Exhibition Center under the presidency of Professor Talay. While the WFNRS is the that provides support and energy behind the symposium, all the practical arrangements were very much the work of the symposium president, Professor Talay, who a remarkable meeting in Istanbul, the city where East meets West and tradition embraces innovation. The ex-SNR was conceived as a celebration of the power of to bridge borders and transform lives, advancing scientific knowledge and improving patient outcomes worldwide. The proceedings of the ex-SNR were published as a 476-page supplement to Ex-Symposium. 56 Supple 1 1476, 2014. Org 101007 S00234014144054, including abstracts from lectures and poster presentations covering stroke, head and neck, diagnostic, spine and interventional, adult diagnostic, intravascular interventional. The ex-SNR president, Prof. Talay, received a medical degree from the university. He has had a most distinguished career as prominent Turkish, holding many national and international positions of leadership in. In 2014, at the time of the ex-SNR, he was director of the division of at the University School of Medicine. He currently serves as professor and chairman of the Department of Radiology at University in Ankara. Prof. Talay is a leading figure in his field, having held many distinguished functions as president of the European Society of ESNR, president of the Turkish Society of TSNR, president of the World Federation of Societies WFNRS, and chief examiner for the European Board of. Dr. Talay's expertise and research interests include advanced imaging of the brain and spine. In 2025, he served as Congress President of the first-ever Joint Congress of the Asian-Oceanian, European and Turkish Societies, of Combining Forces with European Society of ESNR, the Asian-Oceanian Society of Head and Neck Radiology AOSNHNR, and the Turkish Society of TSNR. 2018, the SNR Taipei TWN1. The SNR, the World Congress of 2018, took place under the presidency of Prof. Wan and was held from 19 to 23 March at the Taipei International Congress and Exhibition Center, TICC, Taipei, Taiwan. The meeting was hosted by the Society of Taiwan, NRSD. The meeting was held in combination with the 12th Asian-Oceanian Congress of Head and Neck, AOCNHNR. Prof. Wan had been elected as the president of the SNR in 2010 during the SNR in Bologna, Italy. After 8 years of preparation, the SNR successfully united more than 1,000 attendees from 50 countries over 5 continents and 39 industry sponsors. The 5-day meeting consisted of 74 sessions on 6 themes, including brain, head and neck, spine, intervention, highlights, and special sessions such as Master to Master and Junior Meets Junior. In addition to the comprehensive scientific, the SNR Organizing Committee unprecedentedly invited famous Taiwanese artists to join the Congress and exhibit their artworks, as well as hosted tea art performances throughout the Congress at the Congress venue of TICC. It is the true form of and unification of the art of healing, the healing of art. And as for the attendees, the organizing committee hosted a photography exhibition competition that allowed the attendees to submit their photography works and displayed them during the Congress. Professor Wan received the medical degree MD from China Medical College, Taichung, Taiwan. In 1993, he obtained a D degree from the Institute, Stockholm, Sweden. He trained at the Radiology Department, Taipei Veterans General Hospital, Taipei, Taiwan, between 1983 and 1989. He is currently chief of the Division of Radiology Department, Taipei Veterans General Hospital, and professor of radiology with National Yangming University, Taipei. His research interests include magnetic resonance, Mr. images, Mr. perfusion images, gamma knife radiosurgery, Mr. diffusion tensor imaging, as well as artificial intelligence, AI applications such as federated learning. 2022, the SNR New York City, NY, USA. Scientific oral presentation, to be included during ASNR only. Scientific oral presentation, to be included during ASNR only. Electronic scientific poster, to be shown during both meetings. Electronic scientific poster, to be shown during both meetings. Electronic educational exhibit, to be shown during both meetings. Electronic educational exhibit, to be shown during both meetings. Oral presentations to be included during SNR only. Oral presentations to be included during SNR only. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, which had entered its 3rd year, both events were offered as hybrid meetings, i.e. live remote. Delegates had the option to attend in person or virtually. Participants were given the option to transfer their registration to an alternative form of participation at no additional cost. The president of the SNR, Prof. was born in Guatemala. He graduated as a medical doctor from the University of San Carlos. His career in the USA started with 1 year as a research fellow at MD Anderson Hospital in Houston. He went on to complete a residency in diagnostic radiology at the University of Miami, followed by a 2-year fellowship at University in Atlanta. He returned to the University of Texas in Houston and in 1992 was recruited to the University of North Carolina. Dr. served as chief of the division for over 28 years. Prof. is one of the visionary leaders of our discipline. He has received many distinguished, including as President and Gold of American Society of and of the American Röntgen Ray Society, ARRS. For many years, he served as the editor-in-chief of the American Journal of. It is therefore not surprising that he was called to serve as president of the symposium, the world's oldest meeting. 2026, the SNR, London. The SNR will convene in London, United Kingdom, from 30th September to 4th October 2026, with Prof. A serving as president. The SNR will be held under the auspices of the WFNRS, and it will be held in conjunction with the 49th European Society of ESNR annual meeting and the meeting of the British Society of. The meeting motto is Mind the Future, from Innovation to Impact, and the meeting symbol shows a lateral view of the human brain with a superimposed schematic transport map representing the lines and stations of the London Underground. Prof. is professor of and head of the division of and at the University College London, UCL, Institute of Neurology, and he serves as head of Department of National Hospital for Neurology Neurosurgery, UCLH Foundation Trust. Prof. graduated as a medical doctor and obtained the habilitation from the Ludwig in Munich. He received the fellowship from the Royal College of Radiologists. His work focuses on the translation of research from the basic science level to clinical applications, using advanced MR imaging techniques to improve diagnosis and treatment of CNS disease, especially MS, movement disorders, and intrinsic brain. 2026, the SNR Sapporo, Prof. And Prof. The SNR will be held in Sapporo, Hokkaido, Japan, under the presidency of the program chairs, Professor, Department of Radiology, Graduate School of Medicine, Hokkaido University, and Professor, Department of Radiology, Faculty of Medicine, University. It will be the first time in 36 years that the SNR will be held in Japan. The previous time was the X-meeting of SNR, Kumamoto, 1994. The website of the Japan Convention Bureau announces the event as the 24th Symposium of the World Federation of Sciences. The event will likely take place in June or July 2030, and they expect approximately 1,200 participants from different countries and regions around the world. Final thoughts. In researching and writing this chapter, I often thought about Mark Twain's famous dictum, which states that history never repeats itself, but it does often rhyme. This statement perfectly applies to the history of the symposium, SNR. The first part of the quote emphasizes that every SNR meeting is unique, one of a kind, with its own distinct vibe, and the circumstances are never identical to a past event. The second part of the quote indicates that, even though all SNR meetings are different, their presidents share similar dreams and objectives, while facing comparable challenges and difficulties. This is the rhyming part of the statement. At the end of his paper, A History of in Italy, Marco wrote AJNR MJ 1996, 1704, 721, 730, that's the end of my story. There is no conclusion because, luckily, history is still in the making. This holds true for the SNR. Our history does not end at the time this chapter was written, but continues into the future. Our community looks forward with great anticipation to the next editions in London SNR XXII 2026 and Sapporo SNR XXIV 2030, and we are confident that these meetings will unite from across the globe. Overview of the SNR meeting by continents, countries, host cities, years, and Roman numeral identifiers. Asia N3. Japan. Kumamoto. 1994. XV. Sapporo. 2030. XIV. Taiwan. Taipei. 2018. XXI. Australia Oceania N1. Australia. Adelaide. 2006. XVII. Europe N15. Belgium. Antwerp. 1939. I Brussels. 1957. V France. Paris. 1967. VIII. Paris. 2002. XVII. Germany. Wiesbaden. 1978. XI. Italy. Rome. 1961. VI. Bologna. 2010. XIX. Netherlands. Rotterdam. 1949. II. Sweden. Stockholm. 1952. III. Gothenburg. 1970. IX. Stockholm. 1986. XIII. United Kingdom. London. 1955. IV. London. 1990. XIV. London. 2026. XIII. Turkey. Istanbul. 2014. XX. North America N4. USA. New York City. 1964. VII. Washington, D.C. 1982. XII. Philadelphia. 1998. XVI. New York City. 2022. XXII. South America N1. Uruguay. Punta del. 1974. There have been only 2 meetings in the Southern Hemisphere, Punta del and Adelaide. The SNR has never been held on the African continent. This distribution hardly reflects the scientific, economic, or demographic reality of our world in the 21st century. The Eurocentric worldview of European and North American perspectives, often to the detriment of non-Western schools of thought. The SNR needs to acknowledge other perspectives and foster inclusive dialogues with other medical and academic communities. In Asia, Latin America, the Middle East, and Africa is rapidly expanding, addressing different realities and healthcare issues which are influenced by social, economic, and environmental factors. The WFNRS bears the solemn responsibility of choosing the host cities for the next SNR meetings, and needs address the consequences associated with those geopolitical decisions, which are of vital importance to ensure ongoing success. International air travel is expensive, complex, stressful, and time-consuming for delegates attending SNR meetings. Ideally, SNR host cities should have easy-to-reach major airport hubs, with scheduled direct flights offered by different airlines. This makes it more convenient, cheaper, and faster for attendees to fly in, limiting the number of flights and the time wasted in airport layovers. From past experiences, we have learned that SNR locations that were difficult to reach struggled to attract enough delegates to defray the costs of hosting the meeting. Complex, expensive, and time-consuming travel itineraries act as significant deterrents. They create barriers to participation and contribute to social exclusion, with particular impact on delegates from low- and middle-income countries. Similarly, preference must be given to inner-city SNR Congress venues, which are reachable by a well-developed public transportation system, allowing delegates to access the meeting without the need for private cars, taxis, or buses. All SNR presidents dream of creating a unique and memorable meeting, delivering impactful, lasting, and scientifically stimulating experiences to the participants. Yet all SNR presidents face similar financial and challenges. History rhymes even though it does not repeat itself. The of a large international meeting is an increasingly complicated and costly. Rather than leveraging the experience, knowledge, and resources of their predecessors, SNR presidents must essentially start from scratch to address the challenges in the chosen venue. This is in contradistinction to other large scientific societies, e.g., the Radiological Society of North America or the European Society of Radiology, which offer all-inclusive event management services that protect the president and other stakeholders from the financial liability, time commitment, stress, and complexity of planning and running a large conference. The WFNRS should consider developing a roadmap for future SNR meetings to improve efficiency, achieve objectives, and ensure alignment with the ongoing goals of the international communities. The development of such a directive requires financial and human resources, but it will provide invaluable assistance to the SNR president to plan the meeting, develop define clear objectives, and support WFNRS goals. An uninterrupted stream of thought linking past SNR meetings to present challenges and future strategic opportunities is vital to sustain the continuous growth of the SNR meetings. Future SNR presidents should be able to build upon the success of their predecessors, learn from past failures, avoid repeating mistakes, implement improvements and innovations to ensure the ongoing success of the SNR. Alignment with the WFNRS goals will become ever more important as the SNR family expands to embrace diverse communities in other continents, addressing complex societal and healthcare issues, and developing alternative diagnostic and therapeutic perspectives for a diverse and rapidly growing population. For figures related to the contents, the readers are recommended to contact the chapter correspondent for further information. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution 4 International License (ORG) licenses by 4.0, which permits use, sharing, adaptation, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if changes were made. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. Further reading. 1G Symposium, Rotterdam. The Rotterdam Symposium on 1951, 11-159. PMID 14,830,1337 PubMed. 2H Introduction, Law Introduction to J. Med. 1964 45 1822. PMID 14,143,085 PubMed. 3 Bull J.W. The History of Proc. Arsoch Med. 1970-63, 6637-43. Org 1011770003, 591-57700-6300640. PMID 4,916,568, PMCID, PMC 1811576 PubMed Central. 4 HP. James William Bull, M.D., 1911-1987. Radiology. 1979 132 550. //.org/101148/1302 PMID 366,669 PubMed. 5 BJ. Lane, MD 1912-1982. Radiology. 1983 146-2 565. Org 101148 Radiology 1462 565. 6 XII Symposium. Washington, D.C., October 10-16, 1983. AJNR MJ. 1983 432 19882. PMID 6,410,704. PMCID, PMC 8334977. 7 XIII Symposium. Stockholm, June 23-28, 1986. Acta Supple. 1986 369 1774. PMID 2,908,789. 8 Tai the Symposium. Acta. 1987 28 6657 8. PMID 2,962,596 PubMed. 9 G. James William Bull, 1911-1987. AJNR MJ. 1988 93532 PubMed Central. 10 G. Professor Dr. Med. Sigurd Wend. 1992 34 171 2. Org 101007 BF00 596329. 11 Sage Mr. The History of an Australian Perspective. AJNR MJ. 1995-16 612953002. PMID 7,677,029, PMCID, PMC 8337848 PubMed Central. 12M Pioneers and History of Japanese. AJNRMJ. 1995-16 47414. PMID 7,611,031, PMCID, PMC 8332308 PubMed Central. 13 Hauser Au. A Historical Perspective. Radiology. 1995-196-112. Org 10-1148 Radiology 196-177884551. PMID 7,784,551 PubMed. 14 T. The History of Swedish. Active. 1996-37-3-245571. Org 10-117702 841851960-373P209. PMID 8,652,312 PubMed. 15M. A History of in Italy. AJNRMJ. 1996 17472130. PMID 8,730,193, PMCID, PMC 8337264 PubMed Central. 16 MS. Cairo 1926-1997. AJNRMJ. 1998-196-100-710. PMID 9,672,004, PMCID, PMC 8338636 PubMed Central. 17 Picard L. The XVII Paris Symposium, August 1824, 2002. J. 2027-2-83-4. PMID 10,970,956 PubMed. 18 MS. Dinner at Keene, The Founding of the American Society of. AJNRMJ. 2001-22-9-18035. PMID 11,673,184, PMCID, PMC 7974432 PubMed Central. 19 MS. 1919-2002. AJNRMJ. 2002-23-710658. PMCID, PMC 8185710 PubMed Central. 20 EA MT Picard L. A History of, Symposium, Paris, France, August 1824, 2002. 21 X Symposium, Punta del Uruguay, 1974. In IA MT Editors. A History of 1895-2002, Toulouse, Europa edition. 2002. P55. 22 T 1905-2005. AJNRMJ. 2006-27-71396. PMID 16,927,472, PMCID, PMC 7977540 PubMed Central. 23M Invitation to attend the symposium. 2010-52-3-29-31. 24 Abstracts of the XIX Symposium. The World Congress of Diagnostic and Therapeutic, Bologna, Italy, 4-9 October 2010. J 2010-23 Supple 11488. 2010 Sept 20. PMID 24,477,266. 25 L to Professor. 2010-52-655-6. Org 10-1007, S0023401006883 PubMed. 26 Van J. J.P. Plants Van N. Plants, inventor of planography and subtraction. And 2011-155, A2164. PMID 21,418,697, Dutch PubMed. 27 IG SK A Quint DJ. Back to the Future Brain Imaging. AJNR MJ. 2012 33 15 11. Org 10 174 A2936. 2011 8. PMID 22,158,930. PMCID PMC 7966158 PubMed. 28 Abstracts of the X Symposium, September 7-12, 2014, Istanbul, Turkey. 2014-56, Supple 11476. Org 101007, S0023401414054. PMID 25,107,432. 29 Symposium. 2018-60 Supple 11406. -1819837. PMID 29,520,428. 30 M 100 Years of an Acta, A Swedish Perspective. Acto. 2021-62, 11-14519. Org 1011702841851211051027. 2021-11. PMID 34,761,690. PubMed. 31 Lev MH JIRH. A Brief History of and the 60th Anniversary of the ASNR, Through the Decades with ASNR. AJNR MJ. 2022 4312 E549. Org 103174 A7712. 2022 1. PMID 36,456,083. PubMed. 2. Purpose-Driven Mission, A History of the American Society of ASNR, 1992-024. Keywords. Preamble 1962 to 1990. The American Society of ASNR was established on April 19, 1962, in New York City under the leadership of Dr. M. 1. The 14 founding members created a professional society, 1. To develop and support standards for the training and practice of, 2. To foster independent research in, and 3. To promote a closer fellowship and exchange of ideas among. 2. During its first 3 decades, ASNR organized its activities around its original mission and focused on creating an identity of as an autonomous discipline. The society developed its governance and committee structure to meet the needs of its growing membership and annual meeting, and to achieve other goals. 3. Advances in CT, MRI, and PET fueled growth in neuroimaging and interest in the field. In 1980, ASNR launched its official journal, the American Journal of AJNR. By 1990, the annual meeting, once a closed scientific meeting held in a single conference room, evolved into an affair attracting a broad audience and covering a wide range of topics. U.S. policymakers and insurance carriers began to increasingly scrutinize rising healthcare expenditures and raised questions about the value of. Concerns over the proposed healthcare reform legislature in the early 1990s, along with diminishing funding for research and an increasingly complex regulatory environment, led ASNR to pursue a proactive role in shaping healthcare policy as a forceful advocate for. During the last 3 decades, ASNR's strategic goals, organization, and governance structure have progressed to address the dynamic challenges and opportunities, although its core mission and vision remain the same. From focusing on education, practice and training standards, research, and public policy to adapting to technological advancements and enhancing diverse member engagement, ASNR's activities reflect a commitment to advancing and maximizing patient care. ASNR strategic goals and initiatives since 1990. ASNR has driven its activities by strategic and based on practice and advocacy, education and training, governance and research. Before 1990, society officers undertook planning with input from committee chairpersons. ASNR began a formal strategic planning process in the spring of 1994 under the leadership of its new executive director, James B. and Dr. R. Nick Bryan IV. Developed over a year-long process, the 1994 strategic plan was shaped by internal factors, e.g., members' surveys on policy and future direction, and needs assessment on programs and services, and external factors, e.g., emerging legislative and regulatory issues or turf battles. ASNR has updated its strategic plan every 3-5 years except in the early 2000s, when the focus temporarily shifted to needs assessment and developing educational programming 5. While ASNR has updated strategic plans periodically, the core pillars undergirding them are unchanged since its founding. Practice advocacy. ASNR has elevated by promoting high standards of practice and through advocacy work. The Society has sought to demonstrate its value to its members and establish its vital role in patient care. Intersociety collaboration has been key to the development of practice parameters and technical standards for 6. ASNR has worked effectively with the American College of Radiology (ACR), other radiology organizations, and neurological and neurosurgical societies to develop practice parameters and training and credentialing standards for procedures 7. In September 1994, ASNR achieved a long-sought goal of certification by the American Board of Radiology, signifying as a distinct medical 8. Although controversial at the time, the Society later encouraged maintenance of Certification 9 and provided members with resources to fulfill requirements 10. No longer serving as the surrogate certifying body for, ASNR could then focus on building a more inclusive society 11. While ASNR has long aligned closely with ACR on political matters, it has been prepared to go it alone and lobby on its behalf 12. In 1995, a Clinical Practice Committee, CPC, initially led by J. Pollock, MD, was created to focus on socioeconomic issues impacting 13. In 1996, ASNR gained a seat in the American Medical Association, AMA, House of Delegates and its influential Current Procedural Terminology Editorial Panel, CPT, and the Resource-Based Relative Value System Update Committee, RUC-14. These committees play a major role in coding and reimbursement decisions in the United States, and ASNR's seat allowed members' voices to be heard. In 2000, ASNR CPC helped achieve 6 new billing codes for Common Exams 15. To strengthen its relationship with ACR, the CPC and its subcommittees aligned with ACR Commission in 2011-16. Since 2012, ASNR has participated in over 100 support letters, task forces, and coalitions with other organizations on a range of issues related to healthcare policy, reimbursement, and practice standards 17. ASNR has endeavored to be an inclusive society in recognition that international outreach and collaboration are vital to its future. In 1991, ASNR advocated for the creation of the World Federation of Societies out of the Symposium 18. ASNR launched an International Imaging Symposia program in 2016. In 2017, the Society created the ANG ASNR International Outreach Professor Program to formalize the sponsorship of visiting professorships to developing nations 19. Patient outreach has assumed greater importance for ASNR. In 2003, ASNR published 3 information pamphlets on stroke, AVM, and aneurysm for distribution to patients 20. The Society created a patient-centered ad committee in 2011 to promote the value-added role of 21. Education training. ASNR fulfills its education mission through its annual meetings, publications, practice standards, guidelines, and curriculum development. Annual meetings. The annual meeting, held in major cities across North America in late spring, is a premier educational event too. A topical symposium sponsored by the ASNR's Research Foundation precedes the main meeting. The program committee has tailored meeting content to be timely and relevant to the membership, which is equally represented by academic and community practice radiologists. The Society has made significant efforts, particularly after the 2010 strategic plan, to enhance the meeting's value for the entire constituency, including research scientists and members in training 16. Concurrent Society programming by ASHNR, ASSR, ASDIN, later SNIS, and ASPNR began in 1996 and by ASFNR in 2005. At the 1999 meeting in San, ASNR formalized the responsibility of societies for planning their annual meeting content. Multidisciplinary case-based reviews with partner organizations like the Society of Oncology have been popular, as have advanced imaging seminars and interactive scientific poster sessions introduced in 2010. Joint programming with ISMRM began in 2010. The creation of ASNR study groups in 2014 strengthened the Society's ties with the broader neuroscience research community by uniting investigators with common interests, such as vessel wall imaging and AI-22. Corporate sponsorship for the meeting has varied over time depending on a range of factors, such as federal regulations on funding for medical meetings. ASNR currently benefits from corporate support and vendor-sponsored programming. ASNR has fostered international collaboration by hosting the symposium in 1998 and 2022 and by incorporating sessions led by the Latino Americana, YSILAN through the European Society of ESNR, and the Asian-Oceanian Society of and Head and Neck Radiology, AOSHNR. ASNR introduced the audience response system in 2005 along with dedicated SAM and mock sessions to help members earn credit toward FOR in 1998. ASNR introduced informatics programming as the Electronic Learning Center, rebranded Synaptic Junction in 2010, and Computer Science and Informatics in 2013. At the 2015 symposium, patients participated in sessions to discuss their experience dealing with disease. Other important non-programming introduced since 2010 include Young Professionals, 2010, Evidence-Based Medicine, 2017, and Diversity and Inclusion, 2021. The meeting format has also embraced a digital presence. By 2000, presenters submitted 99% of abstracts online. ASNR has made meeting content available through a variety of electronic media, such as CD-ROM, flash drive, and via mobile app, 2012, with electronic exhibits available online for several months after the event 23. Publications. ASNR's flagship publications are the AJNR, and launched in 1980 and 2011, respectively. During its first decade of publication, the American Journal of Röntgenology co-published articles in the AJNR, reflecting the journal's co-ownership by the American Röntgen Ray Society, ARRS. On January 1, 1986, full ownership of the AJNR passed from the ARRS to ASNR 24. AJNR has had 7 editors-in-chief. M. 1980-1989, Michael S. 1989-1997, Robert M. 1997-2005, Robert I. 2006-2007, 2007-2015, Jeffrey 2015-2023, and Max 2023-present. Since the 1990s, AJNR has increased in size, article submissions, international authorship, and impact factor. AJNR has grown from 6 to 12 issues a year, began digital publication in September 2000, and launched a mobile app in 2010. In January 2025, AJNR transitioned its publication to an all-digital format. A major update to AJNR's website Web2 in 2010 added Case of the Week, Classic Case, AJNR blog, podcasts, and a Fellows Club among other features 25. Manuscript submissions have steadily increased since the 1990s, from 610 in 1998 to over 1,700 in 2020-26. By 2007, over 50% of submissions to the journal came from outside the United States 27. Between 2010 and 2023, AJNR's impact factor has ranged from 2.949. Since 2016, the ASNR has offered free or low-cost journal access to developing nations through the WHO HINARI program. Current editor, Dr. Max has introduced the AJNR Academy of Reviewers to elevate the quality of the peer review process, and AJNR to promote AJNR content via social media 28. Is ASNR's peer-reviewed, quarterly, educational journal published online since June 2011 and bi-monthly since 2015. Serves to supplement the basic and clinical science research published in the AJNR with high-quality educational articles. 29 since March 2013, has offered continuing medical education CME credits. Doctors, and served as the initial editors, and the journal consisted of educational exhibits selected from the annual meeting. Barton F. IV, MD, then chair of the ASNR Education Committee, was the first editor-in-chief. He was succeeded as editor-in-chief by Joshua P., MD, in June 2020. In early 2026, was rebranded as AJNR Clinical Practice, focused on high-quality, peer-reviewed, practice-oriented clinical content. The monthly AJNR podcast reviewing journal highlights began with the December 2009 issue. There have been 5 podcast editors to date. C. Phillips, MD, 2009-2012, W. MD, 2013-2017, Wend, MD, 2017-2021, Courtney, MD, 2021, and MD, 2021 present. Started the AJNR blog in January 2009 to provide space for book reviews, annotated bibliography of literature, and other important editorial news. By December 2009, the blog received about 5,000 visits per month. 30. Standards, guidelines, and curriculum development. ASNR's educational, training, and curriculum development activities have advanced to meet the changing needs of professionals, embracing state-of-the-art technology, and ensuring the relevance of continuing education. Initiatives are as follows: introduction of the core curriculum course in 1994, development of the sponsored, live in 20,145 creation of the fellowship curriculum in January 2021, and a comprehensive course in September 2022 to supplement institutional curricular offerings. Currently, ASNR's Education Connection platform provides a library of on-demand webinars, podcasts, and other resources. Since its launch in September 2019, ASNR has hosted over 120 webinars, and learners have earned over 84,000 CME hours. 31. The Society secured accreditation for fellowships by the Accreditation Council for Graduate Medical Education, ACGME, in 1992, with the objectives of addressing the workforce crisis in the late 1990s and adapting training standards to innovative technologies and practice patterns. ASNR advocated for a fellowship match in January 2001, which organized and streamlined the trainee selection process, improved fairness, and reduced no-show rates among fellows. ASNR focused on recruiting and supporting future leaders through leadership development programs, targeted meeting features for fellows, and the establishment of the Young Professionals Committee in 2014. Free membership for members in training category and the development of a career center arrived in March 2021. ASNR has collaborated with other societies, such as SNIS and AANS6, to define practice standards for, including guidelines for training and artificial intelligence standards. ASNR digital presence and social media. ASNR has embraced digital presence and social media as crucial components of its strategy to engage members, disseminate knowledge, and foster community within. The journey began on December 20, 1996, with the launching of its website, marking the start of its online presence. Over the years, ASNR has matured its digital strategy, including major website redesigns in 2008 and in 2022 to improve user experience and access to curated content, embracing social media platforms in April 2010, and launching a Facebook page in December 2012. 32. Governance. ASNR executive leadership. During its early years, a small executive committee comprising elected officers conducted the society's business. ASNR lacked physical headquarters or administrative staff. ASNR presidents relied on their personal staff and resources to fulfill their duties. The increasing complexity of the annual meeting in the 1970s, coupled with membership growth, led the society to seek an experienced meeting planner and managerial support. ASNR approached the Radiological Society of North America, RSNA, for help. In 1983, ASNR hired George F., the RSNA's Director of Scientific Meetings, to assist in planning its annual meeting and other activities. Was both a meeting consultant and a managing director. In that capacity, he remained an RSNA employee and worked for the ASNR part-time. 33. Retired from RSNA in 1989 and was succeeded by who had served as ASNR's assistant managing director since 1985. Played an instrumental role in gaining ownership of AJNR 34. In the summer of 1990, ASNR achieved full independence from RSNA with its own office and administrative staff. After left, the ASNR began a search for a new executive director. In 1993, ASNR hired James B. FACHE to serve as executive director. Brought a wealth of managerial experience, including 5 years as executive director of the American Society of Clinical Oncology. Brought skills in strategic planning and implementation, organizational development, corporate relations, fundraising, and fiscal management to bear on the challenges facing the society. He built ASNR's professional staff from 5 to 17, bringing in experts in functional areas like finance, human resources, technology, and meeting planning. Over the next 2 decades, and physician leaders oversaw the growth and evolution of ASNR from a radiology society operating under the auspices of RSNA into an independent national organization with over 5,500 members and strong international partners. With scheduled to retire at the end of 2016, ASNR conducted a national search and selected Mary Bate, MBA, to succeed him. Came to ASNR with over a decade of executive leadership experience, most recently as executive director and foundation president of Helping Hands Center, a large social services organization. 35. In her role as ASNR executive director, oversees a staff of 17 and the work of ASNR's board of directors to ensure that the society remains dedicated to the fulfillment of its educational, research, and advocacy missions. ASNR physician leadership. The ASNR physician leadership structure has changed in size, structure, and composition since its founding. ASNR chooses officers annually. Until the early 1990s, a nominating committee made recommendations on a slate of candidates, effectively selected the president without input from the members. Historically, ASNR leadership has come from major academic institutions on the east and west coasts of the United States and the Mayo Clinic. In 1992, in response to member feedback that elections were undemocratic, ASNR began soliciting its general membership for nominations for elected positions. 12. In 1995, Dr. Robert was the first president of the ASNR, elected through this more inclusive member ballot process. In its 61-year history, ASNR has made strides, particularly in the last decade, to improve the diversity of the senior leadership to reflect the changing membership and the elevation of women and community practitioners. To date, 10 women have served as president. The first woman to serve as president was Ann G., MD, in 1988-89. Another 17 years would pass before a second woman, A. MD, was elected president in 2005. Since that time, 8 other women have served as president, including Tina Young, MD, FACR, and past President W., MD, FACR 36. In 2018, Robert M. became the first private practice to be elected ASNR President 7. ASNR Executive Committee. The ASNR Executive Committee, the EXCOM, had been the Society's principal decision-making body since October 1962. The EXCOM functioned like a traditional corporate board of directors, empowered to conduct the Society's business, controlled funds, and the safekeeping or sale of property. 37. For many years, the EXCOM consisted of the President, President-elect, Vice President, Secretary, and Treasurer. All standing committees of the ASNR reported up to the EXCOM. By the early 1990s, members raised concerns that the EXCOM had become too insular, unresponsive to the needs of and private practitioners, inadequately defended turf, and lacked participation in reimbursement policy decisions. In 1992, the ASNR revamped its governance structure to allow for greater member representation, greater authority, and expansion into new fields of public policy and practice. Standards. 38. By 1994, the EXCOM had grown to include the senior elected officers, 1 member at large, the 3 most recent past presidents, the chair of the Rules Committee, and representatives of the groups recognized by the Executive Committee. 39. That year, a small administrative committee was established. The EXCOM was empowered to carry out business between meetings of the membership. Whereas the Society empowered the Administrative Committee to conduct business between meetings of the Executive Committee. 40. Over the next decade, ASNR's XCOM expanded to incorporate representatives of pre-existing standing committees and those of newly formed committees created over the years to address various issues such as health policy, research, and fellowship training. By 2014, the XCOM had 22 voting members and 11 non-voting members 41. The XCOM became a valuable component of the ASNR leadership, fostering collaboration among various regional and societies, and including input from committee chairs, the ACR Council, and other societies. It had also become unwieldy. ASNR needed a smaller, nimbler group to oversee management and functions, and to improve the efficiency and focus of Leadership 42. In 2015, ASNR restructured its governance, rebranding the Administrative Committee as the Board of Directors, BOD. The new BOD consisted of the President, President-elect, Vice President, Secretary, Treasurer, First, Second, and Third President, Executive Director, non-voting, Chair of the Foundation of the ASNR Board of Trustees, Editor-in-Chief of the American Journal of AJNR, and up to 3 additional members chosen by the Board 43. 4 years later, in 2019, ASNR underwent another significant leadership reorganization, replacing the XCOM with the Board of Directors and a new Advisory Council, AC. The BOD retained its composition and fiduciary responsibilities, while the larger AC, comprising the elected officers and chairs of the standing committees, functions to advise the board in meeting strategic goals and initiatives and has some specific authorities. ASNR redefined terms of service of its officers and assigned the vice president as chair of the AC 44. ASNR committee structure. ASNR's committees are necessary to promote the Society's mission and fulfill its vision. Hundreds of dedicated professionals have volunteered their time and energy to serve on various committees. Whereas the ASNR BOD steers the ship, the committees have provided the power to generate ideas, solve problems, implement programs, and serve as a training ground for the Society's future leaders. Headquarters administrative staff, who provide critical liaison services including facilitating planning, communications, advice on policy and procedures, and program implementation, have assisted ASNR committees. The modern committee structure of ASNR has its origins in the early 1970s, which, broadly speaking, has consisted of standing, and annual meeting program-related committees reporting up through the XCOM 45, and after 2019 through the BOD. The number of ASNR standing committees has risen steadily from 6 in 1962, executive, auditors, rules, membership, program, and nominating, to 31 in 2015-2016. The Society has formed new committees to oversee increasingly complex daily business, i.g. Finance, Publications, and Commercial Relations Committees, and through the Strategic Planning Process, i.g. Fellowship Directors and Social Media Committees. In 2013-2014, ASNR underwent a major expansion of its standing committees, many of which existed for years. Committees were grouped into 5 broad categories: core missions, health policy, research and education, meeting-related program and technical IT, social engagement, membership, commercial relations, ASNR Foundation, publication, infrastructure and inter-society relations, administrative, admin and XCOM, human resources, audit, finance, rules, nominating, and honorific honorary membership, outstanding contributions in research, and gold medal award 46. The 3 long-standing health policy subcommittees on economics, quality, safety, and value, and standards and guidelines were all elevated to committee status, reflecting the complexity of practice and payer issues. Among the new committees formed were computer science and informatics, website and online CME, young professionals, and international collaborations. 47. Further restructuring and consolidation of committees occurred between 2017-2023 to align those with similar purposes such as website with social media, or to incorporate important committees like health policy and the special regional societies into the advisory committee. In 2020, ASNR BOD established a standing committee on diversity and inclusion to ensure that the increasingly diverse and complex nature of the Society was incorporated into its many programs, functions, and activities. 48. Most recently, in 2023, the AJNR Editor-in-Chief position was removed from the Board of Directors to reflect best practice and consistency with other societies' practices. the editors-in-chief of all ASNR publications, currently AJNR, and remain on the ASNR Advisory Council 49. Evolution of the ASNR Constitution. The foundational governance document of ASNR is its constitution, first in April 1962 and updated on a near-annual basis. Over 6 decades, its basic structure has remained stable, defining the Society's objectives, roles and terms of officers, membership criteria, and functions of major committees. Since the 1980s, ASNR's constitution has become more detailed. These changes reflect a commitment to maintaining a dynamic and relevant professional organization and a continued evolution of the Society's governance and operational procedures, aiming to provide transparency and flexibility, and to reflect current and best practices. ASNR has made some major changes to its constitution. In 1992, ASNR decided to increase its role in socioeconomic issues, public relations, interaction with government and private payers, and explore intersociety collaboration. The Society therefore undertook extensive constitutional reform to improve the operational efficiency of a larger society and democratization of the selection of its leadership. From that point, ASNR made an open call to its membership for nominees for officers 51. Between 1969 and 1994, the ASNR Constitution added 4 new objectives. 1. Providing for an annual scientific and educational meeting. 2. Promoting close cooperation with other related specialties. 3. Establishing a channel to publish research. And 4. Promoting understanding among patients, the public, and other medical specialists. 52. Before 1990, membership was by invitation only and for fellowship trained. As membership plateaued, the Society sought to attract new members from the broader neuroscience research community and from outside North America. Periodically, ASNR has amended its membership categories to be more inclusive and to streamline the application process. Achieving the milestone of certification required the ASNR to compromise with organized radiology by allowing all qualified individuals actively engaged in the professional practice to sit for the exam. In 1995, the ASNR Constitution was amended to create a new route for junior members to advance to senior membership, and also enabled any radiologist who had received a certification from the ABR to be eligible for senior membership 53. Since 1962, ASNR has admitted international physicians, designating them corresponding members, until 1999 when they were folded into the member category. In 2014, the Society created a new member category called International Outreach to include individuals from developing countries with an annual per-person GDP of $10,000 or less. 54. As of 2024, there were 7 member categories. 9. Changes to the ASNR Constitution have seldom generated controversy. In 2007, the ASNR Executive Committee's proposal to include non as senior members caused great consternation among the Society's members. 55. An earlier decision by ASNR to add a dues assessment of $1,800 on top of regular member dues to fund the Society's philanthropic foundation had the unintended consequence of a 5–10% attrition in membership. Some members chose not to renew, while others converted to a less expensive member category. ASNR leadership had strategized ways of increasing member ranks by removing financial and bureaucratic barriers and eliminating the perception of a second-class status of non-senior members who lacked voting rights or the ability to chair committees. Societal growth helped introduce fresh ideas and new potential leaders, fostered collaboration with other specialties, and increased international participation at a time when over 50% of AJNR manuscripts came from outside the United States. A larger ASNR also meant greater influence within organized medicine. David M., M.D., then president-elect of the ASNR, noted, "This is not just about money. It is about expanding the sphere of influence of the ASNR, making it a broader, more scientific, international, and far-reaching society." 56. Member sentiment was decidedly against the proposed changes, fearing that it would dilute the influence of, devalue senior membership status, and open the Society up to domination by non. Furthermore, as written, ASNR would no longer require senior members to practice 50% of their time, be board certified, or reside in North America 56. ASNR quickly rescinded the dues increase and took other measures to control costs, such as decreasing the length of the annual meeting and limiting spending on social events. The 2007 amendments did not pass, and instead the Society later created member-in-training and research scientist member categories to encourage fellows and neuroscientists to join the Society 57. In 2019, ASNR undertook a comprehensive review of its constitution and made substantial changes to reflect current best practices, clarifying governance roles of the Executive Committee and affirming its important advisory role. Extensive wordsmithing to the Constitution improved its clarity and consistency and introduced gender neutrality. The Society created a new ASNR policy and procedure manual to contain operational procedures and logistical details of committee structures that were previously in the Constitution. This change was meant to streamline the document and improve the flexibility of ASNR for growth and innovation. Research. Those who do the research control the field. 58. ASNR has long recognized the critical importance of research for the future of 59. The Society has been proactive in supporting research through various initiatives, starting with a Fellowship in Basic Science Research Award in 1986 to foster the scientific development of young researchers 60, the creation of a research committee in 1991 to oversee research activities, and the establishment of a philanthropic foundation in late 1994 to secure financial resources necessary to ensure research and educational opportunities for its members. Expansion of the ASNR's role in education and research, and the need for aggressive fundraising to support research independent from members' donations, other radiology organizations, government and corporate sources have been consistent with the Society's strategic plans. Around 2010, ASNR recognized that it had lost the lead in neuroimaging research and that the Society needed to grow its foundation and develop a sustainable structure for research, including projects that benefited community-based 61. The 2018-2021 strategic plan highlighted the need to develop the governance and interoperability of the ASNR board, its foundation, and the ASNR Research Committee so that the research agenda was aligned with strategic initiatives, and that research priorities cascaded throughout the Society 62. Foundation of the ASNR, FASNR. The foundation of the ASNR, FASNR, began operating as a tax-exempt, nonprofit organization in 1995-63. The foundation was governed by a small board of trustees that was expanded in 2002 to include more representation by Community 64. From 1994 until 2014, the Foundation's board had a single chair, Burton P., M.D. 1995-2001, A. James, M.D. 2001-2007, J. M.D. 2007-2010, and A. M.D. 2010-2014. In 2014, the Foundation restructured its leadership into two branches, with co-chairs for research and grants and funding and development. This reorganization intended to facilitate the evaluation and administration of an increasing number of grants, develop a more inspired approach to fundraising, 65, and a sustainable framework for ASNR-sponsored research, 66. CMD MPH, FACR served as co-chair research and grants from 2014-2023 and was succeeded by Christopher P. MD D in 2023. AMD has served as co-chair funding and development from 2014 to present. The Board of Trustees currently consists of two co-chairs, the ASNR President, the President-elect Program Chair, two members at large, and the ASNR Executive Director. In 2020, the ASNR entered into a new financial and management agreement with the Foundation to simplify the contractual terms around use of the Society's staff and administrative resources, 67. Individual member donations, periodic financial support from growth in ASNR financial reserves, and corporate sponsorship have been the Foundation's principal funding sources. Historically, 7-10% of ASNR members have donated to it. During fiscal year 2022 alone, 214 individuals donated a total of $158,068. In 2018, the ASNR BOD began sponsoring a matching grant for first-time donors, yielding a 17% increase in such donors, 69. Corporate sponsors to the FASNR have included Target Therapeutics, pharmaceuticals, and among others. In 2023, the FASNR received a $4 million charitable contribution to establish the Mark Fund for Research and Education in Mental Health to develop competitive research grants and education related to mental health 70. In 2019, the FASNR established 3 giving circles: the Leadership Circle, the Chairman's Society, and the Corporate Giving Circle. The goals of the giving circles include increasing foundation giving annual, major, and planned gifts, creating an organizational identity, and building camaraderie among philanthropists who consistently support the foundation. Recently, the FASNR redesigned its website to highlight donors and grant recipients 71. The ASNR and its foundation remain financially strong, with over $11 million in reserve as of 2021-72. Since 1995, the FASNR has awarded over $8.83 million in grants, with 75% of funding awards made through the Research Fund for Alzheimer's Disease and Neurocognitive Disorders, $2.12 m, the Basic Science Award $1.82 m, and Scholar Award in Research $1.75 m, 73. More than 116 individual researchers have been funded since 1987. FASNR awards over $340,000 in grants annually 74. As of 2024, the FASNR offers the Foundation Grant Program for promising young researchers, the Alzheimer's Association Foundation of the ASNR Imaging Grant in Alzheimer's Disease and Neurodegenerative Diseases, the Trainee Research Grant in the Mark Mental Health and Neuropsychiatry Imaging Research Grant, and the Women in Leadership Award funds attendance at the ACR's annual Radiology Leadership Institute Summit 75. The Foundation has also recently established an innovative research fund to support research in AI, clinical data analytics, comparative effectiveness, novel neuroimaging techniques, and translational research. The Foundation has a tripartite mission to support excellence in patient care, research, and education. The FASNR has funded some of the advocacy work of the Health Policy Committee, which has benefited all members, and educational activities such as ECME, Live, and the annual meeting Symposium 76. In 2016, the Foundation provided $150,000 in support to the societies to develop research programs. The FASNR has fostered relations with the NIH 2006-2010, collaborated with ISMRM 2007, and co-sponsored grants with the RSNA 2013 and ARRS 2014. To keep members up to date on emerging neuroimaging techniques, such as fMRI and diffusion tensor imaging, the Foundation introduced hands-on workshops at the 2014 annual meeting. ASNR Research Committee. The ASNR Research Committee, established in the early 1990s, is responsible for fostering research in, for overseeing researchers and research activities funded by or through the Society. 77. The committee evaluates applications for competitive grants, makes recommendations on grant recipients to the Foundation's Board of Trustees, and monitors the progress of research by funded individuals. The Research Committee has played a vital role in developing strategies to increase NIH funding and fostering intersociety collaboration with the RSNA, ISMRM, the Organization for Human Brain Mapping, OHBM, and the Society for Neurosciences, N. ASNR-sponsored research has spanned from basic science to clinical applications, including physiologic imaging, outcomes research, and the development of new diagnostic and therapeutic devices. Recent efforts have emphasized evidence-based medicine, comparative effectiveness research (CER), and artificial intelligence (AI) 78. Conclusion. Since its inception in 1962, ASNR has evolved from a small, visionary group of founders to a major force in the field of. The Society has stayed true to its original mission while adapting to the vast changes in healthcare, technology, and the socio-economic environment that have occurred since 1990. The Society's strategic shifts toward inclusivity, advocacy, education, and research reflect its commitment to advancing and optimizing patient care. With continuous strategic planning, ASNR has not only navigated challenges but has also seized opportunities to promote excellence in practice, advocate for the specialty, foster international collaboration, and drive forward with innovation in research and education. The enduring legacy of ASNR is a testament to its members, dedication, and the pivotal role it plays in modern medicine. The author would like to acknowledge the following individuals who provided encouragement and invaluable support toward the completion of this endeavor: Mary Bate, W. M.D., James B., FACHE, Karen, Robert M., M.D., M.D., William P., M.D., Robert M., M.D., A., M.D., J., M.D., Robert I., M.D., Robert R., M.D., David M., M.D., C., M.D., Barton F. I.V., M.D., C., M.D., and Aaron, M.D. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution 4 International License, org licenses by 4.0, which permits use, sharing, adaptation, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if changes were made. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. Appendix: Past Presidents of the American Society of W.M.D. FACR. Aaron M.D. FACR. 2021-22 Tina Young, M.D. FACR. 2020-21 Joshua A. M.D. FACR FSIR FSNIS. 2019-20 Robert M. M.D. FACR. 2018-19 C. M.D. MPH FACR. A. Bello M.D. FACR. 2016-17 A. M.D. 2015-16 A. M.D. 2014-15 K. M.D. FACR. 2013-14 M.D. FACR. W. M.D. 2011-12 David B. Hackney, M.D. FACR. 2010-11 M.D. FACR. 2009-10 John R. M.D. FACR. 2008-09 Robert D. Zimmerman, M.D. FACR. 2007-08 David M., M.D., MBA. 2006-07 Robert I., M.D. 2005-06 A., M.D. 2004-05 Victor M., M.D. Charles M. Struther, M.D. 2002-03 A., M.D., FACR. 2001-02 William P., M.D. 2000-01 William S. Ball, M.D. J.M.D. FACR. 1998-99 A. James, M.D. Richard A. M.D. Burton P. M.D. Robert R. M.D. Robert M. M.D. 1993-94 S. Forbes, M.D. FACR. 1992-93 David Norman, M.D. R. Nick Bryan, M.D. D199091 Anton N., M.D. FACR. 1989-90 Joseph F., M.D. 1988-89 Angie, M.D. 1987-88 Michael S., M.D. 1986-87 C. Nash, M.D. 1985-86 R. Thomas, M.D. Samuel M., M.D. 1983-84 O. Wayne Hauser, M.D. 1982-83 Arthur A., M.D. 1981-82 Gabriel H. Wilson, M.D. George, M.D. 1979-80 David O. Davis, M.D. 1978-79 Stephen A., M.D. 1977-78 K., M.D. 1976-77 Norman E. Luds, M.D. I.M.D. 1974-75 Hillier L. Baker, M.D. 1973-74 T. Hans Newton, M.D. 1972-73 Fred J. III, M.D. Norman I. Chase, M.D. 1970-71 D. M.D. Cairo, M.D. 1968-69 Colin B., M.D. 1967-68 Harold O., M.D. 1966-67 Ernest H. Wood, M.D. L. M.D. 1964-65 M. M.D. 1962-64 M. M.D. Founding members: Norman I. Chase, M.D. Cairo, M.D. William N., M.D. Fred J. III, M.D. Colin B., M.D. Norman E. Lides, M.D. Eugene V., M.D. L. M.D. Thomas H. Newton, M.D. Harold O., M.D. Day, M.D. M. M.D. M. M.D. Ernest H. Wood, M.D. Displaced. References: 1 M.S. Dinner at Keene, The Founding of the American Society of AJNR M.J. 2001 22-9 18035 PubMed Central. 2 Essay. ASNR Recollections, A Brief History of the American Society of 1988, S. Forbes Collection, ASNR Digital Archive. 3. 7. 4 ASNR Strategic Plan, May 1995. Bryan had served as ASNR President from 1991-92. 5 James B. and A. M.D. FACR, Personal Communication. 6 Jordan J.E., A Call to Improve the Visibility and Access of the American College of Radiology Practice Parameters in A Powerful Value Stream Enhancer for Both and Patients. AJNR MJ. 2019 42 213 6 PubMed. 7C for example, JJ 3rd, Sachs D. Ferlin AJ WR EJ PE MN, Vascular Coalition Writing Group. Training and Credentialing Standards for Diagnostic Angiography, Carotid Stenting, and Cerebrovascular Intervention. AJNR MJ 2004, 2510-1732-1741. 8JF. The Ultimate Recognition for AJNR MJ. 1992-133833 PubMed Central. 9RR Forbes GS. Why I Should Take My CIQ Examination. AJNR MJ. 2004 25 56 9. The ABR now calls mock continuing certification. PubMed Central. HASNR President and D. Second Past President, President's Message, Don't Mock the Mock. Thursday, April 15, 2010, org via Internet Archive, Web Archive org. 11 ASNR Strategic Plan, 1999-2000. 12 Bryan RN. 1992, ASNR Presidential Address. AJNR MJ. 1992-13-6-16524 PubMed Central. 13 ASNR Strategic Plan, Strategic Issue 3, Socioeconomics, May 1995. ASNR renamed the Clinical Practice Committee as the Health Policy Committee in April 2012. 14 Pollock A. P. Representation of the ASNR in the AMA House of Delegates at Risk. AJNR MJ. 2006 27 2 239 40 PubMed Central. 15 WD. The Resource-Based Relative Value Scale and ASNR's History at the RUC. Neuroimaging NAM. 2012 22 34 21 36 PubMed. 16 ASNR 2010 Strategic Plan. 17 minutes ASNR 2023 Annual Business Meeting, Tuesday, May 2, 2023, ASNR Advocacy Activities, Org Advocacy Activities Access 10 Mar 2024. 18 Nash DC. The World Federation of Societies, A Proposal. AJNR MJ. 1990 112 58 45 7 PubMed Central. 19 ASNR International Imaging Series, Org International Education Collaborations, Access 3 Mar 2024. 20 ASNR offers patient information pamphlets on stroke, AVM and aneurysm, posted August 14, 2003, org, via Internet Archive, Web Archive org. 21 Sci-C. American Society of Presidents Report, Planning for Our Future in a Changing Healthcare Environment, ASNR 2011 Annual Meeting, Seattle. 22 The ASNR study groups include CSF flow hydrocephalus 2012, vessel wall imaging 2014, tumor genomics 2014, fMRI DTI 2014, Alzheimer's disease ARIA 2019, and PET oncology 2024. 23 Proceedings from past ASNR meetings. Org meeting proceedings accessed 5 Mar 2024. 24 JM. Editor's comments on the 10th anniversary of AJNR. AJNR MJ. 1989-10-112 PubMed Central. 25 M Editor-in-Chief Midterm Report. AJNR MJ. 2011-32-6977 8 PubMed Central. 26 minutes ASNR 2021 Annual Business Meeting Virtual 2021. Org. 27 RI. Last words. AJNR MJ. 2007-28 81426 PubMed Central. 28 M Introducing AJNR and the AJNR Academy of Reviewers. AJNR MJ. 2023 4412 1357 PubMed Central. 29 IV Barton F. 2011 111. Org 10317411100007. 30 AJNR blog reaches 50,000 visits. Org 2009-1209 reaches 50000 visits accessed 8 Mar 2024. 31 Ops. ASNR 2021 Annual Business Meeting Minutes. 32 ASNR shared its first post on X, formerly Twitter, in April 2010. As social media began to grow and become an integral part of organizations' communication strategies, a presence on Facebook, LinkedIn, and Instagram followed. Annually, the Society shares more than 1,600 posts per year across its social platforms and receives more than 94,000 visitors to its website. ASNR remains committed to digital strategies to ensure timely flow of information to members and the community. 33 SIJ AN. RSNA and ASNR, a decade of collaboration. Radiology. 1991-179-2-578. 34G in memory, 1937-1994. AJNR MJ. 1995-16-47-86. 35 ASNR news release Mary Bate named new Executive Director for the American Society of ASNR posted on September 9, 2016 org via Internet Archive, Web Archive org. 36 CC PC MB Bello JA. Women Rising to the Top, the Tipping Point for the ASNR. AJNR MJ. 2019-40-124 PubMed. 37 ASNR Constitution. January 1986 Rev. Forbes Collection ASNR Digital Archive. 38 Bryans. 39 in 1994 recognized groups were the American Society of Head and Neck Radiology ASHNR, the American Society of Interventional and Therapeutic ASITN, now called the Society for Surgery, the American Society of Pediatric ASPNR, and the American Society of Spine Radiology ASSR. The American Society of Functional ASFNR was established in June 2004. 40 ASNR Constitution, revised May 1994. 41 The XCOM voting members included the elected officers, chairpersons of major standing committees, and representatives of the 5 societies. ASNR Constitution, revised August 14, 2014. RM. Personal Communication. 43 ASNR Constitution, revised February 9, 2015. 44 ASNR Constitution, revised December 2023, Robert M. MD FACR Personal Communication. 45. 46 ASNR 2013 Strategic Plan, Issue 5, Subcommittee Report on Developing ASNR Leadership. 47 ASNR Constitution, revised August 14, 2014. 48 Jordan J.I. ASNR E-News, Diversity and Inclusion in the ASNR, posted on March 16, 2020 org. 49 ASNR Constitution, revised December 2023. 50 by P. Secretary's Report 1991-1992. AJNR-MJ. 1992-13-61655 PubMed Central. 51 YW. Personal Communication. 52 ASNR Constitution, revised May 1994, revised December 2023. 53 RM. 1995 ASNR Presidential Address. AJNR-MJ. 1995 1610-1367. 54 ASNR Constitution, revised August 2024. 55 Hunter G.J. Rules Committee Chair, Letter to ASNR Senior Members on Proposed Constitutional Amendments, April 2007. 56 Letter to ASNR Members from David M., M.D., President-elect, ASNR on Proposed Changes to the ASNR Constitution and Frequently Asked Questions, 28 September 2007, org. 57 ASNR Constitution, revised 20 July 2010. 58 ASNR 1995 Strategic Plan, Strategic Issue 6, Neuroscience Research, May 1995. 59 RE. The American Society of Research, the Opportunities and the Challenges. Radiology. 1998-2-09137 PubMed. 60 RT. ASNR Fellowship in Basic Science Research sponsored by Imaging, 16 December 1985, S. Forbes Collection, ASNR Digital Archive. 61 ASNR Strategic Plan 2010, Strategic Issue 3, ASNR's Role in Supporting Research. 62 ASNR Strategic Plan, Goals and Objectives, 2018-2021. Org. Access 10 Mar 2024. 63 In 2002, the foundation of the ASNR was rebranded as the Education and Research Foundation, NERF. NERF reverted to its original name, Foundation of the ASNR, in 2011. New for 2011, rebranding of the foundation, Monday, February 28, 2011, org. 64 WP. 2002 Presidential Address. AJNR-MJ. 2002-23-814335 PubMed Central. 65 ASNR E-News, ASNR President's Review of 2014, MD, posted on March 2, 2015. Org. 66 ASNR 2013 Strategic Plan Implementation Grid, Strategic Issue 3, Role in Sponsoring Research. 67 RM. ASNR 2020 Presidential Address. 68 OP. 2002 Presidential Address, ASNR President's Report 2013-2014, MD FACR. ASNR's reserves exceeded $13 M in 2021. ASNR 2021 Annual Business Meeting, virtual Wednesday, May 26, 2021. 69.2018 Annual Report of the Foundation of the ASNR, Foundation.org. Access 10 Mar 2024. 70 Foundation of the ASNR to establish new mental health research and education initiative, Foundation.org page Our Impact Access 10 Mar 2024. 71 Foundation of the ASNR 2024 First Quarter Newsletter, Foundation.org. 72 Minutes ASNR 2023 Annual Business Meeting, Tuesday, May 2, 2023. 73 Information provided by ASNR Executive Director, Mary Bate. 74 FASNR Impact, Foundation.org page Our Impact Access 10 Mar 2024. 75 other FASNR grants and awards include the Outstanding Contributions Award, the Comparative Effectiveness Research Award, the Research Scientist Award, the ASNR RSNA Research Scholar Grant, the ANG ASNR International Outreach Professor Program, the Research Grant in Artificial Intelligence, and the David M. Research Fellow Award. Some research grants have been sunset over the years based on need and relevance. 76 Letter from the President, Search for New Leaders of the Foundation of the ASNR, MD, FACR Chair, Search Committee for Chair of the FASNR President, ASNR, posted January 27, 2015, org. 77 ASNR Research Committee. Org About Us Committee's Research Committee accessed 10 Mar 2024. ASNR recently renamed Live as ASNR Core Education. 78 The ASNR established an Evidence-Based Medicine Committee in 2017 to promote the application of sound clinical research methods by offering educational sessions and hands-on assistance to prospective investigators. ASNR EBM Committee, Org About Us Committee's Evidence-Based Medicine Committee, accessed 10 Mar 2024. Since 2019, the ASNR and RSNA have co-sponsored AI challenges on intracranial hemorrhage, brain tumors, and lumbar degenerative disc disease. The AMA stipulated that greater than 25% of a professional society's voting members also be AMA members to qualify for a seat in the House of Delegates. The ASNR almost lost its seat in 2011 by not reaching this threshold. The Society's 50th annual meeting took place in New York City in 2012. The COVID-19 pandemic caused the 2020 and 2021 meetings to be held virtually. Over 4,000 people attended the first virtual meeting. The 2022 and 2023 meetings here hybrid virtual in person. The 2024 meeting returned to an in-person format. Society of Diagnostic and Therapeutic. SAM Self-Assessment Module, Mock Maintenance of Certification. Live was rebranded Core Education Series in 2022. Society of Surgery and American Association of Neurological Surgeons. An appendix provides a full list of ASNR past presidents. The Administrative Committee consisted of the President, President-elect, Vice President, Secretary, Treasurer, First Past President, and the Executive Director ex non-voting. These categories are Senior Member, Junior Member, Member in Training, International Outreach Member, Research Scientist Member, Emeritus Member, and Honorary Member. 3. Asian Oceanian Society of and Head and Neck Radiology, the Early Years. Keywords. Introduction. The Asian and Oceanian Society of and Head and Neck Radiology, AOSNHNR, is a federation of societies comprising and head and neck radiologists, dedicated to the science and the arts of diagnostic and interventional radiology within the region of Asia and Oceania 1. This chapter chronicles the founding and development of the society to the present day, focusing especially on our congresses. The AOSNHNR works closely with international partners in Europe, the Americas, and also with general radiology societies and those of our allied health professionals. Many individual members have made important contributions, and individual Asian and Oceanian national societies have written other chapters in this book, which readers are encouraged to peruse. Founding of the AOSNHNR. In the early 1990s, the need for a society in the Asian and Oceanian countries to promote and head and neck radiology was growing. The impending establishment of the World Federation of the Societies, WFNRS, at the same time, gave new impetus to our radiologists to form a society to provide representation from the Asian and Oceanian regions too. Through the initiative of Profs. A meeting was arranged in January 1994 among interested participants attending the 18th International Congress of Radiology in Singapore in 1993. At this first organizational meeting of the AOSNHNR, the representatives of the countries and regions of Asia and Oceania met and discussed the organization of the society and its Constitution 3. Prof. was designated president-elect and asked to organize the first scientific meeting to coincide with the XV Symposium, scheduled to be held in Kumamoto in September 1994. The constitution of the society was carefully discussed by the representatives and finally adopted through mail ballots. First Congress and XV Symposium, Kumamoto 1994. The final organizational meeting of the society was held at the Hotel New, Kumamoto, Japan on September 25, 1994. More than 30 representatives from Asia and Oceania region founded the society. The office of the society was located at the Department of Radiology, Kumamoto University School of Medicine, Japan. The constitution of the society was adopted officially, and the office bearers were elected by representative national delegates. President Japan. President Japan. Vice President Taiwan. Vice President Taiwan. Treasurer Michael Mu, Taiwan. Treasurer Michael Mu, Taiwan. Secretary Japan. Secretary Japan. National and regional delegates. Mark, Australia. Elizabeth, Australia. India. Japan. Japan. Korea. Ho, Korea. Hosa, Korea. Francis Hui. Singapore. Jackson Saiti. Taiwan. Chin Lai. Taiwan. Thailand. Hunxing Lam. Peng. China. It was decided at the council meeting that the AOSNHNR would join the WFNRS, as well as the International Congress of Head and Neck Radiology. The delegate to the WFNRS would be of Thailand, and the delegate to the ICHNR would be S of Japan. It was also agreed that in the following years, the meeting would be held every 3 or 4 years in various cities of the Asian and Oceanian countries. Following the organizational meeting and a brief opening ceremony, with an address by Prof. 9 proffered papers were presented with stimulating discussions. A special lecture, Spinal Cord Injury, Mr. Imaging and Evolving Concepts in Treatment by Dr. R.M.'s USA was also included in the program. Following the inaugural meeting, the Secretariat lost no time in reaching out and collating the list of national delegates among potential member countries. Second Congress, Taipei 1997. The Second Congress of the AOSNHNR, held in Taipei, Taiwan from March 23 to 27, 1997 under the presidency of Dr. Proved to be a successful meeting which attracted 228 delegates. Secretary General was Michael Mu, and Scientific Committee Chairman was Professor Wan. During the council meeting, important amendments to the Constitution of the Society were also passed. New national delegates were admitted into the council. They were Benjamin D. and Al. Dr. was elected as President, Prof. Michael Sage as Vice President and Prof. Michael as Secretary General Treasurer. Third Congress, Adelaide 1999. The third AOCNHNR Congress was held in Adelaide, Australia from June 18 to 211,999. At the council meeting, Prof. Michael Sage was elected President, Prof. as Vice President and Prof. Tress as Secretary General Treasurer. Prof. Sage reported that over 70 posters were submitted. 5. Fourth Congress, Seoul 2001. The fourth AOCNHNR Congress took place very soon after the 9/11 tragedy, when international air travel was still severely impacted. Nevertheless, the organizing committee led by the chairman bravely soldiered on and worked hard to put together a very fruitful meeting with a detailed scientific program for the 385 attendees from 23 countries. 6. The program featured refresher courses, symposia, special lectures, and 144 scientific paper presentations, with more than 90% of oral presenters using the new computer-linked presentations. At the council meeting, Prof. was elected as President, Ping as Vice President and Prof. Dong as Secretary General Treasurer. Worldwide web presence. In July 2003, the official website of the Society at org was set up thanks to the hard work of the Korean Society of and Head and Neck Radiology to enhance visibility of the organization and promote easy broadcasting of news and future events of interest to all members. 1. It also served to encourage interaction among member countries. 5th Congress, Shanghai 2004. The 5th AOCNHNR Congress was held in Shanghai, China. Chairman of the Organizational Committee, Dr. reported that the number of registrants totaled 337, of which 117 were from overseas and 220 were local. The scientific program consisted of 37 refresher course lectures, 70 oral presentations, and 53 scientific poster exhibitions. At the council meeting of the AOSNHNR, Ping was elected as president, Francis Hui as vice president, and as Secretary General Treasurer 7. 6th Congress, Singapore 2007. The 6th AOCNHNR Congress was held in Singapore from February 2-5, 2007. Dr. Francis Hui reported that the number of registrants totaled 456, of which 113 were local and 343 were from 29 other countries. 8. The keynote presentation of the Congress was named the lecture in honor of the founding president of the Society. Prof. Peer was the distinguished speaker for the inaugural lecture, and he delivered a stirring oration on the anatomy and development of the cerebral venous system. The scientific program included 12 plenary lectures, 39 topical lectures, and 13 concurrent symposiums. At the council meeting, Francis Hui was elected president, Benny as vice president, Vincent as secretary general and as treasurer. During the meeting, a proposal was made to shorten the name for future congresses to Asian and Oceanian Congress of AOCNR. The management of the official AOSNHNR website was handed over from the Korean Society to the Singapore Society in March 2008. This was after a long process of passing over the ownership of the website and transfer of data contained in the website and finding a company to manage the website. In July 2008, the AOSNHNR community was left in shock at the sudden passing of Prof. Peer of Paris, France. Prof was a dear friend and a strong supporter of education and research in this region. It was indeed a very great loss for many of us. 7th Congress, Bali 2009. The 7th AOCNR was held in Bali, Indonesia from July 9-11, 2009. Benny, the organizing chairman, reported a total number of 620 participants, 180 overseas participants, and 440 local participants. 9. The lecture was delivered by Prof. Ann. At the council meeting, Benny was elected president, as vice president, Sri as secretary general, and Cindy as treasurer. There were changes to the list of national representatives. Myanmar and Sri were welcomed as new members of the society. Their national representatives are Tun and, respectively. New national representatives of current member countries included of and of Japan, Wu of Korea, David Perry of New Zealand, and of Thailand. 8th Congress, Bangkok 2012. The 8th AOCNR was originally scheduled to be held in Bangkok, Thailand, on October 26-28, 2011, but a serious flood situation forced the event to be postponed to August 1-3, 2013. In spite of the change, the organizing chairman reported a successful meeting with a total number of 498 participants registered. There were 150 overseas participants and 348 local participants. The scientific program included the Honorable Lecture and the Peer Honorable Lecture. There were 9 symposia, 21 lectures, 8 interactive sessions, and 3 luncheon symposia. The social program included a presidential dinner cruise on the river. At the council meeting was elected president, Henry as vice president and as treasurer. 9th Congress, Cebu 2014. The 9th AOCNR was originally planned to be held in Cebu in the autumn of 2013, but the Philippines was hit by a strong earthquake and requiring a postponement of the Congress to February 12-14, 2014. At the council meeting, the organizing chairman, Henry, shared the challenges of holding the meeting and showed gratitude to the council members who helped out with the scientific program. At this meeting, Henry was elected president, as vice president, and as treasurer. September 16, 2013 was a sad day for the society when news of the passing of the society's founding president, Prof., filtered through the community in Asia and Oceania. Prof was a kind figure to all who knew him, but at the same time also a giant in teaching and research in and head and neck radiology. We had indeed lost a dear friend and pioneer. 10th Congress, Fukuoka, 2015. The 10th AOCNR was held in Fukuoka, Japan from November 5-7, 2015. The organizing chairman reported on the meeting's success as a genuine regional meeting in Asia and Oceania. There were invited lecturers from the United States and France, namely, and K. Together with a faculty of 79 Asian lecturers, comprising 43 from Japan and 36 from other countries in the Asian-Oceanian region. There were 49 oral presentations and 121 poster presentations. A memorial travel fund was established for overseas attendants to support their travel fee to the Congress. There was also a Fukuoka City Award for both domestic and overseas participants for excellence in the papers presented. The Congress attracted 467 participants, of which 177 were from overseas and 290 were local 10. 11th Congress, Beijing 2017. The 11th AOCNR was held in Beijing, China from August 18-21, 2017. At the council meeting, the organizing chairman detailed that the number of participants registered was 222 from 8 countries' regions. The scientific program included a faculty of 7 international speakers and 35 speakers from the Asian-Oceanian regions. There were 50 special sessions, 9 sponsored seminars, 16 oral and 16 poster presentations. Among the items on the agenda was the issue of the AOSNHNR trophy, which generated a vigorous exchange of opinions among the member countries. As the next AOCNR meeting would be very close to the current meeting, it was proposed that the president of the society will be of China until August 2019 and Sandy of Taiwan after that date. Members agreed to the proposal. 12th Congress and XXI Symposium, Taipei 2018. The 12th AOCNR was held in Taipei, Taiwan from March 2018 in conjunction with the XXI Symposium. The first 3 days were for the AOCNR and the following 3 days were for the SNR, with some overlapping programs. There were 457 registrants from 54 countries, with 110 taking part in the AOCNR only. The faculty included 122 speakers and moderators 11. 13th Congress, Seoul Online 2021. The 13th AOCNR was scheduled to be held in Seoul, Korea in April 2021, a beautiful time in Korea with spring flowers in bloom for all to wonder at. Unfortunately, 2020 saw the devastating impact of the COVID-19 virus across the world. Humankind was held captive and world travel was paralyzed by a virus. This presented the organizers with a great problem. By the end of 2020, the infections had not abated, and it was clear that an in-person Congress would not be able to proceed as originally planned. Canceling the Congress would have repercussions on the future planning of the Congresses. Postponing the meeting was also tricky since at that point in time, there was still no indication if or when the infections would be under control. Crucially, no one knew for sure when air travel would return to normal. It was the second time the Korean organizers had been hampered by severely impacted air travel. But like their previous compatriots, they met the challenges head-on, and the 2021 Organizing Committee with Sang-hoon at the helm worked tirelessly to introduce critical changes to adapt to those adverse conditions. They basically changed the format of the entire Congress to make it possible for participants to join the virtual AOCNR online. Their hard work and indomitable spirit paid off with a successful pioneering online Congress and set an example for us to follow, especially if there are future pandemics or disasters. Despite being held online, the AOCNR 2021 conference maintained an exceptional level of quantity and quality. A total of 662 participants from 24 countries and regions registered. The scientific program featured 11 international and 31 Asian-Oceanian speakers. The agenda included 1 lecture, 4 plenary lectures, 19 scientific sessions with 72 lectures, 5 sponsored symposia with 7 lectures, 5 oral presentation sessions with 44 presentations and 95 e-poster presentations. 14th Congress, Singapore 2023. The 14th AOCNR was held in Singapore from August 18-20, 2023. Despite the post-pandemic uncertainties, financial challenges, and difficulties, the organizing chairman, Prof., reported great response and support from our region, with over 800 participants, 425 overseas, over 200 invited speakers, 76 overseas from 21 countries in diagnostic, interventional, and head and neck parallel sessions. Prof. gave the lecture. Prof. and Dr. Daniel were plenary speakers. There were 231 accepted abstracts, 21 oral presentations, and 210 posters, demonstrating that in-person meetings are still welcomed by our members and that the social and human connections are very important. 12. At the council meeting, there was an interesting discussion on the payment of membership fees to the AOSNHNR and WFNRS. The story of the AOSNHNR trophy. Made for the second AOSNHNR Congress in 1997 by an expert craftsman in Taiwan, the trophy was meant to be a symbol of the society to be prominently displayed at every Congress organized by the Society 13. Since then, it has also been a tradition for the outgoing president to hand over the trophy to the current Congress chairman as a symbolic transfer of stewardship to the person who will become the next president of the society. The trophy is made of 2 components. The first is a beautiful blue glass sculpture with a map of the Asian Oceanian region, which is attached to the second piece, a rectangular wooden base with a front panel inscribed with the sites of the previous congresses. However, over the years and after several expeditions across Asia and Australia, it began to show signs of structural fatigue. That it was very heavy and very fragile, making it all the more susceptible to the knocks and vibrations inherent in air transportation. When it was deemed too risky to be transported to the next Congress, Dr. who was custodian of the trophy at that time, informed the Council at the 2017 AOSNHNR Council meeting in Beijing. The Council discussed what would be the most appropriate replacement for the trophy, as the Society's next emblem and suggestions of a medal, chain, trophy, and crown were raised. Dr. found out that the artist of the trophy was still in Taipei, and so he brought the trophy over to him to repair. The artist was also able to fabricate a custom-made box for the trophy so that it could be safely transported to the following meetings. The future and challenges facing an AOSNHNR. Information overload, workload, and manpower shortages. Since 2021, neurological diseases have become the leading cause of overall disease burden in the world. Stroke, neonatal encephalopathy, migraine, dementias are on the top 10 list of highest age-standardized causes of disability-adjusted life years 14. Although patient demand and clinical needs are increasing exponentially, the number of qualified diagnostic is increasing very slowly, resulting in a worldwide shortage of radiologists 16. With an overwhelming diagnostic and therapeutic workload, risks of diagnostic errors, radiologist burnout, and patient safety become particularly acute, and international collaborative efforts to address them are becoming necessary. 18. Postgraduate radiological education, and possibly accreditation, will increase in importance. Senior leaders will need to engage the next generation of residents and medical students to attract them to practice. Artificial intelligence and technical advances. Modern neuroimaging technologies generate vast quantities of data. The challenge is how to present, visualize, and consume the data, how to integrate this information into the patient's record, and communicate to other healthcare workers in a way that are not overwhelmed. 19. Artificial intelligence has been advocated as a panacea for all problems, but despite the change in perception from AI as a threat to AI as a desired assistant, has not yet successfully incorporated it at scale into daily clinical use, let alone into our academic teaching and research missions. 20. These challenges are particularly urgent in light of above-mentioned workload and manpower problems facing us, and should think about big-picture financial life cycles and systems engineering in order to understand and work with hospital leadership and government funders. Other non-AI technological advances in field MRI, PET, and non-traditional imaging sources also have the potential to disrupt and improve our mission to provide safer, faster, and more accessible patient care. Challenges in the Asian-Oceanian context. Diversity in local disease patterns and healthcare systems. Asian patients exhibit a higher prevalence of intracranial atherosclerosis and intracranial hemorrhage, necessitating a tailored approach to acute stroke interventions. 21. The diversity in socioeconomic conditions and demographics results in healthcare system variations. The political, financial landscape, and healthcare systems vary significantly across Asian countries, presenting challenges in standardizing stroke care and other practices. Furthermore, aging societies, first in Japan, Singapore, Korea, then China and others, political instability and underinvestment in healthcare in several Southeast Asian nations, such as Myanmar, have resulted in significant setbacks in the past decades. Central and West Asian nations are not well represented in our society, and more can be done to engage nascent groups in these regions. Nevertheless, the diverse and varied health systems can be a strength, and regional collaborative learning and exchange of ideas has great potential for the future. Financial viability and secretariat. Although rapid economic growth, improving healthcare infrastructure investment, and access to modern imaging technologies have in the past decades provided with the tools they need for accurate diagnosis and treatment, more can be done to improve our patients' lives. Through the untiring efforts of Secretary-Treasurer Prof., the AOSNHNR has established a professional secretariat based in Japan that interfaces with national delegates, engages with other societies, and also maintains our website. It is an important but uncompleted task to improve the processes and communications within the AOSNHNR to ensure its long-term financial and professional viability. Working together. In spite of the challenges we face, there are opportunities for standardizing best practices across different countries to ensure consistent and high-quality patient care. 20. Regular AOCNR congresses are necessary conditions to promote and connect in groups, but we can do more to promote and assure the diffusion of knowledge throughout Asia and Oceania. We can enhance training programs and continuing education opportunities within Asia and Oceania to support training and attachment. To this end, regional diploma certification may be an idea whose time has come. AOSNHNR can also promote research and collaboration, particularly in diseases such as nasopharyngeal cancer and intracranial atherosclerosis, to address region-specific challenges. Multidisciplinary interaction has always been a strength of. We have worked well with neurology, neuropathology, neurosurgery, oncology, and psychiatry to develop new paradigms and tools to integrate complex information, from molecular data to behaviors, into health systems via caring for individual patients. Working within Asia-Oceania and with our colleagues in the American and European societies of and the WFNRS, we can go from strength to strength and look forward to the future. The authors thank Professors Sang-Hoon, Wan, Michael Mew, Sandy, and for their photographs and suggestions. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution 4 International License (ORG) licenses by 4.0, which permits use, sharing, adaptation, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if changes were made. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. References: 1 Asian Oceanian Society of and Head and Neck Radiology Ames Internet. Cited 2024 May. Available from org. What's about? 2 Nash DC. The World Federation of Societies, a proposal. AJNRMJ. 1990 11258 45 7 PubMed Central. 3 Asian Oceanian Society of and Head and Neck Radiology Founding Internet. Cited 2024 May. Available from org. About 4 Asian Oceanian Society of and Head and Neck Radiology First Kumamoto Congress Internet. 1994. Cited 2024 May. Available from org. 1 AOCNHNR 1994. 5 Asian Oceanian Society of and Head and Neck Radiology 3rd Adelaide Congress Internet. 1999, cited 2024 May. Available from Org3, AOCNHNR 1999. 6JHKH. The 4th Asian Oceanian Congress of and Head and Neck Radiology. AJNRMJ. 2002, 233499 PubMed Central. 7 Asian Oceanian Society of and Head and Neck Radiology 5th Shanghai Congress Internet. 2004, cited 2024 May. Available from Org5 AOCNHNR 2004. 8 Asian Oceanian Society of and Head and Neck Radiology 6th Singapore Congress Internet. 2007, cited 2024 May. Available from Org6 AOCNHNR 2007. 9 Asian Oceanian Society of and Head and Neck Radiology 7th Bali Congress Internet. 2009, cited 2024 May. Available from Org7 AOCNHNR 2009. 10 Asian Oceanian Society of and Head and Neck Radiology 10th Fukuoka Congress Internet. 2015, cited 2024 May. Available from Org10 AOCNHNR 2015. 11 Asian Oceanian Society of and Head and Neck Radiology 12th Taipei Congress Internet. 2018, cited 2024 May. Available from Org12 AOCNHNR 2018. 12 Asian Oceanian Society of and Head and Neck Radiology 14th Singapore Congress Internet. 2023, cited 2024 May. Available from Org AOCNR List 2023. 13 Asian Oceanian Society of and Head and Neck Radiology Trophy Internet. Cited 2024 May. Available from Org About History. 14 GBD 2021 Nervous System Disorders Collaborators. Global, Regional, and National Burden of Disorders Affecting the Nervous System, 1992-021. A Systematic Analysis for the Global Burden of Disease Study 2021, published correction appears in Lancet. 2024 235E9. Lancet. 2024 2343 4481. Org 101016S1474442 240000383. 15K What has caused the shortage of radiologists? Features exclusive to Japan. Korean J. 2023 2410 335. Org 10334820230815 PubMed Central. 16F LSH The Growing Problem of Radiologist Shortage, China's Perspective. Korean J. 2023 2411 10468. Org 10334820230839 PubMed Central. 17YKK Radiologist Supply and Workload, International Comparison, Working Group of Japanese College of Radiology. Med. 2008 26 8455 65. Org 101007 S1160400 592 PubMed. 18M Gupta v. C. Al. Realistic Productivity in Academic, a National Survey of Division Chiefs. AJNR-MJ. 2023 44 7759 61. Org 103174A7912, PubMed Central. 19YW PDG Al. Artificial Intelligence in, Current Status and Future Directions. AJNR-MJ. 2020-40-18 A529. Org 103174A66, 81 PubMed Central. 20 R Tours C T Striking a Balance, Global Perspectives on Workload and Quality of Service. AJNR-MJ. 2024 45-127. Org 103174A8125 PubMed Central. 21 JC A S Al. Current state of acute stroke care in Southeast Asian countries. 2019-25-32916. Org 101177159110 19918811804 PubMed. 4. Australian and New Zealand Society of ANZSNR, 1990 to present day. Keywords. Introduction. In the 1980s, diagnostic was mainly by general radiologists with an interest in. There were only a few trained dedicated. Cerebral angiography, discography, and pneumoencephalography were the predominant invasive procedures. Computed tomography was the non-invasive tool, whilst ultrasound was the mainstay of evaluation of the cervical neck vessels. Interventional procedures for head and neck and vascular malformations were performed at Royal Perth Hospital RPH in Perth, Royal North Shore Hospital and Royal Prince Alfred Hospital in Sydney, and Royal Melbourne and hospitals in Melbourne. The first intracranial intervention was performed by doctors HT and MS at RPH in 1979, a successful occlusion of a traumatic cavernous fistula using the detachable balloon system. Further developments in this field subsequently followed a few years later at RPH. With the installations of MRI scanners in Australia and New Zealand in the late 1980s, the need for trained, dedicated rapidly became apparent. Many newly qualified radiologists commenced fellowship training in neuroimaging and later in interventional. The impetus to form a society was self-evident. The Royal Australian and New Zealand College of Radiology RANZCR and ANZSNR have worked closely with a shared vision of the need for an appropriate level of training and for its fellows to provide expert patient care. Prior to the formation of ANZSNR, several INR courses were by the RANZCR. Many INR presentations were part of the RANZCR annual scientific meetings, and many presentations were also made at the Interventional Radiology Society of Australasia, IRSA, meetings. The beginning. The inaugural meeting to establish the society was held in Queensland in October 1992 and attended by approximately 30 fellows and education affiliates of RANZCR. The meeting was chaired by Prof. Michael Sage, who was subsequently elected as the founding president. Guidelines were established and agreed unanimously. The first annual general meeting, AGM, of the Society was held in Sydney in October 1993. It was agreed that the Society letterhead would indicate that the Society incorporated INR and head and neck ENT radiology. A proposed constitution was endorsed. Membership was initially open to all fellows and education affiliates with a nominal membership fee. At that time, only a handful of RANZCR fellows were trained as dedicated. Prof. Sage was generous in offering the services of his secretaries, Helen and Sue Edwards, to administer the affairs of the Society, which they diligently carried out from 1992 to 2011. The first committee of ANZSNR was elected at the second AGM to serve for a period of 3 years from January 1 and consisted of President, Secretary-Treasurer, representatives of the state branches, New South Wales, Victoria, Queensland, Western Australia, South Australia, New Zealand, and Tasmania, and representatives from the following: RANZCR, MRI, Interventional Radiology, World Federation of Societies, WFNRS, and the academic for the next 3 years. Prof. Sage asked the members to design a logo for the Society. The second committee consisted of President, Immediate Past President, Secretary-General, one from each state and NZ, and the following representatives: RANZCA, IRSA, WFITN, World Federation of Head and Neck Radiology, WFHNR, Asian Oceanic Society of and Head and Neck Radiology, AOSNHNR. The third committee was elected to occupy office from January 2000, and its tenure was to expire on 30 June 2003. This adjustment was required to align the financial report with the national taxation requirements. All committees after 2003 were elected to office from July 1 to June 30. The composition of the subsequent committees remains similar, but include representatives of the American Society of ASNR and the European Society of ESNR. The Society members and representatives for the listed above informed the society regarding developments and other issues of common interest. WFITN representatives had a seat at the WFITN Council in its earlier years. At the 2023 AGM, it was that the composition of council officially included a head and neck ENT representative and a representative. All office bearers are eligible for re-election for a second 3-year term. Most have exercised this option and have been re-elected. The first ASM of the Society, convened by Prof. Tress, was held in Melbourne in April 1994 and was attended by 56 delegates with both luminary international speakers and local faculty. Since the first meeting, the Society has held an AGM and ASM, some combined with international meetings, other than in 2021 when there were no meetings due to COVID. At the Second International Conference in Magnetic Resonance Imaging 5-9 April 1995, held in Melbourne, the neurological section of the MRI meeting, with input from Prof. Tress and Dr. William, was identified with ANZSNR, in effect the second ASM of the Society. The third ASM, under the banner of ANZSNR and with Prof. Sage as, was held at the Adelaide Convention Centre, South Australia, and attended by 267 delegates. This was in fact a conference on correlation. An excellent scientific was providing an overview of neuropathology as relevant to imaging. Prof. Anne was supported by 6 leading Australian pathologists and society members. It was decided that most future society ASMs would be small gatherings to foster local members to present their research, imaging, and INR experience. This philosophy was adopted and has paid dividends in developing local expertise, in-depth knowledge, and clinical scientific presentations. The ASM is held in a different state each year, convened by local members of the Society. A family-friendly venue is always chosen. The learning is supplemented by social gathering, including a gala dinner. The ASM has expanded in both scope and content each time, from an initial 1.5 days meeting with no parallel sessions to a 2.5 days meeting with parallel sessions, covering and imaging including spine and head and neck with some joint plenary sessions. An international and very able local faculty present an outstanding learning experience for both the experts and the trainees. The attendance at the last few meetings is a marker of the quality and friendly nature of the meetings. In 2020, there were 163 delegates. In 2022, the attendance was 123 in person, with 48 virtual attendees. In 2023, there were 170 delegates. Trainee participation in oral and poster presentations are of a high quality and improve with each ASM. Industry support has been greatly appreciated, and each year there are many hands-on interactive displays for participation by the delegates. Cerebral angiography via femoral artery was well established in the 1980s. External carotid artery territory vascular malformation, and were being at several centers, as was the treatment of CC using the detachable balloon system. In 1982, Dr. assembled a dedicated team of radiographers, nurses, and with Dr. Mark established the first INR team in Australia, New Zealand. The team performed its first cyanoacrylate superglue brain AVM using the calibrated leak balloon in 1983. In the following years, Mr. David, senior radiographer and member of the team, engineered in-house latex micro balloons and valve sealing detachable balloons, removing the need to tie the balloons to the catheter. The latter were subsequently commercially manufactured by Cook Australia. Detachable balloons filled only with iodine-based contrast were unstable as the contrast either leaked or leached out of the balloon. Prof. developed a formulation of iodine-based contrast and soluble monomer 2-methacrylate HEMA with added ferrous ammonium as the contrast to opacify and position the balloon. Addition of hydrogen peroxide to the solution, the HEMA to a solid insoluble polymer over about 2 min, allowing minor repositioning of the balloon. This overcame the issue of balloon deflation. The team also developed safer ways of delivering superglue to a specific location using additional balloon catheters to arrest flow, divert flow, and protect a major vessel with collateral connections to a vessel being. These techniques were also adopted at other centers, predominantly for vascular malformation, and post-1990. In 1991, the Federal Department of Health Australia, Doha, Royal Perth Hospital as a centre of excellence and funded the INR unit to treat interstate patients and train others to provide INR service in all states. Joint Centre of Excellence status was granted to Royal North Shore Hospital and Royal Prince Alfred Hospitals in Sydney with a single team of. By the time of Dr. retirement in 1995, upwards of 200 brain, spine, and vascular malformations were treated with superglue, including the first vein of Galen malformation in a neonate in 1994. The first aneurysm to be treated by the detachable coil GDC was in 1994. The RPH unit participated in the International Subarachnoid Trial, ISAT, as the only center from Australasia. RPH was the first center to commence a fellowship, initially for INR and in later years for diagnostic and INR. Prof. Tress established a fellowship soon after at Royal Melbourne Hospital. Workshops were held at RPH to demonstrate and teach interstate the scope of INR. By the time the findings of ISAT were made available, in October 2002, INR teams were operating at multiple centers. All had at least one fellowship-trained operator, and all were well-skilled and competent. Many fellows acquired their training and skills in the USA, Canada, and quite a few in Perth and some in the UK. Carotid artery angioplasty and stenting was being performed at many centers in patients with an elevated risk for surgical intervention. Training. The RANZCR registrar training runs over 5 years, covering all aspects of radiology. In the final year, the registrars can request to devote at least 6 months in a given. For diagnostic, this provides a good foundation. In 1996, a subcommittee of the Society was established, chaired by Prof. to consider the training requirements for, in particular, INR. The committee considered a minimum of a year, preferably 2 years of dedicated fellowship, after the final year of training and at an appropriate center was desirable for diagnostic. For INR, a minimum of 2 years at a center providing a comprehensive INR service was deemed appropriate. The fellows were to document their training. The recommendations of the committees were endorsed at the 1998 AGM. Advancements in CTA, MRA, and ultrasound reduced the need for catheter angiography to very few clinical indications. The Society was concerned regarding maintenance of skills by radiologists who would only perform the procedure a few times a year. Prof. M. and Dr. W. serving as RANZCR raised their concerns regarding this issue and the potential for patient harm. At council meetings, they were tasked with obtaining a broad opinion from all stakeholders the minimum numbers of cerebral angiographic studies that a RANZCR fellow required over a 2-year period to maintain adequate skills. The number suggested, after much debate by the Society and RANZCR Council, was 20. Following the publication of ISAT in the early 2000s, there was of neurosurgery, with smaller numbers of vascular neurosurgeons and a smaller number of vascular neurosurgical units in order for practitioners to maintain skills. This, coupled with INR units, removed the need for catheter angiography outside these centers, further improving patient safety. From 2000 onwards to 2007, Prof. a half-day meeting before the ASM of the Society for INR members as mortality and morbidity, M&M, coupled with difficult cases discussion as a learning experience for all. This session was well attended and continues to the present time. From 2009 onwards, 15 in August 2024, Dr. Jason NSW and Dr. Hal Rice now. Prof. An annual meeting named Exchange for the expanding INR group over 1.5 days, discussing difficult cases, M&M, new and evolving technologies, and often with industry experts on site and presenting. These meetings, like the ANZSNR ASMs, were and are held in different states in Australia and in New Zealand. By 2010, INR units were performing mechanical for acute stroke. The need to again expand the INR workforce was urgent. In addition to ANZSNR members taking on this additional work and increases in fellowship training positions, locally and overseas, other craft groups were attracted. Prof. Allen, along with Profs. and Dr. as ANZSNR members, invited representatives of the Neurosurgical Society of Australasia, NSA, and Australia and New Zealand Association of Neurologists, ANZAN, to a joint meeting convened at the RANZCR premises to discuss national training standards in INR. After a number of meetings held over several months, chaired by a member of each group, agreement was reached as to the required training, and a conjoint committee for recognition of training in INR-CCINR was established. Those already in INR practice with a proven record were grandfathered, and those in training were to produce the documents supporting their training. This was a great achievement in providing patient safety, all practitioners requiring certification of INR by this tripartite committee. Many health institutions in Australia quickly adopted the CCINR certification as a credentialing requirement for INR practice. The role of CCINR was further endorsed under Prof. Mitchell as president with requirement that practitioners be CCINR certified to provide mechanical on the medical benefits schedule. Several society members have been part of the local faculty at many RANZCR ASMs, delivering both diagnostic and INR presentations. Several members have didactic imaging courses outside of the Society's ASM on a broad range of topics, ranging from anatomy, pathology, routine clinical imaging to more challenging MRI techniques. These have been well attended by both trainees and consultants. Several members have presented and have been on the faculty of Asian and Oceanic conferences, including AOSNHNR, JSNR, and KSNR. Society presidents. There have been 6 previous presidents and a 7th incumbent. They are Prof. Michael Sage, Prof. Tress 3-year term each, Prof. Mark Doctors, now Professor, Prof. Allen 2 3-year terms each, and Dr. Peter Mitchell, now Professor. The incumbent Dr. Constantine Kahn is serving his successive second 3-year term. The first 3 presidents are recipients of the Gold Medal of the Society, presented to all 3 at the 2019 ASM in Adelaide. Prof. will be presented the Gold Medal at the 2025 ASM. All presidents and their elected councils have incrementally advanced the standing of the Society. They have advocated for patient safety and well-being, which includes developing and mandating the minimum training standards for. They have worked tirelessly with RANZCR councils and boards to lobby governments for funding Profs. Sage and were RANZCR presidents and Profs. And long-term of RANZCR and ANZSNR. Prof. was an Australian Medical Association, AMA, for 10 years, enlisting the help of the AMA to engage with the Federal Department of Health in pursuit of the recognition of the importance of radiology and INR in patient management. They have worked with and collaboratively negotiated with other stakeholders on issues relating to scope of practice. The expansion of the ASM's content and duration are self-evident of the improvement, as is the expansion of the membership numbers. The Society's financial position has also improved from the larger number of delegates and industry sponsorship. The annual subscription for membership was maintained according to the National Consumer Price Index, CPI, and ASM registration kept as low as possible. In the early years, there was an annual newsletter sent out with the Society's agenda papers. This was increased to 2 newsletters. Currently, there are quarterly newsletters which follow each meeting of council. The importance of collegial contact and friendship with other societies in North America, Europe, and the Asia-Pacific region was, and is a primary goal of the Society. Many international invited speakers to the Society ASMs became long-lasting friends. In 2010, the Society provided a grant of $25,000 to Prof. for a pilot project in establishing a collaborative research network using the ANZSNR framework to improve neurological practice and research throughout Australasia. Prof. also took on the task of developing a web page for the society, maintaining and improving it. The society's constitution was updated twice in the early years. Prof. Peter Mitchell, as president, commenced an in-house review of the Constitution and the committee's proposals, including guidelines for awarding the gold medal. These were approved at the 2018 AGM. The current council, under the leadership of Dr. has reviewed and revised the Constitution further with a legal expert review to align it with contemporary requirements. Dr. with input from several society members working with RANZCR, has led an ANZSNR delegation over 2 years, in collaboration with IRSA and RANZCR, to advocate for the recognition of INR as a speciality within radiology. RANZCR has lodged the submission with the Australian Medical Council, AMC, for interventional and interventional radiology to be as specialities. This recognition will provide significant patient benefit and enable radiology trainees to undergo into INR or IR at an earlier stage of training. The secretarial support to the society, provided by Prof. Sage, ended in 2011. Dr. Mitchell, as incumbent Secretary General, assumed this task for a short period before RANZCR agreed to provide some part-time secretarial support. With an increasing complexity in the Society's activities, including managing the video-recorded ASM, the need for full-time administration support became urgent. RANZCR was unable to provide this. Dr. as current president, sought and appointed an excellent full-time administration support group for the Society in November 2019, wholly under the management of ANZSNR executive and fully funded by the Society. In 1999, the third AOCNHNR was convened in Adelaide under the auspices of the ANZSNR with Prof. Sage as. The format was similar to the very successful CME meeting held at the same venue. There were 350 delegates. Prof. Tress requested the Society to support the nomination of Prof. Sage to the Symposium Nominating Committee to the Symposium in 2006 under the auspices of ANZSNR. This nomination was fully supported and was successful. The Society provided the seed money for the very successful symposium held in Adelaide in March. There were 743 delegates from all around the world. A joint 9th AAFITN 19th ANZSNR meeting, convened by doctors, and was held in Melbourne in April 2010, attended by 620 delegates. There were more than 40 invited speakers for both meetings from 15 neighboring countries in the Asia-Pacific region. This was the first time these two societies had jointly participated in a meeting in Australasia. Dr. was appointed president of AAFITN in 2012. A large group of Australasian Interventional attended the 2011 WFITN meeting in Cape Town, South Africa. Doctors Hal Rice and presented a bid to host the 2015 meeting under the auspices of ANZSNR at the Gold Coast, Queensland. They were supported by Dr. as current ANZSNR president and Prof. as ex-president. Despite presentations from other nations, the delegates voted for the Gold Coast, Australia as the next venue. Dr. was nominated as the meeting president by the WFITN executive with Prof. as honorary president. Prof. as the ANZSNR president in 2015 hosted the meeting. A highly successful meeting was held in November, attended by 1,200 delegates from all parts of the world who enjoyed the scientific and an excellent social. Current status. There are 215 ANZSNR members, including student members. There are 164 fully trained and 46 in training members. There are 8 diagnostic fellows and 8 INR fellows in Australian departments and 1 diagnostic and an INR fellow in Auckland. There are academic radiology positions in Victoria, Queensland, and Western Australia, including Professor in Western Australia and Professor Law in Victoria. Both are widely in the international community for their research and teaching. National active researchers include Prof. Trish Prof. Sandeep Prof. Peter Mitchell Prof. Allen and many other members with clinical publications in INR, collaborative material, and diagnostic. Prof. Mitchell has been very active in the field of stroke research and the first to perform in human brain-computer interface implantation. Dr. Parker NSW has made important contributions in intracranial venous stenting. Publications. An extensive literature search for peer-reviewed publications, EndNote library compression file, for named society members yielded 1073 entries for the period 1990 to 2024. Over 30 publications, a year from a small society membership is pleasing. The Society established a research committee in 2021 and has awarded its first research grant to a fellow in 2023, investigating the role of diffusion tensor imaging in assessment of cervical nerve roots in patients with cervical. Several applications for research grants in 2024 are currently in progress. In 2021, the Society was successfully registered with the Australian Charities and Not-for-Profits Commission, allowing it to receive charitable donations. 1. To advance, promote, and develop education and training in. To advance, promote, and develop education and training in. 2. To advance, promote, and develop standards for the practice of. To advance, promote, and develop standards for the practice of. 3. To advance, promote, and support research in. To advance, promote, and support research in. 4. To be the reference body for training and practice in diagnostic, interventional, and head and neck radiology in Australia and New Zealand. To be the reference body for training and practice in diagnostic, interventional, and head and neck radiology in Australia and New Zealand. 5. To promote fellowship and the exchange of ideas among. To promote fellowship and the exchange of ideas among. 6. To provide a forum for the presentation of papers and the dissemination of knowledge in relation to diagnostic, interventional, and head and neck radiology. To provide a forum for the presentation of papers and the dissemination of knowledge in relation to diagnostic, interventional, and head and neck radiology. 7. To promote close cooperation between and other branches of medicine and the allied sciences. To promote close cooperation between and other branches of medicine and the allied sciences. 8. To promote close association with other groups such as ESNR, ASNR, WFITN, AOSNHNR, and WFNRS. To promote close association with other groups such as ESNR, ASNR, WFITN, AOSNHNR, and WFNRS. 9. To cultivate and maintain the highest principles of practice and ethics in respect of diagnostic, interventional, and head and neck radiology. To cultivate and maintain the highest principles of practice and ethics in respect of diagnostic, interventional, and head and neck radiology. 10. To establish, administer, and contribute to any charitable or benevolent fund in connection with or for the benefit of deserving persons engaged in the pursuit or practice of diagnostic, interventional, and head and neck radiology. To establish, administer, and contribute to any charitable or benevolent fund in connection with or for the benefit of deserving persons engaged in the pursuit or practice of diagnostic, interventional, and head and neck radiology. 11. To confer, cooperate, or correspond with any association, societies, bodies, or individuals, whether incorporated or not, in relation to any of the objects of the association, or on any other matter of interest to the association or its members. To confer, cooperate, or correspond with any association, societies, bodies, or individuals, whether incorporated or not, in relation to any of the objects of the association, or on any other matter of interest to the association or its members. Conclusion. The ANZSNR has performed a vital role in the development of the field in Australia and New Zealand over the past 4 decades. It has fostered the of radiologists into the areas of diagnostic, interventional, head and neck ENT radiology, and spine radiology. It has provided an indispensable forum for national alliance and education. This has further extended across international borders to symbiotic affiliations with international societies. The Society has promoted and advanced research and teaching, and functioned as an advocate to government and health institutions in advancing the practice of and maintaining high clinical and professional standards that serve the patient interest. All members of the council and executive have performed their duties in an honorary capacity without remuneration, motivated primarily by the betterment of the profession. It is anticipated the society will flourish well into the future, assisting our venerable, adapt to an ever-changing clinical landscape whilst promoting collaboration, collegiality, and clinical excellence. I gratefully acknowledge Dr. Konstantin Khan for his contribution to this chapter. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution 4 International License (ORG) licenses by 4.0, which permits use, sharing, adaptation, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if changes were made. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. 5. Austrian Society of Gesellschaft. Keywords. Introduction. Strictly speaking, started in the Austria of Emperor Joseph with the work of Arthur. The radiologist Arthur received his doctorate and habilitation at the Faculty of Medicine of the University of Vienna with the habilitation thesis, X-ray Diagnostics of Diseases of the Head 1. Coined the term for the first time too, and is now regarded internationally as the father of two. In today's Austria after 1945, examinations have been carried out by neurosurgeons, neurologists, and less so by radiologists. First tendencies toward an independent started in major neurological neurosurgical hospitals by departments in Linz, Hammer, and Salzburg since 1969. An important step was the foundation of a computed tomography (CT) study group within the scope of the Austrian Society of Radiology by B. Hammer in 1978. In the mid-1980s, magnetic resonance imaging (MRI) was included as well. Jean, at that time president of the European Society of ESNR, initiated at the Symposium 1986 in Stockholm a round table from Switzerland and Austria, resulting in organizing joint meetings of Swiss and Austrian that took place in Salzburg, Zurich, and 1986-87. The Austrian Society of was founded on May 5, 1990. Essential steps were the establishment of divisions in the General Hospital of Vienna, Medical University of Vienna in 1991, in the University Hospital of Graz in 2003, University Hospital of Innsbruck in 2007, and the University Hospitals of End. Since 2014, with the foundation of university hospitals in Linz and Salzburg, independent institutes were established, 2016 and 2019, respectively. There are ongoing efforts to establish a IN, which is supported by the Austrian Society of Radiology. Organization. The is a non-profit scientific association aiming to promote diagnostic and interventional in clinical practice, teaching and research in collaboration with radiology, neurosurgery, neurology, psychiatry, otorhinolaryngology, maxillofacial surgery, orthopedics, ophthalmology, and pediatrics, as well as in collaboration with neurosciences. The Society also intends a close collaboration with the ESNR and with societies of countries surrounding Austria. List of Presidents of the Austrian Society of. Presidents of the Austrian Society of. 1992 000, 2002 002, Mario, 2002 2008, 2008 2016. 2016 2020, 2022 024. List of honorary members of the Austrian Society of. Honorary members of the Austrian Society of. Names. City, country. Prof. Dr. Jena, France. Prof. Dr. Hammer, Linz, Austria. Prem. Dr. Salzburg, Austria. Prof. Dr. Peter Bern, Switzerland. Dr. Linz, Austria. Prof. Dr. Pierre, Montpellier, France. 2008. Prof. Dr. Graz, Austria. 2013. Prof. Dr. Bern, Switzerland. 2018. Prof. Dr. Georges, Paris, France. 2019. PD Dr. Mark McCoy, Salzburg, Austria. 2019. Dr. Linz, Austria. 2021. Prof. Dr. Anton, Switzerland. 2022. Prof. Dr. Prayer, Austria, has died. The Austrian Society holds institutional memberships to the ESNR and to the WFNRS and is part of Clinical as Associated Journal of German Society of DGNR and Swiss Society of SGNR. The society currently has 120 members, 2024. Annual meetings. List of annual meetings of the Austrian Society of. Annual meetings of the Austrian Society for. Date of meeting start. Date of meeting end. Name of meeting. Location. Congress President. 050-51990. Founding conference on the occasion of an honorary symposium for Prof. Hammer, 25 years of in Upper Austria. Linz. 250-51991. First annual meeting. Vienna. 230-51992. Second annual meeting. Graz. 15-0-51993. Third annual meeting. Salzburg. 26-0-51994. 28-0-51994. Fourth annual meeting together with the fifth annual meeting of the Hungarian Society of. IHU. 07091995. 09091997. 30th Annual Meeting DGNR 7 Annual Meeting SGNR 5 Annual Meeting. DI. 11-0-51996. 6th Annual Meeting. Innsbruck. 23-0-51997. 24-0-51997. 7th Annual Meeting. Linz. 05061998. 06061998. 8th Annual Meeting. Graz. 07091999. 11091999. XXV. ESNR Congress No Annual Meeting. Vienna. 26-0-5-2000. 27-0-5-2000. 9th Annual Meeting. 18-0-52001. 19-0-52001. 10th Annual Meeting. Salzburg. 30-0-52002. 31-0-52002. 11th Annual Meeting. Innsbruck. 06062-003. 07062-003. 12th Annual Meeting. Graz. 14-0-52004. 15-0-52004. 13th Annual Meeting. Vienna. Prayer. 02062-005. 04062-004. 14th Annual Meeting. Linz. 19-0-52006. 20-0-52006. 15th Annual Meeting. Salzburg. 2007. No annual meetings. 02-10-2008. 16th annual meeting 5 Grazer INR. Graz. 29-10-2009. 31-10-2009. 17th annual meeting 6 INR. Linz. 18-11-2010. 2011-2010. 18th annual meeting 7 INR. Innsbruck. 17-11-2011. 19-11-2011. 19th annual meeting 8 INR. 22-11-2012. 24-11-2012. 20th annual meeting 9. Graz. 10-10-2013. 12-10-2013. RAD 2013, 21st annual meeting, 48th annual meeting DGNR. DI. 2011-2014. 22-11-2014. 22nd annual meeting 10 INR. Salzburg. McCoy. 19-11-2015. 21-11-2015. 23. Annual meeting 11s. 08-10-2016. RAD 2016-24. Annual meetings 51. Annual meeting DGNR. DI. 16-10-2017. 18-10-2017. 25. Annual meeting 12. INR. Graz. 15-11-2018. 17-11-2018. 26. Annual meeting 13. INR. Vienna. Prayer. 09-10-2019. 12-10-2019. RAD 2019-27. Annual meetings 54. Annual meeting DGNR. Frankfurt DI. 2020. Cancelled Corona. Salzburg. McCoy. 18-11-2021. 2011-2021. 28. Annual meeting 14. INR. 03-11-2022. 05-11-2022. 29. Annual meeting 15. INR. Innsbruck. 04-10-2023. 06-10-2023. RAD 2023-30. Annual meeting 58. Annual meeting DGNR. Kassel DA. 07-11-2024. 09-11-2024. 31. Annual meeting 16. INR. Graz. The founding conference on the occasion of an honorary symposium for Prof. Hammer 25 years of in Upper Austria took place in May 1990 in Linz. The first annual meeting was held in May 1991 in Vienna. From the beginning, there was a society with high interest in networking across the borders. In 1994, the annual meeting was held jointly with the Hungarian Society of in Hungary. In 1995, on the occasion of the 100th anniversary of the discovery of X-rays by a common meeting was organized by Prof. For the DGNR, Profs. For the and Profs. For the SGNR. In 1999, Prof. The then president of the succeeded to organize the ESNR Congress in the Vienna Imperial Palace, strongly supported by the. Due to the rapid development of interventional INR, a popular course in INR was integrated into the national annual meetings since 2008 as the course in interventional, named after Prof. an Austrian pioneer of interventional. In 2012, the DGNR and under the presidencies of Prof. and Prem, agreed to a common annual meeting every 3 years known as the RAD. The first joint meeting took place in 2013 in Cologne, Germany, organized by Prof. and Prem. Since then, this successful joint meeting was held in 2016 in Cologne, 2019 in Frankfurt, and 2023 in Kassel. For 2025, the next joint meeting is planned to take place in Salzburg for the first time in Austria. Current situation of in Austria. As mentioned above, at the moment, there is no for in Austria. However, within the curriculum of radiology, a dedicated module is established. Clinical divisions in Vienna, Graz, and Innsbruck as part of the departments of radiology of the university clinics. Clinical divisions in Vienna, Graz, and Innsbruck as part of the departments of radiology of the university clinics. University Institute of in Salzburg. University Institute of in Salzburg. In university hospitals. And in university hospitals. And Institute of at University Hospital, Campus Linz. Here one location is missing. Professorship for at Medical University Innsbruck as part of Department of Radiology, Innsbruck. Institute of at University Hospital, Campus Linz. Here one location is missing. Professorship for at Medical University Innsbruck as part of Department of Radiology, Innsbruck. Is a focus specialty in general hospitals with neurological, neurosurgical, or neurological services. To date, there are no independent or private practices with a pure focus. Training. The training structure is according to the European training curriculum radiology. Level 1, years 1-3, is finalized with an exam. Level 2, years 4-5, allows a specialization in as radiologist. The Level 3 is still to be established. As there is no in Austria at the moment, the ESNR and European Society of Minimally Invasive Neurological Therapy, ESMINT, courses are attended by interested fellows. They are encouraged and financially supported to aim for appropriate diplomas provided by ESNR or ESMINT. Based on the German concept, and in cooperation with the corresponding German societies, the Austrian Society of Interventional Radiology, and they implemented a modular gradual approach to train and certify individuals and centers in therapy. To ensure quality assurance, the participation in a dedicated quality assurance software is provided. Further practical training for radiologists with a main focus is possible in well-equipped institutions, mostly universities that run, for instance, 1.53T MR units, biplane angiography and technical high-end CT scanners. Academia. There are well-established research programs for young radiologists who are interested at all university clinics hospitals in Austria. This research is based on a tight collaboration with neurology and neurosurgery as well, as there is a broad interdisciplinary cooperation with other neurosciences, e.g. neuropathology, psychiatry, psychology, neurophysiology, cognitive and basic neurosciences, etc., which have been recently organized in centers of shared academic, clinical, and scientific interests. Furthermore, dedicated lectures are offered as part of the graduate medical school curriculum as well as postgraduate D programs. According to the within the field, diagnostic, interventional, pediatric, functional, etc. There are different scientific and clinical focuses amongst Austrian academic institutions, which regularly attract international visiting fellows to broaden their experience in the field. They encourages all those who are interested to attend the ESNR courses after completion of the whole ESNR course circle, including all mandatory examinations, they officially recognizes all universities run master's and doctoral thesis as well as D programs, which include clinical topics. Scientific publishing is encouraged by the Scientific Arthur Award, provided and sponsored by the annually. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution 4 International License (org) licenses by 4.0, which permits use, sharing, adaptation, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if changes were made. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. References: 1E. Arthur, Pioneer of AJNRMJ. 1997 18-129-7302, PubMed Central. 2A. N. Z. 1914 51 88 207. 6. Recent History of the Brazilian Society of Diagnostic and Therapeutic. Keywords: The dawn of a new society marks a transformative period in which fresh ideas, values, and structures begin to take shape. It represents the merging of diverse perspectives, fostering innovation and collaboration. This new society wishes to advance technology and social practices, reshaping how individuals interact and thrive. As challenges arise, the resilience and adaptability of the community play a crucial role in defining its future. The birth of a society is not just about survival, it's about the development of identity, community, and a shared narrative that continues to influence subsequent generations. Carlos Clayton. The dawn of a new society began with ventriculography in 1918, pneumoencephalography in 1919, and arteriography in 1927. Initially, air studies were common, but were replaced by angiography in the 1950s and 1960s. Until the mid-20th century, neurosurgeons, neurologists, and general radiologists performed these examinations. In 1952, Dr. M. became the head of the radiology department at the Neurological Institute of Columbia Presbyterian Medical Center in New York, training specialists dedicated to this field has progressively developed in nearly all countries. Today, with advancements in CT, MRI, and PET, specialists carry out due to the increasing complexity of neuroscience and the need for dedicated professionals in treatments. 1. In Brazil, began with the pioneering efforts of Professor, who established the first center at the Hospital des Doux in 1947. In 1964, he lectured on pancerebral angiography at the V Symposium during the first Congress of Sciences in Brussels, Belgium. This innovative technique significantly advanced by allowing comprehensive visualization of intracranial blood vessels. In 1976, the first computed tomography (CT) scans were implemented in clinical practice at Hospital Inn, with the active participation of Professor, marking the beginning of a new era in the diagnosis and treatment of neurological diseases. 2. 3. During the 1960s, several notable figures emerged in the field of Dr. Wilson founded the Center for at the hospital base in Dr. R.B. established the department in Recife, Pernambuco. Dr. Santos Lima, who trained in the United States, returned with valuable skills, including the technique for crafting handmade catheters using either a flame or warm water. At the same time, Prof. in Porto do conducted and published research on with positive contrast. These individuals made remarkable contributions to the field during the 1960s, 1970s, and 1980s. 4. 5. Prof. The second president of SBNRDT is a tireless personality who continues to participate in meetings, congresses, and every grand round at the Casa Porto Hospital with fellows. The subsequent period of the SBNR was characterized by the strong influence of the French School 1990s timeline, which profoundly impacted Brazilian history. Distinguished mentors, including Professor Pierre, Professor Picard, Professor Jean, and Professor, were instrumental in cultivating expertise within this domain. Prominent Brazilian pioneers, such as Dr. Maria Doctors, Dr. Carlos Dr. Passos Dr. Prof. Dr. among others, received training from French professors at a different time. They successfully established the INR in their respective regions. The SBNR holds Professor in high regard as a prominent figure in South American interventional. His significant contributions to the field have trained numerous Brazilian and fostered the development of innovative techniques, greatly enhancing the treatment of complex neurological diseases. As a leader in interventions, his work has been crucial in improving the management of strokes and cerebral artery diseases. His extensive academic and professional accomplishments highlight his considerable influence in the neurosurgical field, positioning him as a key player in advancing medical practices and education throughout Latin America. During the French period, these professionals have significantly advanced the treatment of cerebrovascular diseases in Brazil by incorporating innovative techniques learned abroad. Their efforts have improved considerably the care for brain and spine conditions. However, they face considerable challenges, such as needing more essential equipment, devices, and adequately trained personnel. Despite these obstacles, their dedication continues to drive progress in the field, ensuring better patient outcomes and laying the groundwork for future advancements in medical treatment across the country. In 1997, a group established the Brazilian Society of Diagnostic and Therapeutic (SBNRDT). However, it was not officially registered until September 2, 1998, during the II Congress of SBNRDT, held alongside the XVII Congress of Neurology in C timeline design. Exclude the three words before C timeline design among parentheses. Immediately above the official register with all SBNRDT first members. The recent history, 2018 until now. The SBNR has grown in recent years, reaching almost 400 members, and it has worked with other sister societies in national and international collective actions in Brazil and South America. However, managing a country like Brazil means facing many challenges, such as vast geography and population distribution, historically concentrated training centers in the southeastern and southern regions, regional disparities in professional availability and quality, and different human development indices. In response, a task group of over 30 experts developed a standardized curriculum based on Education for, which was approved as a medical residency program in 2018. The based curriculum and the matrix opened a new era in Brazilian. New training centers were established in regions, promoting equity, and the number of fellows increased to nearly 50 per year, which is a clear indicator of the SBNR's commitment to enhancing professional practice in the country. Based medical education, CBME, and professional activities, EPAs, are innovative approaches that have transformed the landscape of medical education and assessment. These frameworks focus on developing specific and ensuring that medical trainees are entrusted with responsibilities that reflect their readiness and ability to perform key tasks in clinical practice. CBME emphasizes the importance of outcomes and the mastery of skills, knowledge, and behaviors necessary for effective patient care. It encourages a more individualized and learner-centered approach to training, allowing for a tailored educational experience that caters to each student's needs. Similarly, EPAs serve as concrete units of professional practice, defining what trainees should be able to do upon completion of their education. They provide a clear structure for assessing readiness for unsupervised practice and enhance the consistency of evaluations across different educational settings. These advancements in medical education are part of a broader movement that spans various international societies. Collaborations are seen among the Brazilian Society of SBNR, the French Society of SFNR, the European Society of ESNR, and the Portuguese Society of SPNR. Such collaborative efforts aim to unify standards and ensure the quality and relevance of medical education on a global scale. In Latin America, several countries are working toward a unified educational framework, particularly in the medical field. Institutions such as the CANI, Latino Americana, and the SBNR began working on a homogeneous platform for education before 2020, emphasizing the value of a competence-based curriculum. This approach establishes standardized educational development in knowledge, skills, and attitude, focused on interventional. By promoting collaboration and consistency across borders, these efforts seek to improve the quality and accessibility of medical education, ultimately benefiting healthcare outcomes in the region. The period of COVID-19. It was a dark moment in human beings' history. It's impossible to describe recent human history without considering the COVID-19 pandemic, which has profoundly impacted global health systems and revealed significant vulnerabilities. Hospitals faced unprecedented challenges, including financial strain due to increased demand for medical supplies and equipment and the postponement of elective procedures. The economic crisis exacerbated these issues, leading to a rise in uninsured individuals as unemployment soared. Health systems struggled to maintain access to care, highlighting the need for robust pandemic preparedness and resilient healthcare financing. All regions of Brazil have been affected, leading to new challenges to ensure adequate care for suspected or confirmed cases of COVID-19 and the safety of health professionals and other patients, reducing their exposure to the risk of infection and safeguarding the care of other potential life-threatening conditions, like acute ischemic stroke and subarachnoid hemorrhage. To provide an organization framework for acute stroke patients, healthcare and those who require urgent interventional procedures in the COVID-19 pandemic setting of the Scientific Department on Cerebrovascular Diseases of the Brazilian Academy of Neurology, the Brazilian Society of Cerebrovascular Diseases, and the Brazilian Society of Diagnostic and Therapeutic, created an expert joint consensus. It published a guideline in 2026, FL 2020-70-874-44-49. This was expanded, updated, and used in a review of recommendations published by the World Federation of Interventional. 2021-27, 1 Supple 2429, 6. Despite the terrible coexistence of disease, suffering, and death, the primary instinct of human beings has also emerged: survival. In our profession, barriers have been broken, whether of knowledge, courage, challenge, or truths that turn into lies and vice versa. But at the same time, we have learned that the current stage of internet technology allows us to remain connected and united, and better yet, continue to exchange experiences and knowledge. In this new scenario, where distances have been shortened with technology, the SBNR launched two main projects. The first was a remote education platform for the acute management of stroke disease associated with COVID-19 in the same case. It was coordinated by Dr. Francisco Prof. Marcos, president of the Brazilian Society of Cerebrovascular Diseases, Prof. Carlos Clayton, Prof. Former president of the Brazilian Society of Cerebrovascular Diseases, Dr. Lima, Brazilian Society of Cerebrovascular Diseases, and Prof. Educational Coordinator. This course was addressed to interventional and neurology fellows and based on an active pedagogy, addressing the specific learning objectives of each module: 1. Initial patient management, 2. Neuroimaging, 3. Decision-making process for reperfusion therapies, 4. Patient management in stroke unit. Using distance learning pedagogy and internet tools, it was possible to bring training centers closer by sharing their experiences in teaching the learning objectives and standardizing and improving care protocols, adding significant value to the residents' training to maintain the training of professionals. It's evolved with more than 100 participants from all over Brazil. The second project was the CONNECTA Brazil and SIG-CONNECTA, which proposed a rapprochement between Brazilian, so that we could fraternally get to know each other better and exchange experiences through virtual meetings. Many meetings were held every 2 weeks or months in a virtual environment, each lasting 2h, with a list of attendance and identification of all participants. This project took place in 2020 and 2021, coordinated by Dr. Elias, Dr. Wilson, and Prof. Carlos Clayton M. for therapeutic meetings, and Dr. from Dr. Pablo from Dr. Leonardo from and Ventura from for diagnostic meeting. During this period of isolation, a fascinating association between Brazil and other countries in South America created the most prominent online meeting that we have ever seen on our continent, the GSA-NIT Connector Brazil. Many colleagues were founders of GSA-NIT, such as Prof. Lemmy, Dr. Prof. Orlando, Malaga, Doctors, Dr. German, Dr. Bravo, doctors, Dr. Miranda, and others. Their initiatives include organizing academic meetings and events, such as the annual meeting in different South American countries, to discuss advancements and strategies in intervention in a free. They also offer a robust library online, PNVS, with many case discussions and lectures, a vital tool for education. The old became new. Despite the isolation and lockdown, the SBNR has found ways to stay connected, share knowledge, and support each other. The COVID-19 pandemic has been challenging for all of us, but it has also shown our resilience and ability to adapt. As we continue to navigate these difficult times, we must remember the strength and unity we have demonstrated as a global community. The interventional INR simulation started before 2016, but only a few centers were used for training. Our first contact with the simulator was on May 27, 2019, during the SBNR certification. After that, the SBNR began to use the simulators in a hands-on course and certification. We applied simulator-based learning with remote online teaching, adapting to the lockdown moment and allowing professors and fellows to continue developing their skills. The initiative aimed to maintain high standards of medical education and ensure that professionals remain proficient in advanced techniques, thereby supporting the Society's mission to improve training in Brazil. In 2021, we successfully launched a turnaround initiative across 21 training centers spread across the country, providing a comprehensive one-week course to all participants. This approach exemplifies the resilience and adaptability of medical education in challenging times. The International Symposium embraces the lessons learned during lockdown by offering attendees a unique and immersive experience. Participants will engage in hands-on sessions focused on diagnostic, allowing for in-depth discussions of challenging cases with experts in the field. This interactive format enhances learning and fosters a sense of community among professionals, ensuring a valuable experience for all involved. SBNR's partnership with other institutions. In recent years, SBNR has strengthened its relationship with SOBRICA, SBN, SBDCV, SILAN, AMB, and CBR. This collaboration has facilitated numerous educational initiatives and support efforts focused on cerebrovascular disease in Brazil. Together, they aim to address the profound effects of stroke and related conditions. SILAN Brazil 2004, an unforgettable meeting occurred in Costa do, organized by SILAN and SBNR. This event was marked by high-level case discussions, showcasing cutting-edge technology and featuring esteemed international guests. The atmosphere was professional and friendly, fostering an environment conducive to learning and networking. Participants left with new insights and connections, making it a memorable experience for all involved. By pooling resources and expertise, the SBNR strives to improve patient outcomes through innovative treatment strategies and comprehensive care models. Their work focuses on news images and technologies, and the recent approach emphasizes pre-hospital care, treatment, rehabilitation, and long-term support for stroke survivors. The Resilient Trial was a national research network that resulted from this collaborative effort focused on stroke treatment. The trial aims to assess the efficacy of new treatment modalities and interventions for stroke patients, and its success depends on the active participation and support of multiple societies and organizations. This collective action reflects the commitment of the medical community to continuously enhance the quality of care and treatment options for individuals affected by stroke. This trial was approved and funded from the Brazilian federal government. The Hospital of Fortaleza, HGF, national reference in stroke care, was the leading institution contributing to the Resilient Trial and Basic Trial. The first coding manual was created in 2019, establishing national parameters for charging professional fees. Last but not least, the societies involved have been developing guidelines to ensure that the best available scientific evidence is used to service patients with cerebrovascular disease 8. Numerous impactful activities have occurred, such as meetings, congresses, symposiums, and online case discussions focused on political and educational objectives. It is worth highlighting the session at the National Congress with deputies to discuss the planning for implementing financing in the country's SUS network. In memory of Professors Pierre, Picard, and Leo. Professor Pierre, who passed away in 2008, was a renowned figure in anatomy and neuroanatomy. He was a prolific author and dedicated educator, sharing his expertise with students worldwide. Known for his strong personality, made significant contributions to interventional, particularly in treating vein of Galen malformations. His sudden death profoundly impacted the medical community, underscoring the loss of a brilliant mind and compassionate clinician who transformed patient care with his innovative techniques. Professor Picard, a pioneer in interventional, passed away in 2021, leaving a profound legacy. His groundbreaking contributions to the field and his heartfelt commitment to curriculum development and ethical standards define the WFITN approach's humanitarian spirit. Picard was deeply passionate about interventional, demonstrating unwavering care for his patients and a genuine concern for his students' growth. His contributions have left an indelible mark on the medical community, ensuring his influence will be felt for generations. Dr. Leo was a luminary in interventional, whose contributions have left an indelible mark on the medical community. Born in Brazil and of French descent, Dr. was a pioneer in a field that combines radiology and neurology to treat complex brain and spinal conditions using minimally invasive techniques. His career was largely centered at the Hospital de Inn, where he served as professor and mentor to many aspiring doctors. His dedication to education and training helped shape the next generation of specialists, ensuring that his innovative techniques and compassionate approach to patient care continued to influence the field long after his passing. Dr. was a skilled clinician and prolific researcher. His work was widely published and frequently cited by peers, underscoring his role as a thought leader in interventional. His research contributions have been instrumental in advancing the understanding and treatment of neurological disorders, making complex procedures safer and more effective. During his career, Dr. consistently collaborated with other prominent figures in the field, including and. These alliances encouraged a culture of innovation and excellence, reinforcing his status as a world leader in. Dr. His legacy is reflected in his professional achievements and the respect and admiration he garnered from colleagues and patients alike. His commitment to patient care, combined with his pioneering spirit, made him a beloved figure in the medical community. We honor Dr. Leo, a devoted advocate for advancing medical science and enhancing patient outcomes. His work has laid the groundwork for future advancements in, and his impact will resonate for generations. Advancements and collaborations. The Brazilian Society of Diagnostic and Therapeutic, SBNR, has made significant strides in advancing in Brazil. This progress is marked by the development of a comprehensive new curriculum, the establishment of new training centers, and the breaking of traditional paradigms. These efforts aim to enhance the quality and scope of practice in the country. The new centers serve as hubs for education and research, fostering an environment of continuous learning and innovation. By expanding training facilities, the SBNR is addressing the growing demand for specialized and ensuring practitioners have access to state-of-the-art resources and technology. Since 2019, the Brazilian Society of Diagnostic and Therapeutic has organized the International Symposium of ISN, a pivotal event in South America. The symposium covers cutting-edge topics such as high technology, hands-on training, innovation, case discussions, and online surgery. In 2022, the SBNR introduced a women's group for highlighting their commitment to diversity and inclusion. This annual event provides a unique platform for professionals to engage in immersive learning experiences, fostering advancements in. The hands-on course, which began in 2021 with online monitoring, is now offered by SBNR Presence as a part of the curriculum and is available to fellows twice a year. Collaboration and advocacy are pivotal to SBNR's strategy. By partnering with national and international institutions, the Society shares knowledge and best practices, fostering advancements in global. Their commitment to diversity is evident through the Women's Group for engaging with the federal government. SBNR advocates for public health improvements, aiming to enhance the accessibility and quality of services in Brazil. These efforts underscore the society's dedication to advancing the field and improving healthcare outcomes. In conclusion, the Brazilian Society of Diagnostic and Therapeutic has committed to advancing the field through education, collaboration, and advocacy. By developing a new curriculum, establishing training centers, and engaging with other societies and the government, the SBNR plays a pivotal role in shaping the future of in Brazil. These efforts not only improve the standards of practice, but also contribute to the overall improvement of public health systems in the country. Future challenges for interventional in Brazil. 1. Geographic distribution and access. Despite efforts to expand training centers, significant challenges may still exist in equitably distributing fused professionals nationwide. The historical concentration of training centers in the Southeast and South has caused many physicians to emigrate from their home regions, exacerbating inequities in the availability of specialists. The objective is to enhance professional training while collaborating with government entities to invest in public institutions. We can foster a more effective and impactful educational environment by improving research, assistance, and teaching through high technology and resources. Geographic distribution and access. Despite efforts to expand training centers, significant challenges may still exist in equitably distributing fused professionals nationwide. The historical concentration of training centers in the Southeast and South has caused many physicians to emigrate from their home regions, exacerbating inequities in the availability of specialists. The objective is to enhance professional training while collaborating with government entities to invest in public institutions. We can foster a more effective and impactful educational environment by improving research, assistance, and teaching through high technology and resources. 2. Curriculum standardization. Although a standardized curriculum has been developed and planned, uniform implementation across all training centers may continue to be challenging. Ensuring that all centers strictly follow the standardized curriculum is crucial to maintaining the quality of training. Curriculum standardization. Although a standardized curriculum has been developed and planned, uniform implementation across all training centers may continue to be challenging. Ensuring that all centers strictly follow the standardized curriculum is crucial to maintaining the quality of training. 3. Integration of new technologies. The rapid evolution of medical technologies requires that training programs continually adapt to incorporate new techniques and equipment. Keeping up with technological innovations and integrating effective forms into the curriculum may be an ongoing challenge. The cost and sustainability of high-complexity medicine are challenges not only to income countries but worldwide. Integration of new technologies. The rapid evolution of medical technologies requires that training programs continually adapt to incorporate new techniques and equipment. Keeping up with technological innovations and integrating effective forms into the curriculum may be an ongoing challenge. The cost and sustainability of high-complexity medicine are challenges not only to income countries but worldwide. 4. International collaboration. Although there are fellowship and exchange programs with other societies worldwide, maintaining and expanding these collaborations to ensure that Brazilian professionals can access international best practices can be challenging. International collaboration. Although there are fellowship and exchange programs with other societies worldwide, maintaining and expanding these collaborations to ensure that Brazilian professionals can access international best practices can be challenging. 5. Continuing professional development. In addition to initial training, professionals must have access to ongoing professional development opportunities to update their skills and knowledge throughout their careers. Continuing professional development. In addition to initial training, professionals must have access to ongoing professional development opportunities to update their skills and knowledge throughout their careers. We conclude with the photo taken during the 17th Congress of WFITN in New York, USA. This photo symbolizes a nation ready to welcome the international community at the World Congress 2028. Readers are suggested to contact the corresponding author for figures if needed. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution 4 International License (ORG) licenses by 4.0, which permits use, sharing, adaptation, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if changes were made. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. References: 1 Bull JWD. Section of the History of Medicine. Proc. R. Soch Med. 1970-63 637-43, PubMed Central. 2 Manual du Hospital des de USB. Org 10-1590 S000 4282 X1984000100017. 3 J. Cerebral panangiography is the name we suggest for the visualization of all intracranial blood vessels after injection of contrast medium in one of the carotid arteries. 1959-17-1122 PubMed. 4 W.E. Academia Brasilia. Org Index 33-138 Wilson. 5 SF. Com. Porto Federal do 1960. 6 F. Al. Management of Acute Stroke and Urgent Interventional Procedures during COVID-19 Pandemic. Recommendations on the Scientific Department on Cerebrovascular Diseases of the Brazilian Academy of Neurology, Brazilian Society of Cerebrovascular Diseases, and Brazilian Society of Diagnostic and Therapeutic. 2020-78-7449 PubMed. 7 and J. Medica ME8 Pontizome Al. Brazilian Guidelines for Treatment of Patients with Acute Ischemic Stroke. 2017-75-156 PubMed. 7. A History of the British from the Perspective of British Society of. Keywords. Early days. The British Society of was conceived in the late 1960s, and after preliminary gatherings, the first official meeting of the Society took place in London in May 1970. Membership comprised consultant from neuroscience centers throughout the UK. At the time, it was typical for these centers to only have 1 or 2 full-time, and membership was less than 40. Throughout the 1970s, the main business of the Society was to a one-day annual scientific meeting, ASM, sometimes as a joint meeting with other societies, including the ESNR in 1972 and the Society of British Neurological Surgeons, SBNS, in 1973. Meetings were hosted by neuroscience centers within the UK on a rotational basis. Probably the most important and influential presentation at a BSNR meeting was given by Dr. in Glasgow in 1972, describing his experience of the world's first CT scanner at Hospital, London. The Society also set up small working groups to deal with standards, manpower and training, and published reports covering these issues. At the dawn of the 1980s, the Society was still exclusively male, welcoming the first female member in 1982. Whereas the 1970s had been the decade of CT, 1980 heralded the arrival of MRI with a presentation from Nottingham on NMR, as it was then known, at the 1980 ASM. In 1981, the ASM extended to 2 days and included a half-day registrar's course with didactic teaching. With the emergence of interventional as a major advance in treatment of conditions, an interventional working party was formed after discussion at the 1983 meeting in Leeds. 1990s. The annual scientific meeting of the BSNR was by now firmly established as a 2-day event, including a half-day of didactic lectures held in early October. This continued during the decade with the exception of 1997, when the ESNR was held in Oxford. In 1990, the United Kingdom Group, UKNG, was formed, open to all practicing, meeting twice per year to discuss scientific, clinical, and technical developments and to present cases of interest. The meetings were generously sponsored by industry, and at most meetings, a leading international was invited to speak. There were concerns that the formation of the UKNG might split the BSNR and negatively impact on sponsorship for BSNR events. The Diagnostic Forum (DNF) was set up as a separate group of diagnostic, but many felt that the BSNR already fulfilled this function. The DNF failed to establish itself in sufficient numbers and was disbanded after a small number of meetings. The 1995 BSNR ASM included the introduction of an eponymous lecture of Dr. James Bull, a key figure in the development of as a speciality in the UK, and who was a founder member and the first president of the BSNR. The inaugural lecture was delivered by Professor Michael Sage from Adelaide on the topic of the blood-brain barrier. The James Bull Lecture is delivered every year at the ASM by a distinguished national or international speaker in the field of clinical or sometimes non-clinical neuroscience. In 1996, the Society published the first edition of Effective. This was a comprehensive 36-page guideline produced by a subcommittee chaired by Professor, intended as a reference document for the provision of services in the UK. The guideline encompassed facilities, staffing, training, provision of, and integration with other clinical neurosciences. An appendix provides a snapshot of UK manpower in the mid-1990s. There were 107 consultant, averaging 2.6 per department and 8 training posts, of which 4 were based in London. There have been major revisions of this document in 2003 and 2012. The 2012 version was titled Safe. During the mid-late 1990s, there were discussions on whether or not a UK-based higher qualification along the lines of the American Certificate of Added Qualification (CAQ) was required or desirable. Opinion was divided, with some strongly in. It was that setting up such a qualification would require considerable resource plus the support of the RCR, and ultimately, a UK CAQ equivalent never came to fruition. In 1998, the BSNR's ASM was held overseas for the first time in Ireland. At this time, the Irish Society was yet to exist. Further overseas meetings occurred in Amsterdam 2003, hosted by the late Dr. Davies, and in Dublin 2017, the latter being a joint meeting with the Irish Society of. Up until the late 1990s, officers of the BSNR had been nominated by the committee with appointments at the annual business meeting held during the annual scientific meeting. Feedback from trainees at the meeting revealed that juniors felt the society was undemocratic and out of touch. At the 1999 annual business meeting, ABM, it was agreed that thenceforth candidates for the post of president and other society officers could be proposed and seconded by any full member of the society, followed by an election with all full members entitled to vote. A committee post of junior member was also established, and the post of educational advisor was formalized. Year 2000 onwards. In the 1990s, Dr. in Oxford had conceived the International Subarachnoid Aneurysm Trial, ISAT, a trial to compare the safety and efficacy of coiling with standard neurosurgical clipping for such aneurysms judged to be suitable for both treatments. The trial was stopped after 2143 patients had been enrolled. The results, published in The Lancet in 2002, showed conclusively that outcomes at 1 year post-treatment were better in the group. This had major implications in the UK. Although the treatment of aneurysms had risen steadily through the 1990s, the new high-level evidence-based need to provide coiling services on a 7 or at least 6-day basis was a major challenge for individuals, departments, and national bodies, including the UKNG and BSNR. Radiology training in the UK at the time was, and still is, based on 3 years of core training followed by 2 years of specialist higher training. Ideally, the Fellowship of the Royal College of Radiologists (FRCR) is passed by written and viva examination at the end of the 3rd year of training or soon after. At the time, 2 years of higher training was available for whether just diagnostic or diagnostic plus intervention. The feeling among several interventionists was that 2 years was insufficient time to train adequately in both branches of The BSNR's push for 3 years of higher training was initially met with resistance by the RCR and GMC. Fortunately, our colleagues in interventional radiology, (NON), were pursuing the same aim, and eventually interventional and interventional radiology were incorporated into a 3-year higher training curriculum. The stage was set for expansion of training to meet the demand for the clinical service. The business and meetings of the society continued along the same lines during the decade. Having had exclusively male presidents, in 2003, the society elected its first female president, Dr. President 2004-2006, who had also been one of the first female full members. Dr. introduced the President's Medal, awarded at the discretion of the President at the end of their term of office to a member of the Society for outstanding achievement. Further diversity was achieved when, in 2009, the Society elected its first president from an ethnic minority, Dr. OBA President 2010-2012. Dr. Robin Seller President 2008-2010 observed that other clinical neuroscience bodies in the UK were significantly more structured than BSNR and introduced 3 new subcommittees: academic, standards and training and education. After the initial appointment of chairs by the President, there was a very enthusiastic response from members to be involved. The chief benefits of the subcommittees were twofold. Firstly, it provided the BSNR with considerably more manpower resource to contribute to all manner of issues facing the provision and development of, as a speciality. Secondly, it provided opportunity for more members of the society to become actively involved. Since formation, the activities of the subcommittees have included: Academic Subcommittee, establishment of the professorship of Professor George, President 1982-1984. The incumbent or incumbents, on occasions this has been a joint appointment, visit several training schemes in the UK during their 2 years of tenure, giving lectures and providing advice and guidance on how to pursue a career in. The prize of Professor, President 1994-1996, was introduced as a pump priming grant, awarded on the basis of submission of a research proposal and subsequent interview. The Academic Subcommittee also administers a series of traveling scholarships, providing funding for trainees to visit other neuroscience centers for a specific purpose. Standards Subcommittee, review and revision of the SAFE document, which has helped several departments with planning for staffing levels and equipment upgrades. Input to the Royal College of Radiologists iRefer resource, now electronic, which has had a significant impact on improving the appropriateness of referrals for neuroimaging. Contribution to the development of numerous reports and guidelines, including the 2013 NCPOD report on subarachnoid, Standards for Safe Provision, National Clinical Guideline for Stroke and Guidance for Revalidation in Diagnostic and Interventional. Training and Education Subcommittee, TISC. From the outset, the TESC has been involved in developing and improving the content of the curriculum for training, in conjunction with the Curriculum Committee of the RCR. Due to the limitations imposed on curriculum content by the General Medical Council, GMC, the TESC also developed curriculum support tools, providing detail to supplement the RCR curriculum and the opportunity for trainees to provide feedback to the BSNR. BSNR standalone trainee days were established in 2015, expanding to 2 days in 2018. The unwelcome arrival of 19 in 2020 resulted in cancellation of the 2020 event, but opened the door to the establishment of more remote teaching online. This proved to be extremely successful. The audience for the BSNR training grew from what had been 30-40 physical attendees to around 200 trainees and consultants from around the world. The online training was formalized in autumn 2020, with completion of the first 2-year cycle in July 2021, by which time there had been over 14,000 virtual attendances. A virtual grand round was introduced in the summer of 2020. Initially UK-based, this has expanded to presentations from around the world, including Canada, Brazil, King, and the UAE, as well as a number of European centers. In 2020, an annual Christmas lecture was introduced, followed by an Easter lecture in 2021. Topics have ranged from the psychology of perception through clinical negligence to. In 2022, an Easter quiz was introduced. From the early years of the BSNR, a requirement of becoming a full member had been to have presented a scientific paper at the ASM. By 2015, it was felt this rule was anachronistic and out of keeping with other societies. Subsequently, it was decided that all consultant would be eligible for full membership. The 2016 ASM in York, hosted by the Leeds team, marked the introduction of a second eponymous lecture, a titan of British who had contributed so much to the field of adult and as well as pioneering work in. The inaugural lecture was delivered by Dr. David. A manpower survey in 2016 showed there were 230.5 WTE in the UK, of whom 79 were interventionists. There were 24 vacancies in. It was estimated that 140 would be required to deliver a 24/7 mechanical service. BSNR Constitution. The Society's constitution underwent 3 major revisions during the 2010s to accommodate the new subcommittees, adopt changes in membership requirements, update fiscal arrangements and responsibilities, and lastly, to become a registered charity. Online presence. A BSNR website was first established in the early 2000s during Dr. John's tenure as secretary. For many years, this was a little-used resource with few hits, but more recently, this has been transformed to a comprehensive site with a great deal of information about the Society and its meetings, teaching events, and other activities. Conclusion. Since 1990, British Society of BSNR has developed from a relatively small, male-dominated group of interested to a highly structured, diverse, and democratic, with a strong online presence and an academic which has been complemented and emulated by similar societies. Looking forward, BSNR wants to continue developing its educational and research activities, as well as its global footprint, while continuing its role in setting and reviewing standards in open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution 4 International License (ORG) licenses by 4.0, which permits use, sharing, adaptation, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if changes were made. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. World History of Croatia. Keywords. Croatia is a country situated at the crossroads of Central and Southeast Europe. After the country's independence from the former Yugoslavia in the early 1990s, the healthcare system in Croatia has various reforms. Croatia's healthcare system is comparable to those in other European countries in terms of coverage and access to services. It is characterized by a combination of public and private services delivered through a network of public hospitals, health centers, and specialized institutions, providing universal health coverage to its citizens. Is among 3 possible radiological, ultrasound, and interventional radiology being the other 2, radiologists can choose from in Croatia. There are currently 72 in Croatia, practicing mainly in the university hospital centers. The majority work in the 2 university hospital centers in the capital of Zagreb. The second largest group of works in the second largest Croatian city, Split. The in-university hospital centers mostly practice in their daily practice, with none or little general radiology, while in smaller regional hospitals, which usually have only a few, is practiced only part-time. Is divided in 2 phases. The first phase, 6 months, is dedicated to the clinical aspect and includes familiarizing the candidate with the fundamentals of clinical, neuropathology, and neurosurgery. In the second phase, 16 months of, the candidate trains and works in an institution with a well-established department. In addition to work duties, lectures, colloquiums, and a final exam are included in the second phase of the. A total of 256 hours of classes are foreseen in the form of seminars, lectures, and setting of diagnostic problems with independent participation of candidates. During the second radiological part of the program, candidates rotate through different subunits: emergencies, cerebrovascular diseases, inflammatory and parasitic diseases, degenerative diseases, oncology, neuromuscular diseases, epilepsy, forensic, methods in psychiatry, pediatric. An important milestone for Croatian was the establishment of the Croatian Network of Interventional in 2023. It includes primary centers organized in 18 hospitals throughout Croatia and secondary centers organized in 5 university hospital centers where the procedures take place. The imaging and clinical data for mechanical or embolization candidates are transferred from primary centers to the secondary centers via telemedicine and, if treatable, promptly transported to the nearest secondary center. Therefore, the network shows its full potential in the earliest possible, arrival of patients with the first symptoms of stroke and enables better treatment and recovery of patients. The Croatian Society of Radiology, HDR, was founded and named at the founding assembly held on April 221,992, and the section of was the first section to be founded in 1993, in the very beginning of Croatia's independence. The first president of the section was Prof. Nada. Other notable from that time are professors, Papa and Ante. Prof. Nada, Prof. and Prof. Ante and their associates wrote 2 university textbooks in Croatian, Clinical Brain and Clinical Spine, published in 2011 and 2013. The textbooks were reviewed by Prof., Croatia's first section have acted as a part of the HDR for years, but with the evolving modern techniques and developments, an aspiration among within the HDR to form a separate society has emerged, a society devoted only to head and neck radiology and dental radiology, similar to societies of other countries that have already been assembled. Prof. President of the Croatian Society of Members of Croatian Society of Executive Committee Dr. Prof. and Dr. A logo of the Croatian Society of. The special goals of the society are the progress of the profession and neuroscience in the Republic of Croatia, representation of Croatian in the world, development of professional guidelines for the diagnostics and treatment of diseases of the central nervous system and head and neck in close cooperation with other relevant experts, as well as proposal of scientific projects concerning to European funds and the ministries of the Republic of Croatia for development and modernization of scientific activity in the field of. HNRD is focused on the permanent professional and scientific training of HNRD members through the organization of professional and scientific meetings, congresses, seminars, lectures, and courses, that is, all forms of permanent medical training, which is a particularly important part of the Society's program. HNRD has no membership fee. In just 1 year since the Assembly, the Society doubled the number of members. Currently, there are 97 HNRD members. HNRD is engaged in the further development of in Croatia and in the organization of interesting, useful, and high-quality meetings and workshops. One symposium, Emergency Clinical Radiology with International Participation, November 17-18, 2017, Zagreb, Croatia. November 17-18, 2017, Zagreb, Croatia. November 17-18, 2017, Zagreb, Croatia. 2 Radiology Academy 2018 International Course in Head and Neck Radiology, Diagnostic and Interventional and Dental Radiology, May 21-23, 2018, Dubrovnik, Croatia. International Course in Head and Neck Radiology, Diagnostic and Interventional. International Course in Head and Neck Radiology, Diagnostic and Interventional. And Dental Radiology. And Dental Radiology. May 21-23, 2018, Dubrovnik, Croatia. May 21-23, 2018, Dubrovnik, Croatia. 3 Interdisciplinary Expert Meeting, October 2018, dedicated to the World Stroke Day, October 24, 2018, Zagreb, Croatia. Dedicated to the World Stroke Day. Dedicated to the World Stroke Day. October 24, 2018, Zagreb, Croatia. October 24, 2018, Zagreb, Croatia. 4 Second Symposium Emergency Clinical Radiology with International Participation, December 6-7, 2018, Zagreb, Croatia. Participation. Participation. December 6-7, 2018, Zagreb, Croatia. December 6-7, 2018, Zagreb, Croatia. 5 Mechanical, a new era in ischemic stroke treatment course in diagnostic and interventional. December 8, 2018, Zagreb, Croatia. Course in diagnostic and interventional. Course in diagnostic and interventional. December 8, 2018, Zagreb, Croatia. December 8, 2018, Zagreb, Croatia. 6 Interdisciplinary Expert Meeting, March 2019, dedicated to pediatric neuropathology. March 28, 2019, Zagreb, Croatia. Dedicated to pediatric neuropathology. Dedicated to pediatric neuropathology. March 28, 2019, Zagreb, Croatia. March 28, 2019, Zagreb, Croatia. 7 Interdisciplinary Expert Meeting, July 2019, dedicated to hydrocephalus. July 3, 2019, Zagreb, Croatia. Dedicated to hydrocephalus. Dedicated to hydrocephalus. July 3, 2019, Zagreb, Croatia. July 3, 2019, Zagreb, Croatia. 8 Interdisciplinary Expert Meeting, September 2019, dedicated to epilepsy. September 24, 2019, Zagreb, Croatia. Dedicated to epilepsy. Dedicated to epilepsy. September 24, 2019, Zagreb, Croatia. September 24, 2019, Zagreb, Croatia. 9 Interdisciplinary Expert Meeting, November 2019, dedicated to orbital pathology. November 12, 2019, Zagreb, Croatia. Dedicated to orbital pathology. Dedicated to orbital pathology. November 12, 2019, Zagreb, Croatia. November 12, 2019, Zagreb, Croatia. 10th Symposium Emergency Clinical Radiology. November 29, 2019, Zagreb, Croatia. November 29, 2019, Zagreb, Croatia. November 29, 2019, Zagreb, Croatia. 11 4th Symposium Emergency Clinical Radiology with International Participation, 11/2020. Participation online. Participation online. December 11, 2020. December 11, 2020. 12 First Croatian Congress with International Participation, 22-24, 2021, Croatia. Participation online. Participation online. April 22-24, 2021, Croatia. April 22-24, 2021, Croatia. 13 Interdisciplinary Expert Meeting, December 2021, dedicated to 16, 2021, Zagreb, Croatia. Dedicated to AI. Dedicated to AI. December 16, 2021, Zagreb, Croatia. December 16, 2021, Zagreb, Croatia. Radiology Academy has been a very well-appreciated first organizational venture of the Society, held in beautiful history-rich Dubrovnik. Faculty consisted of 17 international lecturers, Croatia, Belgium, the Netherlands, Italy, Finland, Slovenia, Turkey, the USA, who gave very interesting lectures from predominantly head and neck radiology, but also dental radiology and HNRD has held 4 emergency clinical radiology symposia, always taking place at the end of the year in Zagreb, the capital of Croatia. The meetings were multidisciplinary, hosting both clinicians, neurologists, internal medicine doctors, emergency medicine doctors, surgeons, otorhinolaryngologists, and radiologists, as well as from Croatia, but also from abroad: Turkey, USA, Hungary, Canada, Belgium, Brazil, giving not only radiologists but also clinicians perspectives. The symposia were focused not only on, but on emergency radiology in general. The first symposium was followed by a course in diagnostic and interventional mechanical, a new era in ischemia stroke treatment, where clinicians and radiologists shared their view and knowledge on stroke treatment and mechanical with the participants. The course consisted of a lecture part, followed by a workshop. The first Croatian Congress with international participation took place during the COVID pandemic, so it was therefore a hybrid congress, held online for participants, with a part of the faculty giving lectures from the beautiful city of in Croatia's biggest peninsula. The program included lecturers from North and South America, Australia, and Europe. HNRD was very proud that 5 eminent world-known experts gave plenary lectures on the first day of the Congress: Prof. Ann, Prof. James, Prof. K, Prof. and Prof. Law. The second day of the Congress was dedicated to of CNS tumors, stroke, cerebrovascular diseases, and followed by issues in neuroimaging of infectious demyelinating and neurodegenerative diseases, as well as subjects pertaining to pediatric. Furthermore, topics such as manifestations and presentation of 19 and use of artificial intelligence in were also discussed. The last day of the Congress was devoted to approaches in imaging of pituitary region and skull-base pathology and non-neoplastic lesions, with a separate section related to technological advances in. The Second Croatian Congress with international participation was organized in April 2025, where numerous eminent from 17 countries actively participated and shared the professional and scientific achievements in their areas of expertise. Several interdisciplinary expert meetings have been organized so far, hosting clinicians from different fields related to or head and neck radiology, each time with a focus on a different topic. The first one was dedicated to the World Stroke Day, held at the end of October 2018, where a Croatian academic neurologist gave an excellent lecture on stroke prevention. Croatian and radiologists also gave lectures on the topic of stroke. The second interdisciplinary expert meeting was dedicated to pediatric neuropathology, hosting a pediatric neurosurgeon. The third meeting was on the topic of hydrocephalus, with lectures given by a neuroscientist with a scientific expertise in CSF dynamics, and a neurosurgeon. The fourth meeting was focused on epilepsy, from a neurologist, neurosurgeon, and's perspective. The fifth meeting was focused on orbits, therefore the discussions and the lectures were held by an ophthalmologist and a. The sixth meeting was international and focused on artificial intelligence. In 2019, professor and associates were involved in the EU project optimization and improvement of radiological diagnostics efficacy in the health care system of the Republic of Croatia, Radiological Educational Center, IU, UP02210500001. The project value was 4.3 million. The project lasted for 4 years and ended in December 2023. Numerous lectures and workshops about the MRI were provided and organized for 3 groups of medical professionals: the general practitioners, doctors specialized in non-radiological branches, and radiology technicians. The final goal of the project was the shortening of waiting lists for radiological exams in Croatia by raising the knowledge about radiological imaging possibilities and indications. The Mr. 3T machine was obtained, and a book, Mr. Alphabet of Mr., with many pictorial examples of pathologies has been published as a part of the project. Doctor, Prof, and Doctor, from left to right at the Second Croatian Congress with international participation, presenting Dental Radiology University textbook, 2nd edition. HNRD President Prof, and Executive Committee Member Dr. are holders of the European Diploma in ENR, being among several other in Croatia who have passed the ENR exam. Prof has been a Deputy Director of University Hospital Center since 2016 to 2020 and has been head of the Department for Diagnostic and Interventional Radiology from 2016 to 2021. She is head of clinical unit at the University Hospital Center in Zagreb since 2016 and is the founder and head of the Referral Center for Radiological Prevention, Diagnostics, Therapy, and Rehabilitation of Head and Neck Diseases of the Ministry of Health, Republic of Croatia since 2015. Prof is head of the General and Dental Radiology Department at the University of Zagreb, School of Dental Medicine. 2 members of the HNRD Executive Committee are also involved at the University of Zagreb, Dr. a postdoctoral teaching assistant, and Dr. a teaching assistant. The Croatian Society can be followed on its webpage org, where society professional activities are listed along with their programs and photos. The Croatian Society is a member of the World Federation of Societies, WFNRS, since 2018 and the European Society of ESNR since 2022. Prof is Croatian national delegate. Croatian Society of will continue further development of in Croatia and abroad. Readers are suggested to contact the corresponding author for figures, if needed. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution 4 International License (ORG) licenses by 4.0, which permits use, sharing, adaptation, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if changes were made. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. 9. In Germany. Keywords. Scope of work, diagnosis, and intervention. Statistics. In Germany is a focal subject of radiology. This means the specialized training and builds on the specialist radiology training. The training period has been 24 months since the introduction of the Model Training Regulations in 2018. Content is already part of the training for the specialist in diagnostic and interventional radiology. According to statistics from the German Medical Association, as of 12/22, 717 radiologists with a specialization training in Germany, 483 of them in inpatient care 1-2. Stroke treatment. Rising number of mechanical procedures for acute ischemic stroke in Germany from 2018 to 2023, as documented in the National GIR-DGNR Intervention Registry. The data reflect a significant increase in the application of this technique, underlining its pivotal role in modern stroke care. In the GIR-DGNR Intervention Register, the interventions of around 300 entering clinics are documented with regard to outcome, radiation exposure, treatment duration, etc. 5. Credits. DGNR. Certification. Every year, the German Society of awards Specialist Society prizes for outstanding scientific achievements in the field of diagnostic and interventional. Our photo shows the 2023 award winners. All rights reserved by DGNR. Credits. DGNR. The DGNR's innovative training formats also include simulator courses that simulate interventions, such as part of the German Stroke School at the DGNR's annual conference. All rights reserved by DGNR. Credits. DGNR. Organizational structures. Logo of Young JUNRAD, the junior organization of the German Society for, founded in 2020 to represent the next generation of. All rights reserved by DGNR. Credits. DGNR. The Professional Association of German EV, founded in 1982 in Hamburg, currently has 150 members. Membership is statutorily linked to the specialized designation in. The BDNR is a full member of the leading association of specialists in Germany, FA-EV. The current president is Prof. Dr. Med. Bernd Young JUNRADs. In 2020, Young was founded as a junior organization within the Specialist Society. The aim is to represent the interests of the next generation of, and to build a network. With many innovative training formats, its own program at the annual conference and digital offerings, Young provides valuable impetus for the entire field. JUNRAD currently has 270 members. A look into the future. How will the field develop? It is already foreseeable today that the diagnostic work of will change considerably as a result of artificial intelligence. Tumor detection and staging will become the work of AI, as will the monitoring and diagnosis of multiple sclerosis. At the same time, however, neurodegenerative diseases will increase in industrialized nations, and the monitoring of success in the pharmacological treatment of dementia, for example, will bring additional diagnostic challenges, both qualitative and quantitative. Developments in the field of interventional will also remain extremely dynamic. Many indications for interventional therapy are associated with age, first and foremost strokes, but also intracranial aneurysms. The example of aneurysms is also a very good illustration of technical developments. The introduction of the flow for the treatment of broad-based aneurysms has clearly shifted the treatment practice of these complex vascular diseases towards interventional radiology. Chronic subdural hematomas will also increase with age. With the embolization of the middle meningeal artery, a further field of treatment is also developing here. German is well positioned to meet these challenges. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution 4 International License (ORG) licenses by 4.0, which permits use, sharing, adaptation, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if changes were made. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. References: 1. Fort Muster. 2. User upload BAK A202-209-062023. 3. Org DDE 457, tag DEN 100522023. 4. Info Units 5 Register 6.